ಕಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? You got? You're on mute, huh? You have to get this fellow to clear you, man. Vinod.
Good morning, gents. Can we have a mic check?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nitin.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I think Sharad is trying to connect.
Yes, Sharad is still connecting on audio.
Yeah, Sharad, you are on mute, Sharad. Yeah.
Hi. Can you
Hi,
hear me,
Sharad.
Nitin?
Hi, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you, Chandramohan.
Okay, great.
Chengapa.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
Yes.
Pradeep, we can hear you.
Chingappa, switch on your video.
Chandramohan's video is off.
Chingappa.
No, my
disconnected.
video is stopped. They're
Okay,
saying
okay.
that the admin has stopped my video. It cannot
Oh,
start.
yes. yes.
Host has
I'm
stopped.
sorry.
Karen doesn't like to see your face, I think.
Because we're on live. You just
They're saying you cannot start it because the host has stopped it. So Karen, I think Karen has stopped it. It's okay.
No, it's all good.
Oh, okay. You start.
Chandramohan, can you open your video now? Okay.
Thank
So
you.
all good.
Okay, very good. Chengapa.
I haven't heard Shengapa.
I want to get my background. That's the thing.
Yes.
Chandramohan, you were talking about some sound thing, voice. You can hear my voice now.
I can hear your voice.
Yeah, okay. You were saying something has to be installed and all that.
Oh, that's
I was
okay.
wondering.
You are already,
Okay.
I think it's done.
Okay, fine.
You got that ITM background?
Karen,
Yeah, you can see or no?
Damanjit is not able to log in.
Do you want the ITM background, Chandramohan?
No, I'm getting it now.
Okay.
Who's not able to log in?
Damanjit, he's
Damanjit.
putting
Okay,
a password.
I'll resend the link to him.
Oh, we all are there. Log in. The teams yesterday evening. Karen, you have sent individual messages to all of us, right?
Yes,
Right,
yes. Okay, I will resend Damanjit his link.
Am I shining too much or what?
Sharad, I mean, maybe you put some oil on your head. Huh?
Okay, I have sent Damanjit his link.
Yeah, Karen.
And his teams.
This should be the same one.
Can't see honestly. Some video should come now.
Why is my ITM showing separate, different?
Come here, man. Don't go like that.
No, it's okay, Chandramohan. It's the same.
Okay, Damanjit is.
But is it showing different or it's the same?
It's the same. It's the same. Chandramohan is the same.
Correct.
Teams where you have logged into that, right?
Teams
Is it full screen? You can see the number. No. First check whether it is connected to your laptop. Sir. Go to settings. Settings.
Can you hear me?
check here, sir. Bluetooth.
There are settings for background.
There's a feedback.
Yeah, but it's coming. Everything is. We are able to see you with.
Where's the settings for background?
I think we have too much of echo going on. Huh?
Yes, I think because you were very near to each other, so there was a feedback ongoing.
Yeah.
It's better that you used headphones, so we
Yeah,
don't have feedback.
Okay. Yeah. We are all using headphones now.
Okay, so let's check everyone's mic and video. Okay, okay. How about
radio check.
Okay, let's start with Pradeep.
Hi, Karen.
Hello, good morning. How do you read me?
Hi, Farhad, loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, sir.
But Farhad, you're very far from the video. Yes, we only see a little bit of your head on the
Farhad,
video.
you'll have to adjust your camera, Farhad.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm not getting it on my mic, on my speaker.
No, your camera, I said.
Yeah, your camera. Okay. How about Chengapa? Hi, Chengapa. Can you test your mic and video? You're on mute.
Singapore, you're on mute.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Loud and clear.
All right.
Okay. How about the Manjeet?
Hello, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. And Mandeep? Hi, Mandeep.
Mandeep.
You're on mute. Mandeep, you're on mute. Okay. How about Ramesh?
Mandeep is just setting his background. He'll come back.
Okay.
Ramesh?
Hi, Ramesh. Can you hear us? Can you test your mic?
Ramesh.
Ramesh is also on mute.
Ramesh, you're on mute. He's doing it. Yeah, Karen, I was asking about this pointer, no? So, because you'll be changing the screen, so do we have any control on the pointer or anything?
Well, we only have annotation or annotate.
So how do we do that annotation thing?
On the lower part of your screen, can you see a button which says annotated just beside the pause? And
No,
do you have
down below,
this
I don't have. I have
button?
record, hand, share screen, chat, QA, participants.
Okay. How about the ellipsis, triple dot? You click the more button and then can you see it?
There is no more here.
Okay, Karen, radio test, loud and clear.
Yes. Is that Mandeep?
Yes, loud and clear. Okay.
Yes.
But Mandeep, you look like sideways. We can see your
Yes.
side view.
Yes, Mandeep.
That's because my thing is on the left, but I'll go to the conference room, then it'll be right in front of me.
Yeah, you're
Uh,
looking
Karen.
sideways.
Yeah,
because
you're not
because
looking in share.
because
you'll
my
have to.
camera is on the left, but when I'm giving the presentation, we'll be in the conference room. There, the camera will be right in front.
Okay. Sure.
Karen, are we already live on YouTube or what?
Yes, we're live on YouTube, but this is a practice session, so I haven't broadcast it yet to the participants.
Okay.
So you cannot see any attendees coming in.
Okay, then it's okay.
So I hope that all microphones and video is working.
Seems like at least at present.
Yes, but I haven't heard Ramesh.
Oh, Ramesh.
Yes.
Okay, there he's switching. Ramesh, unmute. Yeah, there is.
Can you hear me?
Very
Yes.
good, Ramesh, at last.
Thank you.
You're also on the sideways, Ramesh. Your cover is also sideways.
Ramesh, put your cameras in front of you, not on the side.
No, I will go to another place and sit in front, so
Okay.
it will come straight.
Okay.
Fine.
Good.
Farhad, you're getting bored, looks like.
Yes, I'll also move actually to another place.
You are mute. You are on mute, Farhad.
Yeah.
I'll also just be moving to another place, so I'll just log off and log on again.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So how many people are going to be in the conference room then? Yeah, Karen, we can see your screen. So that
Yes,
will
yes.
remain so all the time, yeah?
Okay. Yes, of course. Can you check if you can annotate anything on the screen? You.
Yeah, I'll move to that small room here.
Sorry, Karen, what did you say?
Well,
This
Sharad
conference
wants
room
to
I don't
have-
want, because conference room.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
Sorry. Okay. Let me just check. You should have seen a pointer, a pen icon on your.
Karen, I'm using it.
Photo.
I'm just using this red color. Can you see this on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Sharad,
That's
how
it.
did you manage to do that?
That's it, sir.
$100.
Okay, later, but you tell me, how did you manage it?
Okay, go right on top. There is a view option.
Yeah.
Okay, click on that, and then you have the third one, annotate.
I don't have annotate here with me.
In the view options, no, that drop down view option. First is zoom ratio, then request remote control, and then annotate.
No, I don't have that. Oh, view options. Yeah.
View
Okay.
Hey, is this
Annotate.
mouse working now?
Sharad, thank you very much.
Yeah. Now I
Yeah.
can see your black. Yeah.
Yes.
Sharad, can you see?
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, who is that? Number 2.
Fantastic. Like, you can see the name also when somebody is doing it. No?
Yeah, this is neat.
Okay, so we need to keep the annotation on, correct?
Yeah, but how do you use it, sir?
So this view options, they're right on top.
But
in the center.
why would you need to use it? I mean, I don't understand the need for
No,
this.
sometimes when you're presenting, the screen will have multiple things there. No, want to highlight or stress on some particular section.
So it's a pointer basically.
Pointer basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Sharad, but how do I get rid of it now?
Now again, click on that one and click one more time. Or there's a cross window, no? On the same.
Yeah,
thing,
but no.
towards
But
the end, you
this
see a small cross is there.
Yeah, the red cross. I mean,
Yes, the red
cross.
one. Yes. Click on
No,
that
but
and it is
no,
gone.
it's not the window, but my line. You can still see the line.
You
Correct?
can use the eraser. In between there's the eraser.
Clear. Next to the save.
Okay, clear.
Yeah.
Clear or can use the eraser. Yeah, both the things.
ये जाने रहे यार.
Undo, redo, all this.
ये लाइन कैसे निकालता है? ये वाला.
Is this your line, black one? You have drawn that. If you have done, then you can remove. If not yours, then you can.
No, I only did it now. I cannot
Then use
remove
the
it,
eraser,
Sharan.
no? Eraser.
Yeah, I'm
Just
using the eraser,
Eraser
Sharan.
and just rub it.
नहीं जा रहा है यार. हाँ, किधर है? अभी ड्रॉ में आ गया ना. अभी मैं ड्रॉ किया आ रहे. हाँ, ये क्लियर हो गया, बट ये नहीं क्लियर हो रहा है. सेव कैसे करेगा मैं?
Maybe that is not yours.
That was by somebody else. That means.
No, I have cleared
Oh, you
it
have
on my side.
override
Yes.
is. Yeah, oh,
Yes,
very
I've
smart.
override it.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. I will
Okay,
keep
yeah.
making mistakes. You keep erasing them.
Okay, gents, I will be now broadcasting our event so the
Okay.
participants can enter the session.
Oh, now already?
Yes, that's because we promised them that we will open the presentation 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So
Yes, so they have time.
yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, good.
Karen, this Q&A session, you'll be reading out the questions, or how do we go about it?
Well, for the Q&A, Rishi will chair the session. So our team will read the session and check who can answer on the panelists.
Okay. So he'll be prompting.
Yes.
Hi, Karen.
But then you have to ask this fellow to look in.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Hi, Karen. Can you hear me? I don't think मेरा sound चल रहा है. I don't think मेरा sound चल रहा है. Hi, Karen. I don't know. Although
Hi, Kush. Good morning.
hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
1 second. I will just still go on the earphones. 1 second. Yeah. Is it okay?
Yes, all good.
It's
But
okay.
but your video is coming again.
I did not switch on the video. I will just switch on 1 second, please.
Your video is on. Yeah, now it's off.
Okay, now 1 second. This is okay?
Yes, all good now.
Okay, very good.
It's clear.
Yeah, okay, good. Thanks. I'll switch off my video.
Okay, sure.
Thanks. Yeah. This is testing. No? That's okay.
Karen, can we stop the music, please? Thank you, Karen. Though the music was quite interesting, probably not the right time. We still have a minute to go. We have almost 179 people in this call. We have more than 200 registrations, though. I'm sure a couple of people might be joining soon. The numbers are increasing as we speak. This is good. Fantastic. Okay. I think we will move on with our schedule. We see 184 as we speak, so that's good. We do anticipate 200 plus joining this call. Probably next couple of minutes they should be there, but seeing the sense of time, we have limited time for this seminar. We shall start. So hi team, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Thanks very much for dialing in for this webinar. This is a virtual crew seminar for ITM Dubai Fleet. Vessel segment is tankers, and we have around 200 people, seafarers rather, I would say, logging across the globe. We have people, seafarers from India, Russia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, also from Angola, Ukraine. It's a good mix of deck and engine, and also a very good mix of senior and junior officers. My name is Rishi Sharma. I'm the head of Global Training Center Operations based out of Mumbai, India. Me, along with my team, will be your host for this webinar. Karen, we'll move on to next slide, please. Thank you very much, Karen. Why are we gathered here? Well, it's an unprecedented times in the society, but I'm proud to say that the maritime trade has continued in these tough times. As we all are aware, for past 1 year plus, various government bodies across the globe have stopped group gatherings due to very sad present pandemic situation. And we do not know how soon will this be allowed into different jurisdictions. Saying that, we don't want to be sitting idle. So we want to take this opportunity to appraise you on how the business is doing, listen to your concerns, feedbacks, and address them through this forum. Intention to have this seminar is for us to hear from you as much as what our speakers and panelists present today. It would only be successful if you give your feedbacks, if you give your inputs, and also share your experience. We will surely take those inputs, and then we promise you to try and improve our performance. You just click on that once, Karen, please. Thank you very much. There are a lot of memes on COVID. A very interesting one says this virus has a very big ego, and it will not come to your home unless you go out and invite. So may I request, please be careful and take all the precautions. What are we looking at for next few hours? To start, we will have safety movements, followed by management update. I'm quite pleased to inform you that today we have Christopher, Managing Director, ITM. We have Operations Director, Chandra Mohan. We have Farhad Nanavati, HACQ Manager, Ramesh, Wedding Managers, Shailesh, Mandeep, and among a lot of other senior people from the ITM team in this call to guide you, to share the experiences and update you. We would be having various Q&A sessions in between as shown on the agenda in front of you. Karen, we'll move on to next slide, please. What are the certain guidelines? I just want to remind all of you, we strongly suggest that you keep your headphones on for the best sound experience. You would be muted during the presentation. In case you have any questions during the presentation, what is going on, we request there is a Q&A button at the bottom of the screen. You can write down your questions in that, and that would be addressed during an appropriate Q&A session. There is also an option of raising your hand. If you do that, we will unmute you and you can speak to our panelist and ask your questions or share your experiences, either way. We will move on to next slide, Karen. We are a bit constrained, limited to time. Thank you very much. Jim Rohn, he's an American entrepreneur. He's also an author and a very interesting motivational speaker, once said, be a collector of good ideas, and for that, keep a journal. If you hear any good ideas, write it down. Do not trust your memory. I do that very often. With that, we wish you all the very best for the exciting session coming up. To start, it's time for safety movements. Here in V-Ships, we do a safety movement before every meeting, as safety is our #1 priority. I would like to invite Farhad Nanawati, SHQ Manager, ITM Dubai, to give the safety movements, please. Farhad?
Yeah. Thank you, Rishi, and I would say good morning to everybody, and welcome to the ITM webinar. We look forward to a successful and a good webinar, and your feedback, our feedback, to take away what we have when we go on board our next vessel, and obviously feeling positive. Now, however, we can move on to the next slide, please. And yeah, so it's important that we remember, whenever any occurrence or incident do occur on board a ship, there's always someone who knew that there was something, or something that is probably going wrong, or something that needs to be rectified. And often we find out, or often it is found out later on, that this has not been reported or not been addressed, and resulting in an incident or an accident. And in view of this, it's important that we should never shrink from politely questioning a peer, a colleague, or even a senior if we see anything that is unsafe or that could jeopardize safety or is a threat to the vessel, to our colleagues on board, to the vessel and the environment. Having said that, and please, you can click the next point. Having said that, it's important that we speak up and, yes, stop the job. Important that we all understand this, our colleagues on board understand this, everybody understands this, that we should speak up, stop the job, rectify, and then continue. As we all know, when we put a ship out at sea, it is a risk. Our primary duty is to carry cargo from A to B safely for the vessel, for the owners, clients, and the charterers whose cargoes we carry. Safe behavior saves lives, and always safety starts with me. Please move on to the next slide. Yeah. Having said that, and what is buzz in the whole shipping industry these days is the mental well-being of all our colleagues. In fact, not only in shipping, everywhere, in most industries, even ashore, and especially during these COVID-19, the pandemic times with these restrictions, our colleagues having to stay longer, contracts on board or even ashore and waiting to go back because everybody has their own needs and wants and fulfillments that they have to complete. So it's important that we all maintain a good balance of mental well-being. And in view of this, the group has taken a great initiative and providing a lot of support in this regard. As we all know, that obviously if our colleagues are anywhere, whether it's in the shore office, in other companies, on board the ship, anywhere, if mental well-being is affected, means we all go through that. We all go through these difficulties sometime or the other. Even myself, I do go through that. You know, sometimes you have a difficult, stressful situations, you feel depressed. So the important thing is to talk. the important thing is to share this with your colleagues, to support each other. We are all here for each other as a team, whether on board, whether in the office, and the connection between the vessel and the office. So having said that, it's a top level policy. We have a mental well-being committee. And just a reminder to everybody, in case, I think there's a poll question here, which was probably there. Yeah. It's important that we understand this and use these tools like the Employee Assistance Program, Let's Talk, and the Master's role in basically promoting mental well-being. So Let's Talk is a part of the, as we all know, we operate tankers over here in ITM, is a part of also the Partners in Maritime Safety, which charterers, which is Shell, the oil majors, they also advocate this to very, very seriously. That's a reminder on mental well-being and the support that is there by a company, even to your families, even when you're on board or ashore. So the key point over here is, remember, we all have a state of mental health, and it's okay to ask for help at any time. Do not shy away, do not hesitate. These tools are there. Please use it to our best interest. We could move on to the next. Oh, just before we move on, there was a little poll question here, and that was mental well-being discussed during your last tenure on board. And it's good to see that the result is 95%. So it is being discussed. People are aware, and that is good. That is a good positive. Those 5%, yes, we need to encourage a little bit more. More information also is always there on board. So let's use it. Let's use these tools. And have you ever had the need or felt the need to request for help? It's good. People have come back with their honest feedbacks. Yes, 40% about, no, 60%. That is a bit alarming because, yeah, everybody needs to ask for help from some time. We all depend on each other. We all need each other. And that's where we talk about even the buddy system and, supporting each other, because as a team only we can do things right. We can achieve our goals. I wouldn't say right because there's no rights or wrongs, but the best can be achieved when we work as a team. And yes, the level of awareness, that's good to see 78%. However, 19% are still not well aware, and some people are not aware at all. And yeah, this has been circulated, and reminders will be sent. People, all our colleagues need to be aware of this initiative, of this important thing, that all our colleagues maintain a good mental well-being and are able to support each other, direct our people in the right direction, use the company CompPsych specialists to support with this if ever required. So thank you. Go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, so I think I'm already 2 minutes over. However, before we go on to this slide, is that remember, your family needs you. And there is a short video which will go on for about 2 minutes. I would like all our colleagues to see this video before we move on to the next presentation. But remember, your family needs you. We do not have a spare of ourselves. So we all need to go home safely. We want all our colleagues on board, even when we visit the vessels, when we are walking on the street, anywhere, we want all our colleagues to be safe at all times. Yeah, we just go on to this video.
This is Mike. Mike has a routine.
I think a
daily ritual. He also has a family that he loves. They live in a house in a quiet neighborhood at the edge of town. Every morning before he heads off to work, Mike says goodbye to his family, knowing that he'll see them again that evening. Mike has a good job. It pays the bills and helps provide for his family. During most days at work, Mike has to make a lot of decisions. Most of them are simple choices with minor consequences if he makes a mistake. But some of those decisions could be life-changing if he doesn't make the right choice. Today, he has a choice to make at the baler. It's clogged again. He thinks, should I just climb up and quickly unjam those boxes? Or should I call my supervisor to come lock out this machine? He makes the right choice and decides to get it locked out. It might save him a few minutes if he did it himself, but it's not worth the risk. He has his family to think of. Mike ends his day just like every other and drives home to his waiting family. They're completely unaware of the future that could have been. But what if he had made the other choice? He thinks, it's not a big deal. I unjammed it a couple of times before and nothing ever went wrong. I could waste 15 minutes waiting for someone to come and lock it out. What can really happen? What he doesn't know is that this kind of thinking has caused many injuries and deaths. And what his wife doesn't know is that she's about to get the worst phone call of her life. And Mike will never be coming home again. Every year, more than 50,000 people are injured in the US and Canada when not using lockout-tagout. Over 100 workers will die as a result of their injuries. Lockout-tagout is not a choice.
Thank you, Karen. Can go back to the presentation. Yeah, so that's what it says. We are here to support each other, ask for help when required. Don't try to do things on your own when you can get help. And obviously your family needs you. We want all our colleagues to go home safely. Next slide, please, Karen. Yeah, thank you, everybody. And we will hand it over to our Managing Director, Mr. Chris Curtin.
Thank you, Farhad. Indeed, a very interesting safety moment. And I also strongly feel we can take something into our personal and professional life to make our world safer. As you rightly said, we will move on, and I'm pleased to invite Christopher Curtin, Managing Director, ITM Dubai, for welcome note and the management update. Chris, all yours.
Thank you, Rishi, and thank you, Farhad, for that safety moment. So good morning, Dobre Utra, and welcome to the first virtual seminar of 2021. It's great to see so many people joining us. I see there's now 218 on this call, so welcome to everybody. As Rishi mentioned, we have a good range across different ranks, and that's very important for us to make sure we reach as many people as possible. So I hope everyone's staying safe and continuing to take precautions in these continually very strange times with COVID. I don't know about you, but I thought we'd all be back to normal by now, but I don't know what normal is going to be moving forward. So it's important that we all look after each other because we're all in this together. As I say, I hope we've been able to meet in person by now. We can't, so we are continuing with these virtual seminars. Of course, you're all very aware of the situation that's going on around the world. There are different levels of openness in different parts of the world, and different places are shut down. We're facing a terrible situation in India at the minute. So as I said, it's very important that all of you stay safe. And as Farhad mentioned, safety is our #1 priority. And this seminar is all about you. It's all about asking questions, getting answers to anything that you need. So please feel free, has been mentioned, to contact us as you can on the question and answers button that we have. So just reiterating again, safety is our #1 priority. That's whether it's occupational safety with what you're doing on board the ships, that's safety in reference to COVID-19 or anything else. As Farhad mentioned, it's important we all come home to our families, and do not hesitate at any time to stop the job. If you think something is outside of your realm of experience, or you think something is dangerous, stop the job. As Farhad said, your family needs you. Please remember that. Next slide, please. So just a brief background on me. I was 16 years at sea. I'm an ex-chief engineer. I mostly sailed on tankers. I worked for a very long time. I've worked for a very long time in the Middle East. When I was at sea, I worked for Kuwait oil tankers for many years. I came ashore. I've worked in London. I worked in Dubai previously, Singapore, Melbourne, and now I'm back in Dubai. As many, I think most of you probably know, I took over from Anil Karyappa on the 1st of November last year as managing director. Anil's now enjoying his retirement in India, and I hope that continues for a long time to come. Next slide, please. So the ITM Dubai team, this hasn't changed at all, apart from me. We still have Chandra Mohan, operations director, and the 3 fleet managers, Sharad, Nitin, and Krishna, who you will deal with on a day-to-day basis, all ably supported by the fleet superintendents and marine superintendents. And of course, our vetting manager, Ramesh, and HSEQ manager, Farhad. And you'll be hearing from a lot more people later on during the course of the day. And this is all about performance. This is about everybody's performance. We're all in this together. So it's important that we perform well, you perform well, and the company performs well. Next slide, please. So where there's been changes, there's been some changes in the ITM V ships and V group management team. So as I've mentioned, I took over in November last year. On the same day that I took over, Renee Crawford-Olsen took over as Chief Executive Officer of V Group. He took over from Graham Westgarth, and he's actually based here in Dubai, not so very far away from where our office is. And then in February this year, we had another change within the group. So taking over as Chief Executive Officer of Ship Management is Bjorn Sprott. Bjorn was previously based in Singapore with OSM. And rounding out the team at senior management is James Meir, who is our Chief Commercial Officer. And James and I are working quite closely together to try and enhance the service that we have and bring in more vessels to the company. Next slide, please. So there's a lot going on at the moment, and it's important that we remember who we are and what ITM, V ships and V group stand for. So it's, you know, we want to set high ethical standards. There's the word again, safety. Safety underpins everything that we do. We want to have scale and tailor solutions for clients that we have. And we want to be the best in class with the best people. I think everybody agrees with that. We want to be the best we possibly can with the best people. And that all goes to our values of we care, we collaborate, we challenge, we are consistent, and we commit and deliver. There's no point in caring, collaborating, challenging, and being consistent if we don't commit to that and deliver on our promise. And as you know, the V Group is a large organization now. We have roughly 44,000 seafarers. We operate in 30 countries from 60 offices and serve a total of 2,200 vessels at the moment. Next slide, please. So you may say, you know, what do these values mean for me and what do our clients expect from us? So care, we care. This is about bringing others along. This is about us looking after each other, both on board the ship and within the office. And all of us bring each other along. We need to build trust amongst each other. We need to collaborate. We all need to collaborate and communicate openly. This is a point in Farhad talking about the stop culture, making sure that we all talk about everything that's going on and not sweeping things under the carpet. We need to challenge each other. We need to come up with innovative ideas how we're going to actually drive the company forward. And we need to be consistent. And above all of that, we need to commit and deliver. We have to be consistent to be able to commit and deliver. And as you know, it's up to our greatest asset is you guys, the ship staff. You are our greatest asset. Without you, nothing gets done. Without you, there's no point in anybody else being ashore to support you. We are here to support you. It's not the other way around. We rely on you completely. Next slide, please, Karen. So where we are at the moment, the ITM Dubai fleet is currently at 50 vessels. We were 53. We've lost some vessels due to sale. We actually rejected one of our owners. We asked an owner to leave and take the ships away because they were wanting to trade those ships in Venezuela, which is something we can't do. So we're down to 50 vessels at the moment. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of things going on with new vessels, and I hope that we will be expanding throughout this year. I have a personal target to grow the company to 57 vessels this year. That's achievable. I hope to be able to do that with the help of everybody, with the help of the team. You know, as it's your consistent performance that helps us to impress the clients we have and gain new vessels. So thanks to everybody for what you do, and let's keep on doing it. Next slide, please. And just an example of where we are. So earlier this year, in January and February, we took in 3 Suezmaxes for JNMTC, 1 from Japan and 2 from China, and what was a very, very difficult situation. And hats off to the team who actually managed to get this all done through here. It was complicated. Everybody pulled together for this. We came up with innovative solutions to be able to get our guys on board the ships and to be able to get the ships repainted so they were for JNMTC. And that's very well done. It proved that we can all pull together as a team and achieve what we need to achieve to support each other. And if you're wondering why these ships are different colors for JNMTC, it's because they were built in different shipyards for originally different owners. So there was no chance to actually change the color of the hulls. So next slide, please. So just to round off, as I stressed, you know, our primary function at ITM is to support the vessel staff. You're the ones doing the dirty and difficult jobs. And all of us at ITM have been there in our own seagoing careers. I had a lot more hair in 1994. Next slide, please, Karen. So just rounding off, thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the rest of this seminar. I think it's going to be interesting. I hope you all find it interesting too. As I mentioned, and as was previously mentioned, we have an option for question and answers. You can type your questions in and we'll answer them to the best of our ability. And so until then, everybody stay safe and look after each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We are indeed grateful for the time you took for being with us to share the V Group top management structure, ITM team, ITM fleet, your anticipation towards growth of ITM fleet under your leadership, your thoughts, your experience, and motivational talk indeed. So once again, thank you, Chris, for being a part of this seminar.
Yeah, my pleasure, Rishi. And just to reiterate again, guys, we're all one team. We all need to work together to achieve what we want to do.
Great. Thank you, Chris, once again. We will move on as per the agenda, and I would request Chandra Mohan, Operations Director, ITM Dubai, to deliver performance excellence through resilience and safety leadership. Chandra Mohan.
Yeah, good morning. And nice to see so many people there attending our seminar. And I mean, it could have been much better if it was face-to-face, but situation doesn't allow us to do that. So maybe next year, I mean, we always have hope. Okay.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, Rishi. I think there's some technical.
Yeah, there seems to be. Farhad, may I request? I think, yeah, he's been logged out. Chandramohan. Yeah, he's back. Chandramohan, you're on the mute, please. You're on the
Sorry,
mute.
we had a blackout. We had a blackout.
All right, no worries.
The first time we had in Dubai, I think. But anyway, sorry about that. Okay, continuing. Yes, I am a chief engineer. I have been working here at ITM from 2000 as a superintendent, as fleet manager, and now operations director. Most of you all will know me because we have met over the years, and it's been great to work with all you guys. Next slide, please. Okay, I will not go much to it on this slide because as Chris has mentioned, he's already talked about it, but I'd like to say that we are one of the management arm of V Group, and we mainly operate tankers. So let's go to the next slide, please. At ITM, as said by everyone before me, safety is our #1 priority. We want everybody to be safe, the vessel to be safe, the cargo to be safe. Everything has to be safe for us. And that's how we want to work. And next, we see that no effort is too great and no detail is too small. So, for us, whatever effort we put in, it's not great. It is just that effort which is required. And we have to do it, we have to do it. Work also is not what one likes to do. A lot of people like to do something. They don't like some work which requires to be done. But we cannot work that way. We have to do the work, what is required, what is needed to do. This is quite important. Otherwise, the teamwork doesn't work. We also have to impress our customers, inspire everyone else everywhere, both across the organization and outside. So whatever work we do it much better than others. And that's what it's all about. So please, guys, we have to ensure that we give the best and the best. There's nothing below the best for us. Next slide, please. Karen, next slide.
I think it's already changed, Chandramohan.
Oh, okay, now it's come, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Our overall focus is to deliver a flawless service. Now, as you all know, a ship is primarily built to transport cargo. So we need the client to entrust us with this asset, or with operating this asset. And then we also need customers for the client, that is the charterers, oil majors, flag, to trust that we will operate the ships well. Now, we have two people here. One is a client, one is a customer. The client is the owner of the vessel. The customer is the charterer, oil majors, flags, etc. So please remember this. We have to first impress the charterers, the oil majors, flag, and then only the client gets impressed, and then the client gives us more vessels. And here, also, when we see that trust is a very critical word. So who are the guys who are getting this trust? It is based on your performance. Our colleagues on board working with the cargo safely are the ones who by their performance build this trust. So please, please remember this. It is your performance which builds this trust. And then in the office, we are tasked with supporting your operations on board. So whatever requirements are there to operate this vessel safely, we will provide you with. And when this synergy works well as a one management team, we will achieve flawless service. So the idea is to achieve flawless service delivery to our clients and to our customers so that we get more and more ships and more business. Next slide, please. Towards this, what is important for the client or customer? The vessel should be always tradable. That's #1. And how is it tradable? You should have good sire inspections. We should get good port state inspections, statutory certificates to be valid at all times. Our LTI should be 0. That is, we have to get no accidents, please. So we are at 0.29. We have to reduce these numbers. And then speed and consumption in compliance with the charter party. This is quite important because consumption and speed is money here. Maintain good cargo discharge rates at terminals. import timings to be advantageous to the owner, zero spills on deck and water, and we should have no critical overdues in our plant maintenance system, and closure of near misses, etc. This is quite important. These things all go towards good vessel tradability. Next slide, please. Continuing, it says minimal downtime due to repairs. So we need to eliminate or at least minimize all the downtime off hire unless it is planned with owners in advance. We do not want a vessel to stop at sea in a loaded condition so that, the owner loses money and we get a bad name from the customers. So that's quite important that we try to, and whenever we have a overhaul to be done, we must plan it so that it is in a ballast passage, etc. Then we should have a careful planning of a maintenance and general overhauls, because we have a planned maintenance system on board. So when we have this planned maintenance system, please work on it at least a month in advance, so that, or a month or two in advance, so that you know what is going to come in the future. And for that, you need to order spares, and they should be procured on time. So when you start your overhauls, you should have enough spares on board, and you should also minimize the number of requisitions so to be delivered on board your vessel. So because this is basically increasing the cost of shipping and delivery. The thing is also shipshore discipline. This is the data which is entered. I will be a little bit more on, I'll be going a little bit more on this in the other slides, but we need this data accurate, and so that we do not have any issues with the data which is coming from the ships. Next slide, please. Okay, now we come to the new legislation. Yes, in 2020, this was a very dark period. We had this compliance fuels coming in. We had a lot of challenges, and I know most of you all would have read about it, and some of you all would have experienced the bad fuels. So it's still continuing. We have to see how we can do this. There are challenges. I am not saying no. Next slide, please. So what are the challenges? You have poor stability, your short lifespan of this fuel, cold flow properties, your liner abrasive wear. But what to do? Go through this fuel analysis report line by line. It's mostly for the chief engineers, please. Please remember that this analysis report is quite important for you. Consume a part of the fuel as soon as an opportunity arises. Like as soon as you bunker, you will always have a good fuel on board. But try to use this fuel once you have the fuel analysis report, so that you know that the fuel is compatible and does not create any issues further on. Report any specification issues to the managers. Use this fuel first in, first out. Don't please hold back some amount of fuel in your tanks for, okay, I can use it after some time, because this fuel will go bad. If in some cases we can have additives, but a lot of owners don't like additives, especially like frontline. So please carry out onboard compatibility tests, that filter paper test, which is quite important. It'll tell you something about the fuel. We have onboard wax appearance test and WTT. Carry out under piston inspection. This is quite important, because you will know what's happening in your liners, what is happening in your piston, and is there any problems which you can note. And we require, like in the thing, we need the senior people to get into this carry out this under piston inspection, especially the second engineer and chief engineer, and because with their experience, they understand what is there. And carry out also the scrape down analysis, you can do it on board, and also once in 3 months, please land it for offshore analysis. Next slide, please. The next piece of legislation is IHM. I'd like to tell you all that we are in compliance now. All of our ships are certified, and we are doing the maintenance of IHM maintenance as well. So some of the ships we have third parties who have been contracted and who will be maintaining the records. Next slide, please. Greenhouse gases emission. This is going to be very, very, very hard. IMO has mandated. They say that by 2050 they want to get it down to 50%, and in 2023 it was supposed to be 20%. Now it's going up to 30%. So this is going to be a big legislation which is going to come in. So what are the current emission measures there? We have energy efficiency EEDI. This is a mandate of the 30% improvement in design performance depending on ship type and size after 2016, I think, built for the ships built after that. And ship energy efficiency management plan. This has been in operation now, but this will get also, we will have more increase, more strategy there. Fuel oil consumption data collection system. This is IMO DCS. This has been collected. All the data is being collected and has to be reported to IMO for all the ships above 5,000 gross tonnage. Next slide, please. This is again IMO DCS. Yes, we are in June. We have already submitted to IMO database, so we are compliant. But it's still further, it's going to go on. And there are a lot of regulations which are coming in. In the next slide, please. You then have this energy efficiency design index, EEXI, which is kicking in for us of 1st of January 2023. And this is also coming out for existing ships as well. So this will impose a requirement equivalent to phase 2 or phase 3 for all existing ships, regardless of year of build, as a one-off certification. And this will be verified by the administration. And when you have a new IEC issued, no later than first annual survey on or after 1st January 2023. We have another one, which is carbon intensity indicator, or that is annual efficiency ratio, which is also coming in for, and there will be a rating scheme where all cargo and cruise ships above 5,000 gross tonnage are given a rating of A to E every year. So there will be audits, there will be scrutiny on board as well. A strengthening of the SEEMP, that is, and the SEEMP will be enhanced to include mandatory content such as implementation plan and on how to achieve the CII targets. Because the basic idea is now the CII targets are required by even the banks, the lenders for buying, for this owners to buy the ships. Next slide, please. This is again coming to fuel consumption and fuel type, the DWT and distance travel. So this is the reason we are saying that we need the ship shore data to be very accurate. That is, what is our fuel consumption? We cannot have any adjustments. We cannot have, and the flow meter readings cannot be adjusted, etc. So it will be as per BDN as well. So please remember that whatever data you guys put in have to be accurate, and it has to be correct. And the distance traveled as well. Next slide, please. This is one thing which we are now implementing on board the ships, because we see that there is a plan in, I mean, we have water bottles going on board, 1.5 liter water bottles, 1 liter water bottles, which are going to be an issue in the future. So we have stated that as a company that we have to have a goal zero pollution from plastic waste to sea. And we are committed to continuously minimize the generation of shipboard waste, and especially the plastic. So please, guys, we are putting on board vessels, the filters, reverse osmosis plants as well, so that you have proper good drinking water. But we also understand that Sometimes some people state that, oh, this water is not good, etc. We are working on this. We have seen the group. We have reduced the number of water bottles being sent on board because you have onboard testing procedures. Please test the water which is there. If you still feel okay, it's not a thing, you can please land a sample of water to be tested to the shore facilities and then get it tested so you know exactly. What I can always tell you is what you get from shore is much, I mean, it's not so good as the water which is on board. So this is 100%. Please look into this. And when you see the test results which are coming in from the shore water and your water which is on board, you'll see the difference. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is again going back to safety. Now we all say that safety is quite important to us, but we see the drills, the abandoned ship drills. We have, as you can see from this slide, there's a lot of gaps there. The drills have to be done because I will show you on the next slide why it is important. And then we also see the responsibility for the abandoned ship drill. What we understand here is that it is the master's responsibility to carry out this drill. But we see in some ships, people are written as a safety officer, some people are written as chief officer. But friends, when you go on board, please ensure that it's the master's responsibility. And please change that responsibility in the ship shore. Next slide, please. The reason why I said this drills is quite important. This is one of our ships, which all of you all know what happened here. There wasn't enough time to also get away from the flames, from the heat. So unless you are prepared with these drills, sometimes you will miss some procedure and then your ship, you will be stuck on board. So please do not get into this situation where you're not able to release the lifeboats. There are issues. We have seen many issues where lifeboats could not be released. They're stuck there and the derricks are not going down as well. Please remember, in such instances, when you get, unfortunately, if you don't, I hope we don't get it there, but please understand that things have to move. The drills are quite important. Only that when you practice makes a man perfect. Please remember this words. Next slide, please. And thank you for listening all this while. So if you have some questions, please let us know.
Thank you, Chandra Mohan. Indeed, very, very interesting, and we are grateful for the time you took for being with us. Update on ITM Dubai, including overall focus to deliver flawless services. Your focus on what is important to our client was also very, very informative, Chandra Mohan. And thank you once again for sharing the new legislation in forces, especially the greenhouse gases emission and EEXI, that is Energy Efficiency Design Index for existing ships. I'm also quite happy to know about the company emphasis, and I'm sure everyone would be on the single-use plastics and action being taken by us as a company to implement this policy. Importance on carrying out the drills on board, very alarming, but indeed very interesting and very informative. So once again, thank you so much for sharing so much of your knowledge. We will move on. It's time for Q&A, question and answer session. As we informed earlier, there are a couple of ways you can write down your questions in your chat Q&A box, or you can raise your hand and we can unmute you so that you can speak to your panelists. You can share your knowledge in case you have any incident. This Q&A is pertaining to whatever has been shared so far, or you have any questions to our senior management. I see there's a question from Partha. Partha says, good morning, Partha, once again. What about the new takeover for ITM Indian officers? So ITM officers from India, this is what his question. So Chris, Chandramohan, would you like to take that and inform?
We have taken this 3 ships. I can answer that. We have taken over these 3 ships, and all these 3 ships, we have ITM Indian officers. But I'm not sure at present, because present nobody can travel, and there is a lot of issues in different ports for Indian people to travel. That's unfortunate.
Thank you. I think, yes, that's the answer everyone should be expecting. So good to know that, Chandramohan. We have another query from one of our anonymous seafarers attendees, but that is pertaining to crewing. I would suggest we defer this question, and this would be answered when we have the crewing presentation and our CMP with us to answer that. So any further questions pertaining to what our operations director, managing director shared so far? In case any one of you would like to share your experience, would it be regarding your experience on board your last vessel? I see Yuri has written, what about getting the water back, maybe in glass, because the ship's milled water has a big impact on the teeth. So Chandramohan, would you like to take that? Yuri, if I understand your question right, you are asking, what about getting the water back, maybe in glass? Because
I didn't get this question. I mean,
sure.
Can you repeat the question, Rishi?
Yeah, I think the question is not very clear. It says, what about getting the water back, maybe in glass, because the ship's milled water has a big impact on the teeth. Karen, yeah, sorry.
I don't think so, Rishi, because as we have said, we have tested this water. The group has got over 500 vessels, and we have been focusing on this. And there are many offices which have already stopped water. So please, we have to bring out this water bottles, and there's no impact. We are saying that please have it tested. We have no problems. You can go and test it. You can send it ashore. You have test kits on board. Have it tested, and you will see the results there. As far as I know, we have been. I mean, during my sailing days, we didn't have water bottles, but we still we drank waters made on board. But in today, we are giving reverse osmosis plants with enough things there on board, so there is no problems as such.
Absolutely, Chandramohan. Appreciate that we are open in case master vessel officers feel that water may not be. Please feel free to contact Master or Chief Engineer. Send it outwards for certain test reports, and we would be happy to do that. Yuri, you are unmuted. Would you like to speak? We have unmuted you. Would you like to speak your point of view? Chandramohan did mention that this is being tested. Would you like to speak? Hi, Yuri, you there? Just for information, you have been unmuted by our global admin team. No, it's okay. So I think, Chandramohan, that is quite a satisfactory that we have tested all these things, and definitely we have found. I have no microphone. No problem, Yuri. It's okay. Thank you. I hope your query is resolved with Chandramohan's reply.
Thank you, Rishi.
Yeah, thank you. We have a couple of more questions coming. Parag is saying ship show regarding ship show. Ship show is still not having inbuilt VMS completely sync. Chandramohan, would it be a right platform for you to take this regarding ship show not having built-in VMS sync?
No, it is built in. Ship show is still, everything is there, synced there. But maybe some vessels have some problems. I mean, it's not having the latest version on board, which we are now got the latest version in. So we have no issues with that. Anyway, if this has been brought up, we will look into this one.
Great. We have a couple of guys who have raised hand. Singaram, your hand is there and we have unmuted you. Would you like to speak to senior management? Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is Singaram Siva, second officer.
Please go ahead.
Please. Yes, sir. Sir, my small request is about changing of this RO filters. In one of my vessels, the filters have not been changed for about 6 months. So if it's possible to advise the vessels, like changing of filters to be done, like it is, I think it is 3 months, every 3 months. And possibly if it can be added in the PMS also, that will be very good idea also. So that's my request, sir.
Yes, that's a very good idea. We will get into a PMS, and these filters are supposed to be changed every 6 months. That is what has been told to us, and that's what the people, the manufacturer has given us, that thing. So if you can let me know later which ship is this, and I will take it up with the people there.
Oh, okay, sure, sir. Also, the crew have been requested to change the filter, but I don't know why it's not done. But just a small request, sir, from my side.
Sure. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Singaram, for voicing it out. We always like that. We also have Vitali, who has raised his hand. Paul and Karen, can we unmute Vitali, please?
Yep. Okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Vitali.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. So this sharing experience, I'm master of the VLCC from Catherine at home now. And sharing experience for the drinking water. The main issue we have with the shore staff who come to vessel and they ask it only bottled water. When we offered filtered water for them, they refuse. And they have the grounds for this question because during pandemic period, we have to offer the separate, isolated products, meals or something like that. If we offered them have share with the crew drinking point, this also raises a question to the vessel. That's why I think single-use plastic program will be full implemented only when pandemic completed. That's why you see we already stopped it, but we have to have the bottled water for visitors, which to be arranged for the galley provision and given to the shop people. Then I think you also met this question when vessel comes to Fujairah, and many shore staff, many visitors come to vessel. They ask it for the drink, and we have to supply them drinking water. Sometimes during hot weather, they consume too much. So at least 100 boxes, maybe for 1-2 months or 3 months, this to be in the boat and put on the galley provision stores. That's why, yeah, do not just take it into account. And another thing is my offer is in a visitor's letter in VMS to be added the phrase that the vessel has not bottled water to comply with this program, and we commit with this single-use plastic reducing. That's why we only producing the filtered. That when visitor come on the vessel, they already know that they will be offered with the drinking water filtered, not in a bottle.
Captain Vitali, thank you for this good things what you said. We also understand, yes, there must be some water bottles available, because we understand even when you go to Saudi Arabia, the pilots will demand, they will not, otherwise they will walk off. We understand this. So we have stated that you can keep some amount of water, but any shore staff coming from office or anywhere, I don't think we will ask you for a bottled water. We will drink what you drink. That's for sure. And For pandemic, I mean, I can always say, yes, pandemic demands a lot of things, but we have to see how best we can reduce the plastic out at sea, because we are seeing that oceans are getting polluted. So if we don't start working on that, we are not going to get there. And one time we may not have the fish as well, because the fish is also dying.
Yeah. Thank you. This is all from my side.
Yeah.
Thank you, Captain Vitali. We really appreciate you bringing it up. We also have one more hands up. So can we unmute Rustam Khan, please?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Rustam.
Yes, please. This regarding the filter of the vessel on the RO. Now, I was on last shift, which is no more in the management now, but the problem was there, which I would like to share with you. We say that we have 6 months filter changing frequency, but the water on board ship was so muddy that the filter which was put become clogged, and this thing very famous within very short time. So per ship, it will have to be looked into whether we have to cut that to 6 months, or the period can be lesser, because the water in that ship was very much muddy, and that is the reason why we used to use the bottled water. And now with this filter put in place, the filters used to get clogged and filters used to get dirty very fast. So in that case, we cannot wait for 6 months.
For sure, you cannot wait. For sure, you cannot wait for 6 months. If it's required to be changed, please have it changed. You have all the authority to get it changed.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We have quite a few questions coming with respect to COVID vaccine. Friends, we would be taking those questions during our crewing session. Chandramohan, we have another question pertaining to food and garbage from Rajinder Singh. He says, provision of freezer for food waste and garbage compactor on all vessels to reduce waste and manage food during long port stays. So I think that's a suggestion which is coming from Rajinder. So
it's a good thing, because we have put garbage compactors on all our vessels, but freezers on some vessels we do have, which we find which are on long anchorages. But it's a good question, and we will look into this provision of freezers, if it's possible. But it's again coming to like what capacity, how big. I mean, that some ships are stuck for 2 months, 3 months in the same place. So there's a lot of food waste, I understand. So we have to look into this one.
Thank you, Rajinder, for your suggestion. Definitely, we will try to incorporate. We have a lot of questions coming. Probably there's also a raised hand from Ved Prakash. Karen, I suppose you have already unmuted Ved Prakash. Mr. Prakash, please go ahead. We have our Managing Director and Operations Director to answer your queries. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning again, sir. Regarding again coming back to the filters, the issue of the filters, what we have noticed on board, we have installed the system on board, we have spare filters on board. Now the things come up, who is responsible to change the filter, because once the matter comes, it is discussed on board, so it became difficult to designate whether it's the fourth engineer should be designated, third engineer, second engineer, or chief engineer. This thing is nowhere mentioned. Just I would like to bring up this thing so that the people they are aware, they know that okay, in the routine we have to change the filters, and as per PMS, like other jobs are doing, they will delicately do this the change of filter also. There will be no issue regarding the change of filter and thing, because everybody is drinking water, but nobody want to change the filter. That is the main concern on board.
Okay, with Prakash, let me ask you a question. If this filter, because most of our households also have these kind of filters, who changes in our houses? It's a very nice question. I mean, I just wanted to have your answer for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the only simple thing, because Here the comparisons comes when the same thing even I told on board that it's a very simple thing, nothing is over there. Even I have myself changed the filters, it's not a big thing. But now thing is that when the times come, everybody see that there's a issue, but nobody want to do, they just escape. So that is the only concern. It's not a big thing that the changing filter is a big machinery to open and replace thing. It's a very simple procedure, just plug out the pipe and plug in. Only this is thing, but nobody want to take initiative in that.
Okay, we will try to put something in the PMS so that we put a responsibility. But in my opinion, it's a chief engineer. He's responsible for getting the filter changed. I mean, this is just a normal thing for me.
Yes, it's very simple. Like chief engineer can designate somebody, but sometimes it happens that there are a lot of job or something, they don't want to add up anything additional, and they says, okay, this boson can do, this OS can also do. Just saying is not the solution. If we designate, okay, this man is responsible, that okay, once he do, no third hand is coming, so there is no chances of damaging anything, because sometimes something break up and then nobody says that they have damaged it, and then everybody suffer because they are so, it's all plastic bodies, and something is there, if something damaged, the whole ship will suffer.
Okay, thank you. We will put it into PMS so that responsibility will be there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think very, very interesting going on, and we have a lot of questions still to answer. A couple of hands. I apologize. We are a little time bound, but nevertheless, we would answer all your questions. We would speak to all the hands being raised, but in the final Q&A. We will try to stick to our timings as far as possible. We have a 20 minutes of question and answer before we close this. In case that needs to be extended because of more queries, we would do that. But for this moment of time, we would move ahead as per the agenda. Please keep writing down your queries in the Q&A box. As I said, we will ensure each and every query is picked up before we leave today. Time for a quick break. So guys, we have something very interesting coming up in the next session too. We have Farhad giving what HSSE excellence means. We have Ramesh with preparing the vessel for third party. We also have PSC inspection by Mandeep, environmental compliance. Ship show usage, I see so many questions on ship show. Probably that moment of time it can be addressed. So let's take a quick break. Pick up a cup of tea, coffee, walk a little bit. It's not good to keep sitting for a long time at one place. I'm going to do the same. And we will see you guys in 14 minutes and 58 seconds. See you soon. Take care. can we stop the music, please? Thank you very much, Karen. Don't start the break again from 15 minutes. All right, guys, welcome back. I think when we are in virtual sessions, strongly suggest during such breaks, get up, walk around, stretch a bit, drink some water, keep hydrated. These are some important things probably we need to do. I'm sure you guys are doing. I just thought it's good to address them. Before we move, I think very, very interesting session to follow now. To start, I would ask Farhad. Farhad is HSCQ manager and the DPA from ITM Dubai, and he's going to speak on what HSSE excellence means in practice. Farhad, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Rashid. Thanks a lot, and welcome back to everybody. This is, of course, we've been, the time, as I said, is in essence over here. One moment, my computer is giving a little issue. 1 second. Okay, got it. Yeah, all right. So welcome back. And again, to reiterate, number one priority is safety. And as Mr. Curtin mentioned, Chandramohan mentioned, we'd like to reiterate that. At the same time, ethical standards of working and being consistent. Now, moving forward with what is HSSE excellence slides, that's my experience. We can go ahead though. Where are we today? That's the important thing. And we all know that whether on board the ship, in the ashore, in every industry, we face challenges daily. And of course, with those challenges, it's how we deal with those challenges. And there have been lots of successes here in ITM or the group in many areas. If you see the number of ships that we operate, the number of operations that we do, and comparatively, yes, there has been a lot of success and our safety records are good. However, there's always scope for improvement, as we all know. And the incidents, occurrences, inspections that may not go as well. Most inspections do go well, some inspections may not. So there's always area for improvement, and the importance, again, of emphasis on good leadership in driving improvements, basically supporting each other, supporting our colleagues. We are here, all of us are here to support each other, whether on board, people who are on the sharp end, actually operating the ships, and us who are here who support our colleagues on board from the office, as even Mr. Curtin mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this whole thing is, this whole presentation over here now is about, a reminder. Yeah, we are doing many things. However, there are areas where we can improve, where we need to do things. And this whole presentation is just mainly about reminders of what we are doing and what we can do from a health, safety, and environment perspective. So where we are today, as we mentioned, about the challenges. Now we move on to the culture. As we had a safety culture survey recently for all our colleagues on board, there is a poll question, a quick poll question on whether you were actually able to speak up, as we talked about in the safety moment, and challenge any unsafe condition or act. So it's important that we are able to speak up. It is the culture, the safety culture that we have actually developed on board in the office, in the company as a whole, is important. So there are various areas where we see, or often we find, a broken safety culture, which generally causes disasters, incidents, accidents, and whatever have we. Is one of them is fear. As it was mentioned even in the safety movement, that we should not have the fear to politely question or any unsafe act or unsafe condition. We'll see more on that later on. Then we talk about ineffective leadership. Remember, we are all leaders over here. Each and every one of us is a leader, especially when it comes to safety, safe operations of our ships. And yes, we always need to work towards avoiding any non-compliances with rules, regulations. You know, the shipping industry has a lot of rules, regulations set, some standards set by the IMO, by class, etc., etc., etc. So we have to be in compliance as we are inspected, audited, and obviously these rules and regulations are for the safety of the ship, as we know so less, and safety of our people, our colleagues on board. So, of course, there could be sometimes competence failures, but that has to be addressed accordingly by training. Miscommunication, often we see that it is probably miscommunication or situational awareness where things can go wrong. Yeah, profit before safety, that's what we definitely say is a no-no. But yeah, our clients, our owners, they are operating ships as a business. And yes, by operating the ship safely and efficiently, we encourage, they would do well, we would do well, and all of us would do well in turn. And, you know, it's so important in today's world with all this pandemic and all that, it's so important that we make sure we do well and safely, or safely and efficiently, so that we have our ships operated safely, efficiently, and are always employed. And of course, the buddy system, important that we talk to each other, we share things with each other, we know, support each other, as it was previously mentioned on the previous slides. You could go on, move on, please. Oh, before we move on, sorry, I missed the results of the poll is yes, agree, which is very good, 88%. Well, there are some still where somewhat agree and somewhat disagree. And this is where we need to cover this gap. And this should be a culture, a standard set across the whole company. Every one of us, all of us on board the ship, and even anywhere, any person working in the company. So yeah, we see this. Thanks for this open feedback. And it's good to see that 88% agree. However, that 12% that don't agree, that means we need to address those gaps. And we are here to support in any way. Please move on to the next slide. Yeah. Some themes, of course, shortcuts may not be in any wrong intention. As often we see in the shipping industry, it's known that sometimes shortcuts have been taken. However, these shortcuts may not have been in bad intentions, but shortcuts are costly. Shortcuts can lead to disasters, can lead to incidents, accidents. So definitely no shortcuts. Always evaluate the risks. Think before we do something. Yeah, it's important that we develop this safety culture across the whole board, across all our ships. And this is, as I said, this presentation has a lot of reminders on this. So please, when you go back on your next vessel, remember this. Again, behavior under stress, everybody behaves differently under stress. And it's important to have that personal resilience and resilience as a company with all of us on board, in the office, everywhere. Is that how, if something should happen, how we, again, bounce back, how we come back from it. Next slide, please. Okay. Safety first. We've been talking about safety since morning, and even when we go on board the ship. In fact, all the inspections, whether it is a wetting inspection, audits, internal audits, to see how the ship is operated and that it is operated safely. Yeah, we know that each one feels that, but yet there sometimes could be areas where we need to improve, and that's where all this comes into place. Yeah, obviously, if we have that mindset across, there are great benefits, whether it is personal, domestic, commercial, as we had talked about. And it's important that we look for weak signals. You'll see more on that as we go by through the presentations in the day. It's important that we look for these weak signals and correct it. And of course, again, as it was mentioned, teamwork is the key to deal with challenges. with supervising, mentoring, everything. Please, oh yeah. The poll is, do you recollect an occasion when you or your colleagues actually challenged an unsafe act or risk that could have resulted in an occurrence? We see over here that 49% sometimes, 9% never, and 43% often. We would have liked to see that this is, often would be almost, you can say 100% or close to that. But yeah, thanks for sharing your honest opinion. And we need, as leaders, again, when we go back on board the ship, even we, when we do visit the ships and all, that we encourage everybody to speak up or challenge an unsafe act. Because as we mentioned earlier, that there's always someone who knows or who knew it. And that could have saved an incident, that could have saved us from a huge disaster. So please, when we go back, encourage all our colleagues, pass this message on that we talk about over here at the webinars. Next slide, please. Yeah, going forward, we cannot not talk about the where we stand today, as it says, where we stand with HSSE excellence. So yeah, just a quick one. We see on the group side, there has been increases in the injuries, which is lost time and total recallable case frequencies. Incidents are almost the same. Leading events, there has been an improvement across the group. However, talking about ITM, we basically benchmark our figures with the group, as it's a good thing to benchmark. So we know where we stand and where we need to improve. However, coming to ITM, to our all our vessels that we manage, if you can see the injuries in this 1Q of our first quarter of 2021 has gone up with the lost time case frequencies because of one injury, and the total recallable has come down slowly. However, having said this, there were 4 first aid cases, which, injuries to our colleagues, which could have easily been avoided. We'll talk more on that when we come to the incident presentation. However, the incident rate, there were 2 occurrences. One was minor, one was a power failure. So that's why we are at 0.46. The important thing is unsafe acts and unsafe conditions, as we call it, leading events. Here we were at 6.3 last year, and thank you to all our colleagues on board for taking the interest in this and for reporting it. However, this year we were in the first quarter at 6.04. However, to let you know, there has been an increase in that. So it's important that everybody, again, speaks up, stops the job, and corrects things and reports this. Why reporting? We'll come to see that later on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is just to show you what it looks like when we get this new database from ShipShow. So the importance of entering correct data in ShipShow, and this is how we get it with a breakdown on, for example, this one is on injuries and which body parts are affected. What were the accidents like, mainly involving slips, trips, and falls, injuries that were resulted in cuts, bruises, fractures, dislocation, and the important thing, the learning part, is the root cause, which was basically due to a poor judgment or inadequate risks. The risks were not evaluated, and even familiarization. So in short, situational awareness. Are we maintaining situational awareness? And if it's not, and obviously people are not familiar, a mental quick risk assessment, as these are the dangers, these are the measures I put in place. If that's not done, then obviously, and this is all the data, which the feedback that has been given by all our colleagues on board. Next slide, please. Yeah, leading events breakdown by that we get, again, database from our database, and that's the feedback information that has been put in by all our colleagues on board only. Is, again, if you see unsafe acts and unsafe conditions, unsafe acts, it's mainly failure to wear PPE. Now, PPE is the last barrier. We have to use it. It's there for us to use. So don't let go. Always make sure your PPE is proper. If you have any concerns, raise it up with your the senior management on board. Make sure that you have the proper PPE, and all our colleagues are using proper PPE before doing any job. Of course, it's ship operation, as you see, deck and engine room. That's where mainly the work goes on. Highest number of leading events are towards injury and again mechanical damage, fire, pollution. However, again, root causes, lack of experience, inadequate practice, risks not evaluated, and procedures not followed. Next slide, please. Incidents, just a snapshot of what we had in 2020. I won't dwell more on everything, but to give it a short brief is that the main incidents were, the serious incident that we had was a spill to sea. As we all know, spill to seas is a no-no. We do not want, our goal is to have 0 spills to seas, means no spills to seas, obviously. And the next was on a loss of anchor that happened just before entering the Suez Canal. Luckily, it did not happen in the canal. If proper procedures followed, people were paying attention, and there was, again, over there were just 2 people. If help had been requested and there were adequate people over there to man the anchor stations when adjusting the anchor, probably that wouldn't have happened. Of course, there were other causes that was circulated later. Talking about mooring incidents, we all know that they are very serious and could have serious consequences, serious injuries. People have lost their lives. So there's a lot of work gone on to moorings, having, the SDMBL worked out correctly and the brake rendering point set correctly. So these things are very important, do not take it lightly, as we do not want any incidents or injuries. Luckily, there were no injuries as a result of these mooring wires or mooring rope tails parting, and God forbid there's ever one. So we need to take care, we need to take appropriate action. Next slide, please. We've got a couple of slides packed up over here just to reiterate, remind everybody as to what we're doing. Talking about high-low, I think there is the high-low, that's high severity, low frequency. This is actually a company that analyzes all our unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, and even near misses. And this is used to actually identify where we need to focus on, where we need to put our energy on, and not the lagging events. Lagging events, by what is meant is that where not only that, be reactive to an incident, like what normally used to happen in the shipping industry. It's about being proactive, being able to work on these leading events and knowing it, making people aware, being more alert and avoiding this. Like in this, over the last end of 2020, these were the main leading events, the highest contributing events, so to say, which was a confined space, fire in engine room in line with our fire safety campaign, failure of the bridge team management, and third-party action in action. Now, when we talk about failure of the bridge team management, thank you for all the feedback that we've been getting on this. And previously, very, very few or maybe no near miss reports or unsafe conditions acts were reported. But now we are seeing that with navigation too. And we know that there often are unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, not with the point of blaming anyone, but the whole thing is about learning from this. The whole thing is about spreading awareness. And that is what is important. And of course, for tankers, the most common leading events were ignition sources and hazard, poor housekeeping in machinery spaces, and enclosed space non-compliance. Just a reminder, we know what happened a couple of years back where 2 of the colleagues in the group actually went down into a tank and lost their lives. They had small children and never made it back to their families. So we would like, again, all our colleagues to make it back and to come back home after a well-earned contract and back to your family to enjoy your holidays and rest period. Next slide, please. Just click on that. Yeah, get the whole thing up. Yeah, just a quick reminder, safety catch of the month. You can keep moving on, please. Safety catch of the month, as we all know, the company is strongly advocating this. It's important that all our colleagues who report such safety catches, again, with incident sharing, with sharing information with our colleagues and actually stopping an unsafe job or unsafe act is very, very important as we talk about leading events, that we tackle leading events, that we tackle things before an actual event happens. And in view of this, of course, as we all know, a reminder that the winning reporter shall receive a cash award of $100 and a certificate of appreciation from our managing director, who also takes very keen interest in this and actually reviews and puts his comments for each of the safety catch that has been awarded. And yeah, so you can imagine, and and that just a message across that it is the importance is given at the highest level. Next slide, please. Move on, Karen. You can keep putting out all the points. Yeah. While people answer the poll question, that is PIMS meetings, are they actually taking place? And who used to conduct the PIMS meetings on board your last vessel? Would like to see your honest feedback. In the meantime, yes, Partners in Maritime Safety, initiated by one of the oil majors, that's Shell, but even the group where we look at Partners in Maritime Safety and actually have implemented another additional meeting. I know initially it was that, oh, we have to have another meeting. However, it's important that these meetings take place, that people interact, that various feedback is given from our colleagues, because people who are actually operating the ship, your feedback is most important to us. And having said that, it's important, and we can use these modules, the reflective learning engagement tools, care for people, these help us to use these topics during those discussions, address any topic that you feel on board may be a concern. So it's up to the shipboard management team, it's up to all our colleagues on board to see where there is an area and discuss that. Use these meetings as an opportunity to make sure we operate our ships safely, efficiently, and for care for our people. It's a shared goal, shared focus areas, and it's, as it's mentioned, care for our people. I won't dwell too much, but this Partners in Maritime Safety also requires senior leadership visits, where we otherwise now in this day and age on MS Teams, through video conferencing, or can talk to our colleagues on board, also visit the ships where possible. Then there are tools like reflective learning modules and learning engagement tools, which are used. And finally, care for people and how we can be resilient, how we can even, okay, things happen. If they do happen, then how we come back of it, and always work to avoiding any incidents. Yeah, the poll answers are up. Yes, the meetings are actually done, which is very good. And thank you for all your efforts and for participation. 6% no, and we hope that the 6% of the people also experience this during their next tenure on board. And it's good to get this feedback so we know where we stand. And we see most of this are done by the master, or a few by the chief engineer, which is very good. Some by the chief officer, second engineer, very few, second officer, again few, and third officer. Okay, thanks for this honest feedback. And Paul, what we have requested actually in every month that we circulate this, that an officer or a safety ambassador is chosen on board, preferably one of our junior officers who can conduct this meeting with the support of the master and the chief engineer, and preferably for our junior officers to conduct these meetings, so that one day when they become senior officers soon, that they will be fully embedded into it. So we would request, we would like, thanks for this poll, and we'll see how we can emphasize more on that. Next slide, please. Yeah, come home safe again, to remind us all. Lives could be shattered with one single mistake. Now, this diary is there with everyone on board. If not, please make sure you have this diary and actually use it. We'll see what comes up in the poll over here, get an idea. It's important that we get your feedback instead of me only just talking here. And everybody makes mistakes. We know that it's never done intentionally. Again, shortcuts, normally out at sea, we know it's not done intentionally, but it's done in the best interest, but that is not the right way. That is not the appropriate way to do things, Yeah, so it's up to the colleagues, supervisors, show management, inspectors, surveyors. We all make mistakes. Again, the safety culture, the atmosphere on board should be such where people feel empowered to report any unsafe acts or conditions. And yes, to all our senior officers, to the shipboard management teams, it is our request and our requirement that you must be receptive to such reports. Oh, that's a very good score. 96% of the people actually using it. So that's really nice. And thank you for your feedback and good to know this. Next slide, please, Karen. We can close the poll. Yeah. Coming down to port state control inspections, as we know the seriousness. Now, this will be talked on more later on by my colleague, Captain Mandeep. However, just to give you a snapshot of where we stand, is that, yeah, there were some detentions, unfortunately, in the group over the past couple of months. Yeah, PSE detention is taken very seriously. Now, we in ITM and all of us are sailing on tankers. As we know, the consequences of a detention are adverse, with even putting a ship on hold and not having employment, So it's important that we are prepared at all times and we deal with the inspectors appropriately and ensure that we have zero detentions and preferably no deficiencies too. Now, we all know it varies from tonnage to tonnage, etc. But yeah, we need to make every effort. We are here to support you in whichever way it can be. And the shipboard management team should support all the rest of the colleagues. PSE deficiency rate has come down from what it was in 2019, 0.9 to 0.74 to 0.12. However, again, we know that a lot of PSE inspections are being done remotely, and that will be talked about more later on. Detentions were nil in 2020, 2021, but in 2019, we did have one, unfortunately, and that's where we need to be alert. We need to report any areas of concern, discuss this with our colleagues ashore, discuss this and vice versa, and make sure it's corrected before the ship goes into the port. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just a quick review of how we get the data over here, which areas, and this is also all this data, just to let you know, is circulated to all the vessels, and every quarter we will recirculate it to all the ships. So this is there on board. Just to give you a quick snapshot, these are the areas that have come up in 2020, which safety management being the highest, and even included certification, general appearance, and even there was one on maritime security, pollution prevention. So we need to work on this, make sure that we make things are corrected well before. If there is an issue, yes, sometimes there could be mechanical failures or something that can happen. It's shipping ships to ships. Then that needs to be reported appropriately, of course, to us over here, as we are all a team, and to even the appropriate authorities that we can take that call at that time. So this is the thing, and yeah, definitely code 17 is before departure. I know often PSE inspectors do tend to give this code, and we need to make sure those deficiencies are corrected. There were quite a high number in 2019, reduced in 2020, and 0 in 2021, which is good. Keep it up to all our colleagues, and well done, and keep this up. We cannot afford to have a detention. Next slide, please. Yeah, coming to that, then talking about inspections, PSE inspections, audits, we have a number of self-inspections, self-audits. Again, this is a reminder to all our colleagues that when you go back on board, make sure that when these self-audits are done, like navigation self-assessments, cargo assessments, engine room assessments, MLC audits, etc. They are done robustly, they are done properly, and do not shy away from raising any concerns. If there is a deficiency found, please bring it up. It's a self-audit. If we corrected ourselves, we would obviously have better and more fruitful, better external inspections with PSC or vetting or whatever have we. So don't be afraid to report any problems and allow risk normalization. It's always been like that. The company already knows about it. Don't go with that attitude. We need to bring it up, use these self-audits so that we have more, better external audits and we don't get into trouble over there with any external parties. Yep, just wait for the poll on this one. Have you received any results, Karen? Oh, on board self-inspections are used and use of the checklist. Are these being carried out in line with the requirements? Your factual feedback would be appreciated. And yes, we have got a very positive feedback of 98%, which is very good to know. Yet there is a little gap there. And we would again encourage everybody in this direction that be open. It's a self-audit. Let's correct ourselves by ourselves so that external parties, when they come, they see a lot better. Checklists provided to complete the self-inspection audits. Are they good? Challenging difficulties faced? And it's good to see that, yes, people are appreciating this checklist. The checklist, which would indicate are actually used, which is basically checklists are a reminder. They are a reminder to us that we need to use these checklists to make sure we are going in the right direction. We've not missed out any points, and also our personal experience and experience on board the ships. Yeah, I know challenging, yes, checklist after checklist. We ourselves do not want too many checklists, but it's important that we use these checklists appropriately and they're looked at positively, which is a good result. Thank you. Moving, can we move on to the next slide, please? HSSE cannot go without environment. So yes, we all know the importance of environment. That will be discussed again more in detail in another presentation, another session. However, please be reminded, again, no shortcuts. We cannot, you cannot, none of us can afford to have these huge penalties that are given by the, like say, for example, the US Coast Guard or even in any other place for any violations with regard to environments or violations with regard to compliance with environment requirements. And of course, as we know, there have also been in the recent past jail sentences being given to people who have actually and deliberately violated. So please be careful. This is important that this message is passed on also to all on board the ship. And if anybody sees anything unsafe or something that could lead to that, please bring it up to your colleagues on board, the senior management, who even bring it up to us. We are always there to support you in any other way, but let's do it the right way every time. Next slide, please, Kel. Just a quick reminder on the company campaigns and well-being we already talked about, but the company campaigns, fire safety, navigation, which we talk about, leading events, which is being circulated, use this information to avoid similar occurrences, to reduce any or have no incidents with navigation, because navigation incidents have serious consequences. We talk more on that. Same with accidents, safety catch of the month, and the CRM PIMS meetings, partners in maritime safety meetings that we do every month. Of course, during these COVID times, looking out for one another is more important than ever. Next slide, please. Remember, you are all safety leaders. The culture is the shadow of the leader, and we are all safety leaders. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. And I think we can go on to the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Farhad. Very, very, very interesting. A lot of giveaways, and I'm sure people must have been, not aware of quite a few things what we've shared. We have a couple of questions coming in, Farhad, but we would be taking in a dedicated Q&A session scheduled later. But For this time, I would like to invite Ramesh, without wasting much time. So Ramesh, wedding manager, he's going to speak to us on preparing the vessel for third party. Ramesh, all yours.
Thanks, Rishi. Thank you so much. And once again, a warm welcome to all on board. For some of you who may not know me, I'm a barber cadet, joined ITM later on as chief mate and sailed mostly on Bergeson and frontline tankers. And then back to office as Marine Superintendent in 2006 and subsequently promoted to wedding manager and continuing since 2012. For many of us who may know me very well as well. So once again, it's a warm welcome for everyone. Next slide, please. Yeah. Everyone knows why sire inspections are required. I believe it's a ticket for trade. Without a sire, a tanker vessel cannot be cleared for business. I think there's a poll going on as well. So give 30 seconds.
Can we request all the participants to please fill up the poll questions? Thank you. Ramesh,
Thank you so much. Thank you. So coming back, for some of you who may be new in the rank, in the junior officers rank, this sire criteria, OKIM, came up in somewhere in 1993 due to various tanker incidents and pollution incidents. So overall, we have seen this OCMF has contributed very well towards reducing accidents, incidents, and also safe operations of vessels, which is more important at any given time. So if the bottom line is very clear, if you have a good sire report in the system, it's ticket to trade. That means the ship is going to be cleared, owners are going to make money. If the report is not good, ship is not going to get cleared. It's a very simple aspect. So we need an excellent team effort in getting across our vessel being cleared by oil majors. Next slide, please. Yeah. So are we a good tanker manager? Well, I don't know, honestly speaking. I cannot comment about us being sitting in ITM office, but the others, the outside world are saying that we are a good tanker manager. That's what the records in the oil major databases say, that we are a good manager. And if you find our average findings this year is good, but we still need to go a long way, because according to my theory or to our collective understanding is we should not be getting more than one observation. 0 is preferred, but 1. But of course, our KPI is 2.7. So when you compare to KPI, we are still okay for that. Average high-risk findings are 0.22 per inspection. That means some ships may not even get a high-risk finding during their inspections. Average inspection risk, that means it takes into account all the low, medium, high risk and calculates what will be the risk for that sire inspection. So which is 6.22, it is good, but we can reach up to 5. Means it's for sure there are no high risk observations in the report. But if you see on the left-hand side, you could see some bars there, like 10.07, 3.05. So if you see some of those high-risk observations are in red and the medium is in kind of between orange and yellow. So as long as the report is not having any high-risk observations, the clearance will be very easy. Suppose if we have high-risk observations, then many of you know that we do come across or send a lot of questions as to why the high risk observations came in. But are we preparing our ships? Yes, I think we are preparing very well. There's the checklist which comes to you all at least a month before inspections. Diligently, the staff on board or checking all these questions, and then masters, chief engineers are coming back. We are also having a conference calls, additional calls from my end as well goes for critical inspections and oil majors. We are sending the list of observations on a monthly basis for you all to check. Further high-risk observations are also collected and sent every quarter for checking on board and coming back to us if you're in compliance or not. So there's a huge effort which is going on, and that is what is reflecting in the findings and the performance. So the performance of our colleagues at sea has to be really appreciated, and this is one of the platforms where we extend our appreciation and support. Please keep up the good work as what ITM is being known for. Next slide, please. So, SIRE observation challenges. Some high-risk category questions which we put up on the board. Why we are putting these few questions is because these questions have a tendency to repeat during inspections. It may not be on the same ship, it could be on a different ship. This is something which we need to go back and reflect while we are sitting at home or probably on board the vessels as to why I should be unable to explain the questions on EGDIS, or why am I not able to start the emergency generator using spring start mechanism? Why am I not able to explain or why am I not familiar with waterman's fire extinguishing system? This is something we individuals need to think. At the same time, the support has to be given by the senior management in identifying the challenges what the people are facing, and then how do we mitigate it? Probably by giving extra training, making the people to read through the procedures, the manufacturer's requirements, and probably some kind of an additional training. Not only training, we are coming to a level where we identify the challenges, we give some training, but what we are lacking at the moment is we are not going back and verifying it. Probably call the staff a couple of days later and ask them to start emergency generator, ask them to explain how this fire extinguishing system is performing, or how do we need to operate it. Until and unless we don't get to that verifying the facts, it will be difficult to train the people. Even in exams, when you're in schools, we are getting the questions, we are answering, and somebody is correcting those questions and then grading us as to how well we have executed our exams. So that is something which the senior management has to focus, and that should be one of your takeaways when you leave this seminar. When you go back to the ships, it's not only identifying things, but fixing it, and at the same time, verify it again so that it doesn't happen. Rest hour non-compliance also comes, time to time. The fact always comes to us is it was not planned very well, or suddenly the port rotation changes. But in any case, this has to be addressed. This has to be properly planned by the senior management. And at the same time, if any of the vessel is unable to comply, then that's the time you need to get back to us, and then we will be in a position to support you. Finally, the statutory regulations, anything on LSA, FFA, they all fall under high risk category, and at the same time, they also fall under PSC detainable category. So we have to ensure that we don't have such observations on board of vessels. Next slide, please. Okay. Everybody has been talking about pandemic. The COVID is still raging in many parts of the world. So what challenges are we facing as far as sire inspections are concerned? Terminals are not giving permission in many of the countries. Safety of our staff on board. There's always a possibility of contracting the virus. Then there is remote sire inspection. Some of you may have undergone remote sire inspection, which requires a lot of help from the masters, chief officers, chief engineers in getting the documents to us so that we could upload in the system. And then the sire inspector chooses a day when the ship is in the port and carries out the remote verification. That takes about 4 or 5 hours of video calls, usually on WhatsApp, or it could be any other medium. And the inspection gets over. So we have done about 14 remote sire inspections on some of our vessels. But there is also a drawback on remote sire. Some oil majors are not preferring. And what is the other challenge what we are facing now is, since we are not able to get sire inspections done, the sire report in the system is getting old, in the sense, although OKIM has extended it from 6 months to 12 months, but there are challenges coming from traders and some oil majors who say that the ship needs to have a new report in the system, as if completely forgetting that everybody is in the pandemic and facing challenges. So that's how the traders are going to be. So we are doing our best, liaising with agents, with terminals, oil majors, with owners, brokers, charterers. See, wherever there is a possibility, we are trying to arrange sire, and many of the vessels are undergoing sire inspections at various places in the world. But there are few vessels which has a challenge in getting, probably because of the trading pattern. Next slide, please. Okay, so what risk mitigation are we following for this pandemic? So always we are following onboard COVID protocol, which is listed out in our safety management system. We are coming back to you all with inspectors' health declaration. It comes as a checklist. This is signed. There is one issue which inspectors are not mentioning these days, is whether they are fully vaccinated or not. I know that some inspectors do declare in the declaration that, yes, I am fully vaccinated. So this gives a bit of comfort to the masters and the staff on board that at least the person who's there is vaccinated, but that doesn't ensure that virus cannot be transmitted. There is still a possibility in the medical world that even if you get fully vaccinated, there are chances that you can get COVID. So idea is mask up all the time, ensure a safe distance is maintained, and carry out. We are also supporting the colleagues at sea by uploading some of the documents in the site so that it reduces the time the inspectors spend on board. But again, it's a case-by-case basis and differs from oil major to oil major. And last but not the least, whenever you are undertaking crew changes, please ensure that national and international requirements are met so that we do not have the risk of contracting the virus on board. Next slide, please. So what's new? I don't know if you all know about this, but perhaps many of you may not know as well. Next slide, please. Sire is undergoing a complete transformation as we are speaking now. There is a new system which is going to come into effect in 2022, probably around the first quarter or maybe after the first quarter 2022. So what is being done? They have made complete different changes to the way in which sire inspections are going to take place from next year. Trials are going to start from September, so we will have some information probably towards the end of the year as to how this is all going to come up in the sire inspections. So what's new? Pretty much simple. They're going to include the human factors into the questions. So whenever we put in a request for a ship, the inspecting company is going to generate a report. So this report will be specific to your vessel, meaning the report will take into consideration the past few reports and identify the areas of weakness on that ship. It could be human, it could be vessel, it could be procedures, and then there could be more questions coming, taking those observations into considerations. What is this human factors? Everybody from time immemorial says 85% of the incidents are taking place because of human, but that's a generalized version as what we see. But what is actually prompting incidents is probably bad procedures. It could be the way in which the construction of the vessel, or there could be issues on the machinery, there could be issues on the construction of the vessel, the way in which the ship is, ergonomics of the machinery. There are lots of factors coming into play. It's not just the blame on the crew. No, that's not correct. So SIRE and OCIMP is actually taking these aspects into considerations, and a separate questions will be developed or in the process of developing to look into all these aspects and see if that vessel has got observations. So what is going to be our takeaway is inspectors in all possibility will be using intrinsically safe tablets during the inspections. So for each VIQ question with a human factor perspective, inspectors will be prompted to provide objective. So that means the inspector has to justify as to why he is giving an observation on human factor. Where a task is not effectively carried out, especially enclosed space entries, hot works, so many other aspects, there will be an observation made. Now, photographs, I've kept it on as a question mark because what we hear, it's contracting, but what we are hearing is OCIMP will also consider taking photographs of whenever an observation is made. So a picture speaks 1,000 words. So in this case, there's going to be no way in which we can go around in circles for giving the responses. So the picture will tell the oil majors that this observation is completely valid and the ship is not up to the mark. So it becomes, you know, the vetting superintendent's job much easier in taking a rational decision as to whether the ship is good for their business or not. So that means we need to buck up. A lot of efforts are going to be needed from our end to prepare the ship, to prepare us, and finally, how we are going to respond to those observations. So it's not going to be easy. It's a challenge. But when we see that it's a challenge, it's obviously we consider it as an issue where we can learn, we can improve. And every challenge we consider here in ITM as an opportunity to improve, an opportunity to get more ships because of good SIRE reports in the system, good name in the market, and at the same time, run the ships without failure. That's more critical to us. At the end of the day, the ship owner requires to smile all the way down to the bank. So that means we need to ensure that operations are done as safely as possible, complying with the requirements which is given in the safety management system, effectively identify the staff on board as to who will be able to answer the questions well. We know very well at times the inspectors also have a high hand in not telling clearly what he or she wants from the ship staff. And there are at times where we do misunderstand the questions and then we start giving some irrational answers. But finally, if and when a question has been thrown across and we don't understand the question, we have the full right to ask the inspector to repeat it very slowly. If language is going to be an issue, or if you need a little bit of more time to see what the inspector is asking, so that additional time will give you some, opportunity to rethink the answer and what will be the best answer to give to the inspector. It's perfectly legal that you can ask once, twice if you don't understand the question. But please do not give the answer that I don't know, or, it's not in our procedures. Even if you don't know, you say that I don't know now, but I can get back to you with an answer. It's perfectly legal. As long as these are all done, the inspector, in all probability, should not, or even if he makes an observation, he will probably add on a substance or a sentence saying that the second officer or a third engineer went ahead and found the answer and came back. So something like this will come. Even if the inspector doesn't write that, the master has the liberty to put that into records in the list of observations when it comes for a signature. Masters or actually you can comment on the corrective actions which you have done on the list of observations, because it goes into the system. But at the same time, there are times where we are a bit helpless whenever the inspector is going a little bit hard, but that doesn't mean that we will end up with a bad inspection. A good inspection means a good team effort. At the same time, how we manage the inspections on board is critical. How the shipboard management team gets into a good vibe with the inspectors. It's really, really critical that we establish good relationship right from the beginning. Means we don't argue unnecessarily, but at the same time, we need to make our point across if there is an observation which is not correct. There are ways and means how we can tell this to the inspector without offending him or her. That's extremely critical for the SIRE inspections to go well. Next slide, please. Yeah. Any questions can be brought up.
Thank you so much, Ramesh, for highlighting, among other things, very interesting to see what challenges are being faced during site inspections and special concentration on pandemic challenges when site inspection is happening. And good to know 14 remote site inspections have been carried out successfully by ITM Dubai. And thanks again for sharing the risk mitigation to this, which you mentioned, including mask up, safe distance, and other things. Also appreciate and thanks for informing everyone regarding SIRE going complete transformation, and new system will come into effect somewhere in 2022. This is new SIRE 2.0, where human factor perspective and use of intrinsically safe tablets, etc., are going to be a few things which will be highlighted. Thank you again, Ramesh. Before we go ahead with the Q&A, there is a short poll. Karen, can we have that on the screen, please? Thank you. VIQ 5.23, cargo watch officers were unable to demonstrate the calibration of portable gas meters and scope oxygen analyzer. What kind of risk is this? We have 200 plus people. May I request everyone to participate in such polls, please? So is this a low risk, medium risk, high risk, or none of it? There's no risk involved. So please come up with your reply. And then I would request Ramesh to discuss that, please, before we move. Ramesh,
Yeah, it's pretty good that both the observations are actually high risk. And we see 91, 92% of the respondents have said it's a high risk, which is pretty good to me, because we are actually happy in seeing that the awareness has improved on board the vessels. The colleagues clearly have a good knowledge and information as to what can be considered as a high risk. Apart from leaving aside the SIRE inspections, This observation to me is actually unacceptable as far as the tanker operations are concerned. Why? Let me explain. We're not into running a charity business or something like this. It's the people's lives on board. If an officer, a budding second mate or a third mate, unable to demonstrate the calibration of portable gas meters, tomorrow when he or she goes on board as a chief mate, you're supposed to do this. Not only applies to tankers, it even to bulk carriers and other vessels. We're going to put a lot of people's lives at risk, especially when you have to go inside the tanks to see how effectiveness of your crude oil washing or your tank cleaning or change of grades, be whatever the operation is. Knowing thoroughly our gas meters, because that is what is going to save us in case if the gas concentrations are going to go up or oxygen is going to deplete. It's extremely important, not only from SIRE inspection point of view, but from an efficient tanker operations point of view. It's extremely critical that we all know how to do this, and we should know how effective is our equipment and whether we can trust this equipment and whether I can put my life in front of this equipment when I go down the tanks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ramesh. On the similar lines, what we discussed regarding intrinsically safe cameras, Mr. Rustom Khan has come early on. OCIMF inspector used to use disposable single exposure camera with photograph film roll fitted in the camera. Photos were taken to capture record. Thank you, Mr. Khan, for highlighting that. We move on to the Q&A, and Mr. Charles Paul has a question to speak to you, Ramesh. Charles, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Captain Charles here. It is regarding this preparation of fire. What you said that like what we have this procedure of sending this checklist is all 1 month before, and every month we have this thing. I want to enhance with something like this. See, it is becoming challenging every day by day, especially the site inspection, which I need not talk about. You know that very well more than me. The fire is that the VIQ is such a very detailed, a brief document that each sentence matters, right? Of course, it is not just chapter 1, chapter 2, read the headline and when you go through the para only, you understand each and every part of the line matters. So what I'm trying to say is like, I feel like when you come on board in the preparation, most of the officers, fire is not only concerned with the master, chief officer, second officer, third officer, all this. Each of every person, like for example, the second officer, let's take the navigation chapter, each wording matters in all the questions. I feel that most of these people who come on officers are not literally going through that fully relevant with that. That is why we face some questions in IGDIS and other parts in the navigation. I'm just saying one chapter. This is my question is relevant to all the chapters. So I feel that there should be an external thing like what do you feel, like, which I have seen in my colleagues in other companies. They have a procedures for pre-vetting, like a person from a office comes and does a report. This is not for 2-3 days. He helps out the ship staff in preparing for 15-16 days or something like that. And in that process, the people on officers on board are also well trained because that person stays on board with the ship staff. And I feel it is more productive, and I feel it's one way you enhance the inspection results. So this is just a suggestion. I don't know what can be your point of view in this.
Yeah, let me answer this. There are two things to that question. One is we are sending the Excel sheets rank-wise as what we have done for the last 3 years or so. So even to the bosun, even to the pumpman, there are questions. So it's not only left to few officers or engineers, it's a full combined team effort. So that means right from the ordinary seaman to motorman to the master, everybody has to participate in this exercise so that the ship is well prepared for SIRE inspections. The second aspect is we do from time to time, whenever there is a challenging vessel or a challenging inspection, we do try and attend. But our philosophy is more onto the fact that we believe in our colleagues at sea. We believe that the master, chief engineer, chief officer, and everyone on board can rise up to the occasion, prepare the ship, and come up full marks, as what we have seen. It's not now, we have been seeing this for the last 9 years or so, that every year we are improving from one step at a time to the second step to the third step. So as far as we are concerned, we leave the sire inspections to the colleagues at sea. The support is always extended from shore. And we know, or we understand from our past experience, that the colleagues at sea have performed exceedingly well in getting a good report in the system. And to make it more authentic, this is the kind of feedbacks we receive from the oil majors, that ITM is a good manager. So, and the records, they're not just speaking just for the sake of speaking. The records in the database do conform that we are doing well on that. But do we need to stop? No, we cannot stop. We still need to continue. But as far as these SIRE 2.0 is concerned, we may need to have a rethink on that aspect, probably to see few inspections as to how things are going, and then maybe we can see whether it is really required to attend shifts. But I don't think so. Let's wait and see for that.
Agree, Ramesh. Captain Charles, any comments on that? Or would you agree with Ramesh's point of view?
Actually, I don't totally agree, to be more honest on that, because I didn't say that it is a need. It is just to enhance the experience. See, when you have an attendance on board to a person who is repeatedly doing as a person, it's a part of a training process. You train the entire ship on this. It is not that one inspection. Every inspection there is a ship which is on a reputed charter of a BP or a Shell. Every inspection is going to be a challenging inspection. I'm just sharing an experience and a suggestion. It is more of things like ship staff are always on a prone of things like you cannot expect them to be well versed in the subject at all. Everybody is learning at each and every point. So this is like a training. It is not that like to help the ship staff. It trains them as an inspector, as a third party or as an officer, an inspector goes on board. He talks to a chief engineer. He puts him, when he is helping him, he's not only helping the ship staff, he also trains them. That is what my point of view is. It is not like trying to help the ship staff in succeeding the inspection. There are two aspects which I'm talking into. This is what is my point in this.
Thanks. The point of Charles is noted, Rishi. The questions haven't changed as such. Questions are the same. It's a question of then we're doing almost 120 inspections a year. So continuously running from ship to ship, yes, it's a good idea, but there are downsides. Plus it is pandemic as well. So there's no way that we could reach out to the ships, forget about joining ships. No, you can't even sign off from the ships. So those are the challenges what we are facing. But at the same time, the Charles' view is also noted. The question is, the crying baby gets the attention, but the ships or the staff who really require the help can always reach out to us, and we will see how we can support them. Absolutely no issues from our side.
Absolutely.
Also, Ramesh, I think for new takeovers and new crews, we have been sending trainers on board. It's not that we didn't send trainers on board, don't we?
Exactly.
So Charles, thank you very much to start this discussion. Point taken, there are some challenges, what Ramesh has highlighted during pandemic, but in near future, definitely, as Mandeep mentioned, we are doing it, but definitely point taken, and we shall discuss more internally and try to find a way out so that it's a win-win situation for our colleagues at shore and even at sea. Thank you very much. Yes,
Rishi, there is some few questions which are in the Q&A box. Captain Vitali asked, is there any trend to shift vetting inspection prior cargo operation to avoid making vetting inspection while vessel is busy with cargo? And then is again Prabhat Pandey, he's asked, these inspections are in itself violation of rest and work hours on board, especially if it is carried out after long maneuvering or during hectic port schedules. Is there any plan to overcome? So Ramesh, you maybe this requires some good. I know nothing can be done, but maybe from the horse's mouth, it's better.
Sure. So let's take one by one. Thanks so very much, Chandramohan, for highlighting. Ramesh, Prabhat Kumar Pandey has a question. These inspections are in itself violation of rest and work hours on board, specifically if it is carried out after long maneuvering or during hectic port schedules. Is there any plan to overcome this issue? On the similar lines, so please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. For all of our staff on board, everyone knows that a SIRE is very much required. And we do undertake SIRE inspections once every 4 months or so. We are trying to support from our end by reducing unnecessary surveys, inspections, or even stores provisions not to club together with the SIRE inspection going. So, and even for the oil majors, we're giving in writing that no other inspections are planned during SIRE inspections. There's only one challenge which remains there is the port state control, which could come during the SIRE inspections, and we have no control with that. But from our point of view, what we have seen, doing more than 100, 110 inspections a year, very rarely we come across, because we don't even agree for nighttime inspections unless there is no way that we could not undertake a SIRE inspection. But more or less, we're trying to organize in ports where there is not much of long maneuverings involved. The ship comes in, or the ship is at anchor coming back to the port. So we are taking into all these aspects. But again, some of these aspects went, thrown across or underneath the bus during this pandemic, because we really didn't have any control. And the question is, it was more on the owners and our minds, and even our colleagues at sea, is could we have a SIRE, because the SIRE has gone past 6 months. And
thank you.
There's also another question.
Something relating to that, Vitali is also saying, is there any trend to shift wetting inspection prior cargo operations to avoid making a wetting inspection while vessel busy with cargo operation? I think, Ramesh, this has already been addressed by you.
Yeah, the issue is here, it's difficult to shift cargo operations, because cargo being the central theme of SIRE, without cargo being verified, no inspector is going to close out, because if cargo is left out, the inspection report becomes an idle SIRE, which is of no use for anybody. So I do not think the oil majors are going to shift this anywhere. But Absolutely. At places where there is pandemic restrictions, we do see many of these things are carried out remotely, or maybe during anchorage, they say, and then the inspector comes back for an hour to verify the cargo operations. But again, it's case-by-case basis.
Thank you so very much. I think Tarun Sharma has also a question relating to SIRE. He says, during SIRE inspection, if any machinery is not working due to unavailability of a critical spare part, same has been raised in spare before itself, do same can be explained to SIRE inspector? And if so, he will not raise the observation.
Yes, unfortunately, one could end up in such a situation. And again, it is not the intention from the office not to supply the spares. And that too, if it is a critical one, it's viewed very, very seriously. It is being followed up very closely in PMS, in fact, on a weekly basis. So in cases where we end up in such a situation, of course, the ship will know it well before that the part may or may not be able to connect. So if that is the case, then a discussion has to take place with office and to see how we can manage this and how we can mitigate the risk, probably by carrying out a JSA, additional precautions, watch. So that will, okay, even if the inspector finds out, he may lodge it as an observation, but we will have enough material in hand to go back to the oil majors and say it was a circumstance which is beyond anybody's means to connect. Okay, in that case, what risk mitigating measures we have followed? We have followed, and the operation went well. So that will be viewed positively, rather than saying the office didn't supply the spares and that's it. No, we will not accept that. So there has to be a meaningful discussion with ITM, and we can propose, work closely with the colleagues and find a way how we can mitigate the risk and have necessary additional measures in place.
Fantastic. I think this is a good approach and appreciate that, Ramesh. We have a suggestion from Andre, a very interesting one. I'm going to read out. I appreciate Andre took time to write it down. It's few lines. We should appreciate and read it. He said it was a good practice at V-Ships UK that after a ship from the fleet had passed wedding inspection or any other inspection, all received observations, clarifications, and responses for these observations to oil major company was circulated within the ships of the fleet, so that seafarers could check on board the same type of observation and know how to respond to these observations to avoid repetitions. Currently, at ITM, we only receive a summary of the fleet observation and no explanation, clarification, or response to these observations from the ship and management office to the oil major company. Some observations are sometimes completely incomprehensible to us and require clarification from the office. We ask you to start circulate to the fleet not only the summary of the observation received by the vessel, but also the response and explanation, clarification of the vessel and the office to these observations in order to avoid repeated ones in future. Ramesh, what's your views here?
Point noted. We will look into this. Generally, we avoid circulating the responses. Of course, for observations, we can do clarify, because it's being the SIRE reports and the observations are, it's the OKIM compliance is you can't give the observations to all third parties. You can't show this, you can't circulate. So there are some restrictions involved, but we can certainly look into this. It doesn't seem to be a bad idea, but we can look into this for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre, for highlighting and with your suggestion, we appreciate. We will definitely take this further. We are a little time bound. I think we need to move on. There are a lot of questions people are asking with respect to COVID. Definitely during the COVID briefing, the crewing briefing, we would address that. But for the time being, Karen has told me there is one raised hand. We are already a bit late, but nevertheless, Karen, can you please unmute? Who is this gentleman, friend of ours? Suraj. So before we go on to the next session, may I request, Suraj, you are unmuted. Can you please speak? Hi, Suraj, you there? Suraj, we can't hear you in case you have been unmuted. It's okay. I think we can take the question from the Suraj. It may be a question or a suggestion later. We will move on after this to a next very interesting session by Mandeep. Mandeep is a senior marine superintendent, and he's going to speak on PSC inspection. Mandeep, the stage is all yours.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we can move on to the next slide, Karen. Right. Now we'll address the other elephant in the room. SIRE is one and PSC is the other. You'll all agree on that. So we'll just run through quickly on how to manage a port state inspection. And as you know, the basic scope of a port state inspection is foreign vessels when entering a sovereign state are subject to be boarded and inspected by local regulations as per major maritime conventions. So bottom line is we have to be ready for a PSC at all times. Well, we have a number of ways of doing that. One is the ongoing monthly campaign, where you all get the monthly campaigns. And every time we go to a port, we ask for the MAR 11. They are continuous questions up and down from the vessel and from the fleet and us, and how to deal with the vetting, how to deal with the PSC, the kind of questions you might be asked, and the kind of place you're going to go to, which we'll address in the following slides. Yeah, next one. Okay, so depending on where you're going, your vessel could be going to Europe, where you'll be a part of the Paris MOU. You'll be going to the Far East, where you could be a part of the Tokyo MOU. You could be going to Africa, where you're part of the African MOU. So, basis that, we'll send you a checklist. We'll ask you a few questions. We'll tell you what kind of questions are those particular MOUs looking at, and what are the running campaigns in those MOUs. You know, every MOU has a campaign. Sometimes it's on fire safety, sometimes it's on engine room leaks, pollutions, and I think we keep updating you on that. So you are aware on what kind of question to expect in which particular part of the world. Now, PSC, like SIRE, is not a perfect science. In some place you might perceive it to be fair. In other places you might perceive it not to be fair. But the challenge on us is to manage the inspection. You have to manage it. You have to somehow convince the inspector that we are all doing a good job. You guys are there, us here, and the owners. So you have to manage the inspection, manage the inspector to get your point across to show that we're running a good ship. The places where you will feel undue pressure, maybe a little more than other places, is Nakotka in eastern Russia, Novorossiysk, as you must be familiar with, and a port called Kavkaz, also in Russia, where people are kind of overwhelmed by the aggressiveness of the port state inspector. West Africa, a lot of people must be familiar with Ghana, Nigeria, and Angola and Gabon, but here this is not necessarily just port state. It digresses into customs and immigration, and the general port official authority, comes at its worst in some of these places. But like we always say, it's our job to somehow manage this, put our best foot forward, and present the vessel in such a way that the vessel is not penalized and the owners do not lose anything from the inspection. That's the important thing. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, this is the MAR 11 pre-arrival checklist. You all must have seen this number of times. I think we are now on edition 6.4. It changes very often. I think this is the most evolving checklist in the VMS. And right now it's 6.4. And as a wetting inspection is the first impression which makes the difference. Yeah, so what is the first impression? Gangway moorings. Gangway has to be in good shape, well rigged, gangway net, all signs properly displayed, clean, no visible defects. There should be a person receiving the inspector there, proper questions to be asked, entries to be made, welcome letter given. Everybody's familiar with the drill, but you please ensure that it's enforced in its totality. So access control, gangway moorings, and that walk from the gangway to the master's cabin or CCR, how the person is escorted, the general view of the deck. You're all familiar with this. It's just a reminder to you. Then appearance of officers and crew. Everybody has to wear clean boiler suits, ensure that all correct PPE is donned. Personal gas meters were required when you have IH2S cargoes and such. And of course, cleanliness of living and working areas. So these are the things which make a difference. The first impression is almost always the last impression, as I'm sure most of you will recall from your time at sea. And of course, this checklist to be signed by master, chief engineer, and sometimes it definitely has to come to the office, but certain flags require that DPA and HSEQ superintendent also sign it before submitting it to the flag state. Yeah, next slide. So before besides the MAR 11, which is pre-arrival to the port, even the group has a PSC update which comes quarterly. And they keep reminding us of a few things which we need to look into. This also changes depending on where they're finding lacking in the previous periods, where they've been finding, which area they've been finding. So they highlighted in this PSC checklist, bring it to our notice that maybe we need to look a little more in these areas. The top part, the system codes and the group codes. The system codes is as per the VIQ, which you must all be familiar with. As usual, it's safety management, which mostly is is the deficiency prone area. So anyhow, you've been through this. What we again want is that all masters, chief engineers first need to verify this and then submit it to the office. Next slide, please, Karen. Okay, prior arrival initiative towards PSC means prior arrival at a port. We would check from our side if you're a targeted vessel. Now, what would be the meaning of a targeted vessel? For the Paris MOU, I think they have very well laid down criteria. Anything more than 12 years old, depending on the flag of the vessel, the class the vessel is classed with, and the number of inspections you had in the previous years and previous 36 months, and if any PSC inspection has had more than 5 deficiencies. So basis that, they work out a list profile and they allocate a risk factor to you. And if you're low risk, then they may or may not board, and if they do board, they wouldn't be so aggressive in the inspection. So this we will check here in the office. We will inform you accordingly and prep you accordingly for the inspection. Most of the preparations are through master and chief engineer, but sometimes we'll also speak to other people on board face to face, so that we are sure that the message has gone down to the last man. Yeah, next slide. So there it is. Master intimates the office of the arrival of the PFC officers on board once the inspection, once the PSC comes on board. It's very important you tell us, and every effort has to be made to rectify deficiencies immediately. And on completion of the inspection, officers again to be informed of the result of the inspection. And of course, it's the company's requirement that a senior officer must be with the PSC inspector at all times. So that's very important. When a PSC inspector comes on board, let us know, and maybe we can give you some support from our side. Maybe there are a few things which might seem troublesome to you, but here, with the benefit of having so many ships and management and so many vessels dealing with, we would have some experience sharing what you've been through could have happened on another vessel, so we can share some information and make your job easier, make your answer more acceptable to the port state inspector. So that's how we can actually support you. So it's very important that you let us know when a PSC inspector is on board, so that we are on it with you at the same time. Yeah, next one, Cal. Okay, it's important, as I said in the beginning, that the inspection has to be managed. It's important that you set up a rapport with the port state control inspector. So a few tools here for setting up this rapport: have an open-minded atmosphere, discuss deficiencies and required action with the port state control officer as professional with common maritime knowledge and experience. Most of these guys have been at sea. They know the issues on board. They understand practical difficulties. So if you're open-minded and you can speak to them, a lot of things can be sorted out and ironed out. The important thing is a good attitude. Take all inspections positively. Try and see how it can. Try and make a genuine effort to look into how this finding can improve the situation on board or the condition on board. So if you go with that attitude, it makes a lot of difference. If the port state control officer sees that you are genuinely interested in addressing what he found was lacking, then it makes the case so much more simpler. Otherwise, the superintendents are there, the fleet superintendent, the marine superintendent, the fleet managers are there. Anything you find you need to discuss, do not hesitate to ask technical questions. And of course, of late, class and flag are also being very involved in port state controls, especially in cases of detention. But otherwise also class can be called at any time and flag can be informed, and they are actually out to help the vessel to do its best. And believe it or not, the flag especially nowadays is more interested in ensuring that you have no finding than the vessel itself. That's the way it is. So if you call them up, they'll be proactive in trying to address your problems. Of course, they'll be called through us, but you can call class directly, and they will try and help you out in whatever you might find. Okay, next slide, please. These are the codes you're all aware, especially to watch out for number 30 and number 17. Number 30 is detention and 17 is rectified before departure. I'm sure you must have seen all these codes, but everybody must get familiar, because when he sees that being written down on that inspection report, you have to take immediate action. That even if you have to inform us immediately, and and so that we can start working out a plan on how to address this. Yeah, next slide. Okay, then the post inspection, important thing is report is to be sent to office. Deficiencies, if any, are entered into the ship shore, causes corrective actions to be addressed. Deficiencies have been followed up after inspection. Corrective actions are then sent to port site control to close out the deficiency within the stipulated time frame. Deficiencies issued at port site inspections also verified during superintendent visits on board and during internal audits. So there will be follow-up after the PSC inspection, but we need a good corrective action and preventive measures so that it can be sent to for closing out to PSC and for our records for future reference. As you know, when you're fixing a vessel, it's just not the sire, it is PSC, it is many other things which come into play. So the charter will look at the sire report, and he'll also look at the last PSC inspection and how we've addressed the findings. So all this has to be done diligently and promptly from your side. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, in case a code 17 or a code 30 detention is being issued, so flag state to be informed immediately. A request for the local flag state inspector to visit the vessel if he can. Inform class immediately and seek assistance. Normally, they will require a class surveyor to issue a short-term certificate. Steps to be taken to rectify all deficiencies, avoid delays, and request for re-inspection prior to the ship's departure time. As you know, that if it's a code 30 or a code 17, or mostly a code 17, then you would require, sometimes they would require re-inspection. So we have to make the request for re-inspection well in time so that the vessel is not delayed. And of course, appeal to turn over the detention notice, which we'll also do from our side, but from your side also, whatever efforts will help the cause. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, machinery and equipment can break down. To compensate, we have to ensure various safeguard procedures are in place. Machinery, equipment, to compensate, we will have to ensure, yeah, that's repeated twice. But important thing is that if we have a dispensation, if we've informed class, then we can present our case to the port state inspector before things really turn bad. As I said earlier, flag state and classification societies do not hesitate to get involved. So they want to get involved, as a matter of fact. So if we inform them in good time, they will come in there and help us to get out of the situation. And last and definitely not the least, be clear and honest. Let's be honest. Let's not try and fake our way through. Let's be upright and forthcoming, and that will probably be appreciated more than anything else. Yeah, next slide, please. Thank you for your time. And as always, port state inspections, as far as flag state inspections, are to be taken very seriously, and the vessel has to be prepared at all times. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mandeep, for information on PSC inspection. Yeah, it's quite imperative that the vessel needs to be ready at all time for PSC inspections. Thanks for sharing the initiatives by the V Group towards preparing a vessel for PSC inspection, and also before PSC, the final report for PSC is issued, what actions are expected by master. So thanks for sharing. There is already a question on PSC inspection, but we would take it later, definitely, as during the next Q&A, because of time limited. I'm going to move on and another very critical topic, which is environmental compliance. I request AG Chengappa and Shailesh to speak on that and share their views, share their experience with our seafarer friends in this call.
Thanks a lot, Rishi. This is Shailesh here. And this presentation on the environment compliance will be addressed by Mr. Chengappa and myself here. We know that environmental compliance is a very vast subject of discussion, but given the limited time on hand, I will make effort to touch upon some important points to this presentation. Can we have the next slide, please? So that's Mr. Chengappa. He's stepped ashore in 2006. He's been a chief engineer and he's joined ITM in 2016. Presently, he's been working as a senior fleet superintendent. Can I next slide? That's me, Shailesh. I've been with ITM for a few years now. Been sailing as a master with ITM. I joined ITM as a marine superintendent in 2019. Next slide, please.
Shailesh, if I may say, I think it's a bit dark at your end. Would it be possible some light, if possible?
Why not?
Sorry, guys, for interrupting, but I think it would be prudent. Yes, Shailesh, much better. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better now.
Closer, the better. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks.
Okay. So,
Can't hear you, Shailesh.
So let's. Since adoption of MAPL 1973, we have actually come a long way with respect to the environmental protection and pollution prevention. We are here to ensure that all the sources of marine discharges and atmospheric emissions are identified, and we have procedures and controls in place to ensure that permitted levels are not exceeded. In addition to this, we have best practices which include further reductions to be achieved, and we aim for the same. We all are aware that most of the countries take zero tolerance, and they have towards any pollution of environment, and we have known the history on heavy fines levied against companies and individuals, including prison terms for the concerned officers. For this, we have a vision which we have presently on the screen in committing to adopt and promote industry standards and best practices. We have the ambition to be the leader in environmental and energy management, both at sea and at shore. Can we have the next slide, please? So to support the environmental vision, we are committed to a number of short and long-term initiatives which are presently on the screen. Preventing pollution. When we talk about preventing pollution here, it's through oil, chemicals, garbage, sewage, air, and yes, of course, by ballast water now. And here, our values will be supporting us. The values which you see on the screen. Yes, we care for our environment. Yes, we collaborate to come up with bright ideas to mitigate and find solutions to overcome these issues. Yes, we challenge and stop any wrongdoings and malpractices. Yes, we are consistent with our actions. We are committed and we will always deliver to our visions and goals. Reduction in carbon emissions, decrease in greenhouse gas emissions, which we are going to talk about in the upcoming slides. Eliminating of single-use plastics. These have been spoken in previous presentations. We know that plastic is a big threat to our oceans. And here at V Group, our goal is of zero pollution from plastic waste at sea. And our efforts are continuously minimizing the generation of shipboard waste. So what are we doing? We have heard about this. We are replacing the non-essential plastic with non-plastic alternatives. Installation of water filters, RO plants are taken upon fleet vessels. Hence, a collective effort is required at sea as well as shore. And this effort will always start from each individual, and then it has to spread to our communities. Talking about environmental sound ship recycling, we are carrying out ITM compliance surveys and certification to ensure that we have environmental sound ship recycling. Can we move to the next slide, please? So this slide will be taken up by Mr. Chengappa.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, I'll be talking about the direct and indirect CO2 emissions. But before we go into that, an emission, the dictionary meaning of emission is something that has been emitted, released or discharged. In general, emission consists of things like gas, liquid, heat, sound, light, and radiation. This exhaust is just one form of carbon emissions. These greenhouse gases from various sources that are known to contribute to global warming and climate change. This is what emission is. In today's world, emission becomes a bad word, particularly when the whole world is driving towards saving the environment and stringent protocols and regulations. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, direct and indirect CO2 emissions. This is a vast subject by itself, but to be very, very brief on this, there are two ways, what you call the greenhouse gases protocol, which clarifies or rather categorizes the direct and indirect emissions. And they are again categorized under scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Scope 1 kind of emission is a direct emission, which is emitted from the activities of an organization or under their control, which means this is a direct emission from combustion, fuel combustion that is coming out from gas boilers or maybe from ships, from airplanes, from fleet vessels, even air conditioning leaks. Scope 2 and scope 3 come under indirect emissions. Here again, emissions that are consequential of an activities of the reporting entity but occur at source owned or controlled by another entity. What it actually means is there is no control on this from the source. It is controlled by the user. The scope 2 is indirect emission is the electricity purchased, but electricity purchased as in we are the end users of the electricity. But emissions that are created during the production of the energy of electricity is eventually used by the organization. This comes under the scope 2 of indirect emissions. Scope 3 is even more vast, where it's difficult to actually analyze the carbon footprint of every item that has been produced by the end user, or rather used by the end user. The carbon footprint, if I have to give you an example, if I have to manufacture a table, all the raw materials that I need, for instance, I need wood. This wood needs to be sawed, it needs to be machined. The energy that goes into that, maybe electrical or any other energy to do this job, is again from a form or from the source of emission. And then I need paints. The paints are also manufactured from a source of emission. So this is upstream in making up the table. Now, when I have to transport this table to an end user, I use vehicles which are going to transport this. So there is an emission from the vehicle itself. So this is the direct and indirect form of emissions. But coming straight into the point on ships, can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So ships, they generate emissions of sulfur oxides called SOx, oxides of nitrogen called NOx, particulate matter PM, and carbon dioxide CO2 as a result of the fuel being used to power them. These gases have adverse effects on the ozone layer in the troposphere area of the Earth's atmosphere, which results in the greenhouse effect and global warming. Both NOx and SOx are combustion products that are emitted into the environment in the form of smoke. Now, how do we mitigate? What do we do to actually curb this kind of emission and to make the environment even more safer? This is how the MARPOL 6 NHS 6 has come out. And MEPC 70 informed the decision to MARPOL NHS 6 and decided that the fuel oil standards, that's 0.5% sulfur limit, which has become effective from the 1st of January to 2020. Okay, what are the other ways in which we are controlling SOx and NOx? One is, of course, using low sulfur fuels, which you just described just now, and using ultra low sulfur fuels, which is also VLSFO, ULSFO, what we call it, and introduction of scrubbers, which brings down the SOx by SO2 emissions by 99%. But unfortunately, there are the two types of scrubbers, open loop and the closed loop scrubbers. The open loop scrubbers, they are the discharges, this poses a problem. So again, it boils down to having closed loop scrubbers itself. The other ways of doing it is zero emission berths. There are some berths which offer zero emission limits in a way that they would provide electricity to the ships that come in. But not all berths are into this, and this is just a progress, and it would take definitely a lot of time for this to actually come into force or for it to happen. And then there is this prevention of NOx. The prevention of NOx is not taken as much as the SOx, but however, for a ship to reach to the NOx emission levels acceptable, it has to go through the tier 3 system. But unfortunately, we are not into the tier 3 system as yet. Only in 2016, the North American Emission Control Area or the US Caribbean area, these were insisting on tier 3 NOx system. But otherwise, now from January 1st, 2021, any ship built after this, they are using the SCR, that's a selective catalytic reduction. And there's quite a commendable result with using this SCR, which always brings down the NOx content to about 92% from its original value. And otherwise, we have something like humid air motors where we add water into the combustion to reduce NOx emission. And moreover, I mean, if you go into the alternative energy sources such as battery electric propulsion, wind propulsion, hydrogen, ammonia, biofuels, and fuel cells is ongoing and could be useful in the future. And this is, we have to wait and watch. Anyway, the next slide, please. Environment compliance. In a way, the risks due to non-compliance. This has been covered earlier by Farhad, but in brief, the criminal prosecution, not only by an individual, even to the companies. Jail sentences is quite rapid now. Fines. The fines are enormous. And each time they come out with even more fines in multiple factors. And not to forget the reputational damage, which is definitely very severe. And what are the recent trends? The recent trends are these issues which come up on board, they're not being reported and they're trying to be managed on board. This is more or less, we can call it the root cause. And the most basic one is a lack of understanding on what is classed as oily water, which is under MARPOL. Next slide, please.
So talking about false logbook entries. So we all know the importance of record keeping. Nowadays, the vessels are subjected to inspections almost at every port. We heard it may be PSC or it may be SIRE inspection. Each and every inspector goes minutely, to all these records. It may be your oil record books, it may be your ballast water record books or the garbage record books. So verification of these records is very important by us. We know that what false record keeping leads to. And do we need to test the consequences of this? The question should be why? Why we need to do all these things? We all need to understand this, that if something is not right, please have the commitment to make it right rather than just neglecting it, or just taking shortcuts and falsifying records, or attempting to manage things on board without actually rectifying it. This is our commitment we need to have. Can we go on the next slide? Thank you.
Yeah.
You can do the mute. Karen, can you please unmute Mr. Chengappa?
Karen, can you do that, please? I think you should be able to do it, Chengappa. No?
Yes, Rishi,
Yeah.
Okay.
reaching
Yeah.
up.
All right.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Environment compliance. Again, this is just about a case study. Let's not go in detail about this. But what this case study is all about is about the malfunctioning of the oil content meter on the oily water separator. This incident happened when one of the superintendents visited the vessel, and when he was trying out the oil content meter, the alarm was triggering quite often. See, so I mean, they could not actually obtain a result because of this, because the alarm was triggering very often. So when he actually investigated on why this alarm was triggering so often, he realized that this was there for quite some time, and the vessel has been using this oil content meter, although it was malfunctioning, by diluting the sample going into the OCM. So further investigation, why this happened, why it was not reported. It was later found that there was a bilge water, I mean, there was a sewage breakdown, and the sewage water went into the bilge water, I was stored in the bilge water, and this when they disposed the bilge water through the oily water separator, and the bacteria from the sewage that actually contaminated, or rather the discoloration of the bilge water, that led to the OCM malfunctioning. But what are the critical factors that we have to look into this? When a situation like this arises, not only we have an issue with the PSC, also because you're diluting the sample that is going to the oily water separator, you don't have proper records to keep, because there is a discrepancy in the ROBs of the bilge water and the actual quantity being discharged. So that leads to falsifying of records. So what we conclude from this is, now, when there is a problem with critical equipment like this, particularly with the OCM, this has to be investigated by the ship itself. This also has to be reported to the office, so that collectively this can be investigated and further action to be taken. This has to be rectified before we actually use the equipment, to avoid various situations which is going to be very compromising. That's about it. The next slide, please.
So here we can see on the next slide. The next slide is basically the recent increase in number of incidents with the pollution from the IG generator. So here this slide mostly speaks about the pollution caused due to the poor combustion in the IG generator, which can be due to improper operation of the equipment, or which may be due to training or familiarity of the persons who are operating the equipment. Non-compliance with the maintenance regime, yes, it cannot be striked off as well. Hence, what needs to be done here? We need to carry out familiarization of the responsible equipment, of the personnel, carry out maintenance as per the manufacturer's instructions and PMS, and finally, yes, doing the pre-operational tests of the equipment. Next slide, please. So here we have some photographs, and we will be having a poll coming up. So basically we have here 2 photographs and the poll questions are related to them. On the left-hand side, you have photograph number 1, which has some transfer hoses which have been stored. And the second is the overboard discharge valve.
Can we have the results if they're ready? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's good to know here that people know here that these hoses are not stored properly. And yes, with respect to the options which we had for number 2, about 71% of the people have selected that yes, for the proper management of these hoses, we need to have a seal management procedure, which we already have through our environmental management manual. We have these hoses kept under lock and key. Yes, responsible by, supervision by responsible person. Yes, it comes in. And yes, we need to record the usage of these hoses every time. And that is how we will be able to avoid any kind of illegal uses of these hoses. Can we have the results for the second question?
Shailesh, I think we can see all the answers, poll questions one after below down.
Okay. All right, so here, can the valve be operated without the notice of a responsible person? Again, yes, 69% have said no to it, which is a bit strange because yes, this valve could have been operated with the valve spindle being free to operate. Saying about 88% people saying that yes, this could have been seen by the ship staff if proper routine review of the seals had been carried out and the internal audits, environmental audits or the compliance training had been given. So that's very good to know. But it's very important for us whenever we go on board, we need to carry out the review of these things, the hoses, it may be the valves. Very times it has been seen that the seals on the overboard lines have been missing. So even though we have the seals in place, we have the system, we need to carry out the review quite often. Can we move to the next slide, please? So what we need from you, we have been talking the same thing through the presentation. We need you to follow the rules to prevent pollution. Yes, maintain accurate records at all times. In case of any problems, in case of any malfunctions, report the problems to office. We'll together find a solution. Do not hide or manage things on board. Carry out routine environmental inspections and verify that the seal management program or the portable pumps and the hoses are being managed correctly. Carry out training of all our colleagues and explain them that what's right and what's wrong. And of course, last but not the least, it's speak up and stop the job if any non-compliance is suspected. Next slide, please. So we know that US, where the EPA has the most aggressive policies for environment compliance with VGP and all. But now almost the whole world has tightened their grip over the non-compliance with environmental policies and regulation. And yes, we need your support and commitment to this environmental compliance. Next slide. So here on the screen, we presently seeing the Shipshore Environmental Manager dashboard, where we can monitor the MARPOL related discharge. It may be oil or garbage and the emissions. However, to get this right, we need your support to enter correct and accurate data. In the following slide, can we have the next slide, please? In this slide, basically, we have extract from the environmental data, environmental manager, which we have in Shipshore. And here, all the ships, they come up with their individual data regarding the emissions, the discharges, which needs to be accurate here in order to get a proper data and to monitor our marine discharges and atmospheric emissions. This, of course, will be dealt once we have the Shipshore users presentation, which will be followed by this one. So we will have more elaborate information given to you on this. Next slide. So with this, we would like to end our presentation. I mean, with the commitment that we have a responsibility towards our environment, and we will abide by the rules and regulations laid down to safeguard the same. We thank you for listening and for your time. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shailesh. Thank you, Changappa. I think again, as I said, this is a very, very critical topic on environmental compliance, which can lead to a lot of complications for office and for vessel also. So thank you for sharing your views, data. We will move on to Q&A. The session is open. We have Shailesh, we have Mr. Changappa, we also have Mandeep, who presented PSC inspection. Though there is a question on PSC, if I may speak that, Tamur Ahmed has a query on that, I would say. If PSC inspector boarding without official identity card and has only valid driving license with photo ID and validity, on driving license designation is not mentioned that he is a PSC inspector. Should PSC be allowed or not in this case? I'm not sure if Mandeep is there to take this. I think, he is.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I just a phone call came in from the vessel. Could you just repeat that again, please?
Yeah, sure. I think Mandeep, the question from Tamur is that he must have experienced that a PSC inspector boarded and he didn't have any identity card except his valid driving license with photo ID and validity. So can he be allowed on board to do PSC inspection?
Well, in this case, I mean, the best way out would be to give us a call. This is a sensitive matter. We don't want to rub off anybody the wrong way. The best thing is to give a call to the office and ask us, and then we will speak to agent and we will find out for you. That's the best way to do it. But if it's in the middle of the night, you can't get hold of anybody in the office, then I would suggest call up the agent. But whatever happens, handle it politely. That's important. But just in case he is a genuine PSC inspector, things can take a nasty turn. So I mean, you have to use your discretion, Tamur. That's the important thing.
Fully agree. I think this is quite a delicate thing to handle. Can't say no, can't say yes, but right. Some voices coming behind. So yeah, Tamur, I think you agree what Mandeep just mentioned. To take the right decision, probably calling office or calling agent to confirm the identity of the person. But without that, yes, indeed, be polite, and in case not, even I would suggest it's a delicate thing and do not allow any unauthorized person. We will move on. Any queries, any further questions? Except I see sort of a lot of questions coming on COVID. We have promised you we will take COVID questions and the pending questions in the respective Q&A, and whatever pendings from the previous presentations would be taken in the final Q&A. I don't see any hands. I don't see any questions coming up in the Q&A box, which is a good sign. that Mandeep, Shailesh, and Chengappa could deliver well.
Yeah, that's flawless delivery.
That's flawless service delivery, agree. Great, guys. In case something comes up in your mind that you need to speak to our superintendents, please write it down. As we said, we do have a final Q&A where all the questions definitely will be taken up. Okay, I think there is something, I don't know what does it relate to. I'm going to speak out. There was once a case on a ship wherein OCM wasn't functioning. Bilges were full and no supply of new spare could be arranged due to pandemic. Also, transfer of bilges to slop tanks wasn't allowed. What to do in such case? Person hasn't named it, but with respect to environmental compliance, Mr. Chengappa, would you like to take it?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. He says there was once a case on a ship wherein OCM wasn't functioning, bilges were full and no supply of new spare could be arranged due to pandemic. Also, transfer of bilges to slop tanks wasn't allowed. What needs to be done in this case?
Well, in a situation like this, as I mentioned even during the presentation, the office has to be informed about what exactly is the problem with the oil content meter. If this is something which cannot be sorted out on board, there is no way at any cost you can discharge oil overboard or the bilges overboard. So there are so many other ways where the office can take permission from flag. And a situation like this, and it's more like an emergency situation, we would consult flag. Probably we would rather use the aft peak tank or any other tank in consultation with flag. So this is an option that we have got. But basically the point here is we need to be notified and we'll take action on it. That's it.
Absolutely apt. I fully agree with you. And I think person who asked this question, I don't know the name, is satisfied. In case you're not, you can write down further, you can raise your hand and we can unmute you. We don't see, okay, I think the questions are pouring in. Is it acceptable practice that ORB Part 2 is not be written by chief engineer and written by junior engineer on board? This is Charles. Charles is asking this question. Is it acceptable practice that ORB Part 2 is not written by chief engineer and rather by some junior engineer?
I would say not at all.
Yes,
yes, not at all. It's the chief engineer's thing, and he is responsible for those records. Oil record book written by junior engineer will definitely not be accepted.
Absolutely agree. It needs to be filled up by chief engineer, which VMS very clearly mentions also. So sorry for that echo. It seems both the colleagues are sitting together, Chengappa and our friend is there together. I see Christopher has. Yeah. Christopher has raised his hand. Christopher.
Yeah, just a point on that particular. That's an age-old question. I mean, people were asking that question back when I was at sea, and I left the sea in 1994. So, what I personally used to do, and I don't know what anybody else does, but as chief engineer, I had a rough book. So I basically had a book where the guys would write in what they'd done, and I'd tie it up and write it to make sure it was correct in the oil record book, because it's the chief engineer's responsibility to ensure that that's correct. And if it isn't, it's the chief engineer who gets the problem with it. So that's just a little bit of thing that I used to do.
Fully agree, Chris. I think that has been a practice for a long time. The junior engineers do keep writing the record on their small notebook and hand it over to chief engineer, who verifies and writes, because it's his responsibility. I see Mr. Ajankya wants to speak. Can we unmute Mr. Ajankya? Karen, can you do that, please?
Yes, Rishi. Mr. Ajankya, you are now unmuted.
Mr. Ajankya, please go ahead.
No, sir, no questions, sir. By mistakenly, I pressed the button.
No worries, not at all. No worries. So I think point taken. Any further queries? That has been a good discussion. Okay, Charles is saying sorry, ORB part 1. Charles has corrected his question from
Yeah, that's
part 2 to
correct,
part
actually. ORB part 2 is related to cargo, so that is why he's corrected it.
Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah, correct. Agree. ORB part 2 is for chief officers. The Exide cargo operations. We will move on. Any further question, or we can move on to the next presentation?
Rishi, I think we should start moving on because already we are doing 1 hour late.
Perfect. I think, yeah, we will go ahead, Chandra Mohan. I think very interesting ship show topic. We see a couple of questions coming earlier. May I request Damanjeet and Pradeep to present on ship show usage, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Damanjeet. As my introduction comes here, I started my career with that time Barber Ship Management. I was in Ferguson, sailed with Ferguson on various vessels, bulk carriers, OVOs, crude oil tankers. And then in 2011, I stepped ashore as superintendent. I've been working with ITM since 2016, now as senior superintendent. Pradeep.
Okay, Karen, next slide, please. Good afternoon, all. My name is Pradeep. I've been with ITM for 17 years, joined ITM as a trainee marine engineer in 2004 and left sea in 2018. And since then in the office, it's been 3 years now, managing Sonangal and frontline vessels. Karen, next slide.
Okay, so this is a ship show. Everybody is already familiar with the dashboard. What we have, the thing is, when we operate the ship show, the first thing, I understand all of us are quite familiar. Everybody at all point of time will be doing something or the other related to ship show. But the point here is the dashboard considered is one of the most important thing. The first thing when you come in the morning or whenever you take over your job, when you have time, it's safe to do so. Monitor the dashboard. You can see everything, a clear picture will be visible for all the items related to your job profile. And we'll dig more into each item one by one. Karen, next slide, please. Coming to the vessel details, actually this vessel details is being filled by the office, but when you check the vessel details, it's very important to make sure that the vessel details are correct, because this is the information which is shared by the third parties from office side, and you can also extract the information when you're on board. So in case there are any changes in the vessel details, notify the office and we'll make the changes from our side. Other parties certificates, which are dynamic and keep on changing as the certificates get renewed, class surveys or 5-yearly certificates take place during the renewal. So this is a dynamic thing. We have to keep monitoring it, make sure the due certificates are monitored, office is notified in case any services are required, and at no point of time we should have any overdue certificates. Also, one important thing in the certificate is that the parent certificate should have an attachment. So make sure the attachment is there. So it's easy for the office to extract certificate and not to trouble vessel asking for certificate every time. Next slide.
Yeah, going into the next item on the slides, it's regarding voyage reporting. Most of us are familiar with this because it's quite a critical part of the whole ship show usage. Why do we say so? Any input that we feed over here, if it's a wrong data, the wrong data will be picked up by the relevant other requirements. So we have to make sure that whatever we feed into this this particular module has to be accurate, and it is in compliance with all the things that we perform on the vessel. We also need to make sure that we also provide the accurate details with regards to the next voyage, the expected ETD, and expected port of calls. Why do we require so? The procurement team would require it for their planning to arrange the necessary spares. The crewing team would require this information to see where they can do the crew change and plan accordingly. And if there are any third-party inspections like the flag state or any other inspections to be carried out, the inspection team sitting in the office can do the necessary things over. So we need this information to be accurate under this module. Furthermore, the regulatory requirements with regards to EU MRV, CIMP, and IMO DCS, it all picks up data from this voyage reporting module. So if we are giving a wrong data over here, then for sure we will be coming back to the vessel to recorrect it and get the correct data. So it's better we do this in the first place itself. Another part of this voyage reporting is invariably we would be seeing some kind of off-hires happening to the vessel, maybe a technical off-hire, maybe a commercial requirement. Somebody has asked you to stop, wait, drift for some time, or something happened at the terminal waiting for orders to go commence discharge. So please make sure that you enter this off-hire under the correct category, because as you can see in the slide on the right-hand side, there are drop box for the off-hire which tells us under which category this off-hire needs to be entered. If you are not sure under which category to be entered, please request the office so that we can guide you accordingly. Yeah, next slide, Karen.
In continuation with the voyage reporting, this is a new feature which we expect vessels to fill. I believe most of you were on vacation, so you are not aware. So when you're filling this voyage reporting, a voyage is from port A to port B. At the same time, what is expected out of you, as Pradeep was saying, that crewing, the stores, procurement team, they need to arrange all the services at the next port. Sometimes the voyage we are reporting and the next port is coming in 2 days. So it's always a good practice. If you already have knowledge of the next port, enter the next port. As you can see in the first picture, one vessel has already reported the load port and the discharge port since they were already aware. This assists the crewing team, the procurement team to plan all the services and give a flawless delivery. In case the next voyage orders are not known, what we can do is we still have to make an entry stating awaiting orders, and whatever information we have, we try to enter the name of the port. This information can always be changed. But this is a mandatory requirement now that a future port has to be entered in the voyage reporting. Next slide, Karan.
Yeah, still continuing with voyage reporting, there is also a section wherein we report the 4-hourly weather reports. Most of our vessels are doing so, but in case you are not been following this practice, we urge you to ensure that the noon reports, when you're sending out, please make sure that the 4-hourly reportings are entered over there. This helps us to know the overall condition for the day and then report to charterers or commercial accordingly if any queries come to us. Next slide, Karen. The next most important module over here, we have the PMS, something which the chief officer and the chief engineers need to closely follow. Why do we say so? You can see on the screen you have the PMS module divided into 2 sections: a critical work order section and a non-critical work order section. At no point in time do we would like to see a critical work order being overdue. The KPI for a critical work order overdue is 0. But in certain point of time, we may be in a position where we may not be able to fulfill this job. So in that case, you need to have a written permission from the office, have a correspondence with the office so that you can reschedule the job accordingly. But please make sure that you do not have any critical job overdue in any point in time during the day. A good practice to follow this is at the start of the month, please ensure that you have you know what all critical jobs are coming due. Like you can see in this particular vessel, you can see two jobs are overdue. That's for the month. So you know what would be coming in the future, and accordingly you can plan for that. Another point in PMS reporting is with regards to the history reporting. With the new WhatsApp culture and the WeChat culture, we tend to write in small descriptive words. Recently, we had a audit in the office where the auditor found out something called as AIO. And we were struggling to find out what is a description of this. Then finally he told us it means all in order. So please avoid using all this kind of fancy descriptions in your history reporting. AIO, FIO, done, okay. These are not good history reporting. We would request you to have a proper history reporting with facts and measurements wherever possible. Please attach reports and pictures if you can, if you have undertaken any major overhauls for the same. With regards to critical job, we request you to follow up a particular pattern. Whenever you have to do a job wherein a critical equipment needs to be taken off the vessel for some maintenance, you need to have a JSA in place. This JSA should be followed up with a mail to the office requesting permission to carry out the job on the critical equipment. The office will give concurrence to this. The ship does the job and then reports the job is completed, and then we close it up with a closure mail. This job flow has to be followed for all critical jobs which requires taking the critical job out of operation. Next slide, Karen.
Talking about defect manager, another important tool which is part of our shipshore, where which was earlierly last shipshore we had Ops 01. So the Ops 01 has stopped, and now all the defects have to be reported in defect manager. The difference between Ops 01 and defect manager is that when a defect is reported here, it is linked with the component. So it will get reflected in PMS also, we can see it, and you can link any purchase order or requisition you want to make directly in the defect manager. You can go and make a requisition. Now tendency of not reporting a defect, we need to make more defect. Whatever issues are there on board, any issues with the component, it's better to make a defect promptly so that it is not forgotten. Somebody, you or your person who's taking over after you will take some action, and even office is aware about the defects. Now, if there is any defect which is going to take long time and has to be connected to dry dock, just make sure you put promptly the comments and related to dry dock. And when you need to close this defect, once the item is tested, then as Pradeep was saying in shipshore PMS, same way you try to attach picture, put more description so that next time if in case similar defect takes place, the person can refer to the previous defect and has complete information that what was carried out. Next slide, please.
Going by the next slide, we have the inspection manager, another module of critical importance to us. Why do we say so? We have inspections done by ship staff, by third parties, by vetting inspectors, by port states. So there are a lot of inspections being carried out. So all these inspections need to be entered into the shipshore. This helps us to know the trend of the vessel and take corrective actions going by the data that we have. If we see a repetitive trend happening on the vessel and we are getting similar observations, then the corrective actions can be planned accordingly. You can see on your slide, there's one vessel where you have an inspection manager where there are 8 outstanding jobs and no overdue. We would prefer that the master and chief engineer checks this inspection manager on a daily basis, so that if there are any remarks which needs to be closed, it needs to be done. And if they request some rescheduling, that the same has to be requested from the office. Please do not allow any inspection to be overdue basis the KPI that we have. All observations needs to be closed with an RC. This is a good practice because it helps us to understand what was the root cause and then accordingly share it with the fleet once we have the data available with us. All of you are already aware that the safety self-assessment by master and chief engineer has to be done within 14 days of joining. We have seen a few safety self-assessment with done, and there were no observations either by the master or chief engineer. That's quite not possible because all ships will be having something that needs to be corrected. So we expect that you have your safety self-assessment done, and so that it is for the betterment of the vessel, and we have some good observations so that you can correct during the tenure of your contract. Off late due to the COVID pandemic, we are not able to attend the vessel, but Shipshore has started another inspection regime wherein we can do the remote inspection, superintendent's remote inspection, but along with the master and chief engineer. So we have already started this. So maybe in your coming contract, when you go on board, you may have a remote inspection being done by the superintendent along with you and the chief engineer, with the master and chief engineer assisting us with this. Next slide, please.
Coming to job safety analysis, this is another new tool added in Shipshore. Previously, we were having risk assessment for all the jobs. Now, the importance of having a job safety analysis is that for one job, sometimes we had to refer to various risk assessments. So that gap has been completed by this JSA. Here, we make a JSA for any job which is being planned to be carried out. We can link any risk assessment with that. We have some generic risk assessments in Shipshore, which can be linked, and on top of it, if you need to take further actions or further precautions, same can also be added from your side. Now, this JSA, when we are making it, we have to be a bit careful that the start and estimated closeout date has to be planned well in advance, and the JSA has to be made. In case the job is you're not able to close, then consult with the office and we'll guide you if the JSA can be closed and we need to make a new JSA. But don't keep it open because overdue JSA will again reflect negatively on the vessel KPI. The flow of JSA is important. If any junior officer is making a JSA and the risk factor is not 3+, then the senior officer, chief engineer, they can close it. If any senior officer is making, then master on board can close the JSA. But if a JSA is made by master, then it comes to office for office approval. Or if the risk factor is 3 and above, then again it comes to office. It is reviewed, additional remarks are sent, what precaution need to be taken, and then JSA is carried forward. Next slide, please.
We have the environmental manager and SEEMP discussed in detail in the previous presentation by Sailesh and Chingappa. But just to highlight a few points over here. The entries that we make into the Shipshore, this needs to match with the physical record keeping that we have on board. If you are not doing that, then the whole purpose of this module is defeated. So please make sure that whatever records you are maintaining over here is in line with the physical records that you have over there. We also have the SEEM module, which needs to be done every quarter. ITM has designated the SEEM reporting to be done against 11 parameters. So each of the vessel has been designated this 11 parameters, and we need to report against this 11 parameters. We appreciate that the reportings are in line with the quarter's performance, not a generic reporting. So please ensure that you do it applicable to the quarters. Next slide, please.
This is a view we are sharing with you, the KPI for the vessels, which is commonly known as Power BI. Our colleagues who were on board, they must be receiving email from office stating the Power BI score is less or we are lacking somewhere. So this Power BI evaluates how we are maintaining the Shipshore, if there are any lapses, and how to fill those lapses. This is a very dynamic thing and has to be monitored on a daily basis. That's why I started with that the dashboard is the main thing which has to be reviewed and required action has to be taken. As you can see in the view what we have for the Power BI, there are some vessels which have got a red indication where it says they're not complying with the requirement, and the green part of course is complying. Vessels are required to maintain at least 85% of Power BI, but thanks to all of you, most of the ITM vessels are maintaining 90% or even 100%. Next slide, please. Continuing with the Power BI, this is the descriptive details of each component which is being reviewed in the Power BI. This has been shared by all the vessel in case same is missed out. So whenever you are on board, we can always send this details to you, and you can monitor what our KPIs are being monitored by office and how effectively to maintain all those KPIs. Next slide, please. This is a new tool which has been added in Shipshore. It is being rolled out and it is visible to us. Very soon it will be available to vessel as well. document manager, the purpose of this is to avoid maintaining physical files on board, because we will be sharing all the circulars, all the circular which are related to safety or machinery or with 2-stroke engine, 4-stroke engine, MAN. All information will be available under ShipShow. So we don't have to check in our computers or hard copies. We don't have to maintain on board. Now, this will be very extensive files, and when you're on board, you'll be able to see the files which are related to your vessel, but it doesn't mean you don't have access to the other files. As you can see on the screen, there is an indication showing an eye on the document section, which means the file has been read. The ones which are marked tick are available for you. The ones which are marked with a red cross are not available, but these can be requested. So you can go on those files. If it is not related to your vessel, even then you can click and you can send a request. You can see the request button on top on right hand side under the blue ribbon. And the last one is showing that the file upload has still not completed. It's in progress. Now thing is, even vessels will be at one point of time will be able to share any files on board. If something new has come, they will be able to upload the files and they can share with us, and then we'll be able to share with the entire fleet. Next slide, please.
Daman, thanks a lot. Just to conclude the whole ShipShow usage, like Daman just said, now there is a KPI which will be shared, which is being shared with the owners, and they are closely monitoring the performance of their vessels. So we would appreciate, like Daman said, that all vessels are always in the green and none goes into the amber or into the red. Red is a strict no, but we need to be in the green maximum. Like our CEO is insisting, we need to have data. The data helps us to understand what the vessels are doing, and that will help us to be proactive in our approach and take corrective actions. So ShipShow is a tool which helps us to collect this data, and for that we need the assistance of all our colleagues on board. Without the correct data, this whole tool is of no use. So we would appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a good quality data for ITM fleet, and hope that this tool will be of great use going forward. Thanks once again. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you so much, Damanjeet. Very, very interesting on ShipShow usage. Just to keep everyone posted, I think everyone is aware, we also have an e-learning. We call it ShipShow bronze level training, which is mandatory for all the seafarers. Since we're talking of ShipShow, I'll let everyone know that the training has also introduced ShipShow Silver training. At this moment of time, this training is mandatory for all the new hires. They have to undergo a live ShipShow training before they join the vessel. It's around 6 to 7 hours. People are made to assess the ShipShow live. They have to do certain exercises which is applicable to the ranks, and they have to do it before they join the vessel. So all the new hires, all the officers, I would say, who are joining on board, this is going to be a mandatory training. In case anybody who's on board, existing seafarer, wants to repeat ShipShow training on the live session or master chief engineer fields, the training need is required. We request, please nominate, please report report the training gap analysis, and we will ensure once the seafarer is ashore, he undergoes the silver training with the required modules. So thank you again, Pradeep, Damanjeet. We will move on. There are a couple of queries. We will take a quick look on those before we move on. Vijender is saying Power PI dashboard is not available to vessel ShipShow. It will be better to have some components visible on the ship side also.
Yeah, I'll take that. Bijendra, the thing is that Shipshore is still not rolled it out to the vessels. It's presently only available with the office. But what we are doing as a proactive thing is that we are sending out the dashboards almost on a daily basis, if not at every couple of days to the vessel, so that they are aware what's happening. But the team is working to ensure that this will come to the vessels soon. So it's a work in progress.
Thank you, Pradeep, for highlighting that. Priyank came back with a suggestion with respect to voyage reporting in Shipshore. There is actually a need to train officers on board what entries and events needs to be entered, because specifically pertaining to EUMRE, SEMP, and IMO DCS, where data is picked up automatically. Where I have encountered issues on past vessels where data entered earlier was wrong or missed out somehow, where an office came back to vessel for correct data with limited deadlines, and it became hard to provide all data on prompt during other scheduled daily routines. So any remarks, any comments from you guys on that?
Yes, Priyanka, that's a good question. I'll tell you that we have a circular issued by Shipshore. It was sent to all the vessels. In case you have missed out, when you join the vessel, we can send this circular again to all the vessel. It basically talks about how the voyage reporting needs to be carried out to avoid any mistakes taking place. Now, in voyage reporting also, the Shipshore has made it very dynamic. When they come to know about some lapses, they are trying to fix it up. So things are dynamic. So already 2 versions of that circular have been issued. So we will send that second circular, which we have at the moment, and we keep on circulating these things as and when the changes take place.
Thank you so much, Damanjit. We have few more questions coming up. Dimitri is saying Shipshore was adjusted to UTC. Vessel traded in Pacific Ocean. I just create JSA for the daily task, and it's highlighted and expired. What is correct procedure? Yeah, Dimitri, I mentioned when I was taking this JSA that you have to be very careful when you are picking up the start and close out time of the JSA. So in case your vessel is monitoring UTC, then you entered the time in UTC. Of course, in your comments, you can always say the time mentioned is UTC. And in that case, you will not face with this challenge. So hope this problem gets resolved when next time you make a JSA. Thank you very much. There has been a remark from one of our anonymous attendees. He said, I had previously insisted for something like document manager in last year webinar. Hopefully it will be soon available on board, considering the difficulty faced on old ships without any specific manuals available. So that means in your last webinar or seminar, when you said something, it has been noted and we have taken the action. So group has taken the action, and hopefully when you go on your vessel next time, this will be fully up and working. Thank you. Great. Sanesh is saying, can we review a JSA for a job which is coming monthly, or we need to make a JSA every month? Because we need to close a JSA after the job done. We cannot make JSA for 1 month or an year. Yes, the idea of having a JSA is very clear that whenever we are planning a job, we need to review the risks. So if a job is coming monthly, you have to review the risks, because risks keep on changing as per the circumstances. So we cannot just have a JSA on recurring basis. In case a job is recurring, we have to review all the risks and confirm everything is in order before proceeding with the job. So yeah, sorry, there's a shortcut to that. We have to review risks. Great. I think there is another one from Naveed Khan. While adding work orders in Shipshore, PMS, we are not able to add interval for that particular job. So please authorize the master or chief engineer to add intervals for that job. That's Naveed Khan.
Yeah, Naveed, just to let you know, the PMS, if you need any change, it has to go through the PMS admin team, which is sitting out of out of India. So the ship staff is only authorized to create a work order specific to something which they feel has come out of the blue moon. But anything that requires an interval which has to be repetitive, it has to go through the PMS team. So what the procedure is that the ship staff need to inform the office what they want and what is the interval and who would do the job. That would be handed over to the PMS admin team, and they would incorporate it into the vessel or to the whole fleet if it's applicable to the whole fleet. That is the process flow that we generally follow with adding a new job or an interval to the whole PMS system.
Great. We will move on. Sorry for pushing things, guys. Kashif has come that Power BI codes like 4.1, 4.2, etc. should be sent as detailed spreadsheet on vessel. When the scores are shared, it is difficult to relate to which section it is highlighting. So that's a recommendation from Kashif.
Yes, yes, but Kashif, as I said in the presentation also, that we have sent the PDF on board, and in case you missed out, we will send it again. So once your superintendent sends you the score, you can relate what is 4.1, what is 4.2, where you are lacking, and then required action can be taken from your side.
Well, Jose is relating ORB with Shipshore. He says, is it fine that ORB being updated in Shipshore by a junior officer and not by chief engineer?
Jose, I think you would be taking the data from after the chief engineer's return is ORB. So for sure, this information is basically required to know the sludge generation and the sludge burning for the IMO, DCS and all the other regulatory items. So if the chief engineer has written the ORB, for sure you would be just copying it out directly into Shipshore. So I don't see any concerns with that. I hope the junior officer being either the third engineer or the fourth engineer, not a junior engineer level.
Agree, not junior engineer by per se itself.
Correct.
Great. I think it's going to be last question we're going to take. Jure is saying Shipshore in JSA, where we have to tick meeting attendance, we have to tick all the crew 3 times. That make us up to 60 ticks every time for the sake of ticking. Please add on option select all.
Captain Yuri, that is something strange, huh? Because when we are checking the JSA from our side, we are getting this option of selecting all the crew in one go. This was not brought up earlier, but thanks for highlighting this. We will take it up and we'll get the required changes made. Thank you.
Ravi Kumar, Kodimari Ravi Kumar has some suggestions. When Shipshore 2.0 is in use on board, why separate ship safety training record book, which reflects about trying out LSA and FFA, and Saturday routines trying out FFA and LSA equipment physical record books are also to be maintained separately?
I think the Shipshore 2 is not rolled out into the whole fleet. So there are some ships still. So the whole policy is still not come out. So maybe going forward, if we see there's a duplication, and once the whole fleet has changed over, so then it can be taken up by the higher management. We will pass on this comment to our higher management and see what can be done.
Great. I think we are much above our Q&A time and overall time, but we see Charles wants to speak to us. Charles, you are unmuted. Probably the last question we're going to take for this session.
Yeah,
Charles, go ahead.
This is regarding this JSA. See, we have both the generic type of JSA. It's a standard templates we have for some important jobs. But I feel this JSAs should be updated on regular basis also. You see, office is dealing with so many JSAs of different vessels. But as a ship staff, I only have my frame of this thing that, okay, if a job for enclosed space entry is there, these are the things I have to follow. But I feel there are other people who would have created some new points. This can be updated in the generic system. So when any person is going to make a first risk assessment, he will always go to the first generic part. He will check what all is written. So it forms a process where, like, the new points are also highlighted. I just wanted to highlight this. The generic templates of the JSA should be updated at frequent intervals. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, Captain, as I stated before, the JSA is a new thing where you can relate various risk assessments. So JSAs are not not generic. Risk assessments are generic. So if you're talking about enclosed space, there is a generic risk assessment for enclosed space. But if you have you relate to that, then you relate to other circumstances on your vessel, and then you can make a JSA covering all those points. And if you're saying sharing from other vessel, in case the JSA score is below 3, that means the vessel has taken required steps to curtail the significant risk has been taken care. But when it comes to office, of course, we are receiving so many JSAs, and we will review it, and we will guide you what all additional steps can be taken to reduce the severity. But point here is that when you're considering JSA, all the things have been considered by vessel side instead of referring to some tailor-made thing, copying it and pasting it, which is not the idea of having a JSA on.
Just to add to that, we also have seen that in few cases we have created a JSA, but we are attaching some non-relevant RAs to that. So please, when you are creating that, please ensure that the correct RAs are attached to the JSAs.
If I may say something here, just to interrupting and saying something here is, yes, as it was explained earlier, that the JSA is a job safety analysis, and yes, it has risk assessments attached to that. Now, there are generic risk assessments in the ShipShow database, which are reviewed and updated annually by the central team. However, having said that, whenever a risk assessment is accompanying a JSA, which it is always, it should be made ship and job specific. It's important to do that, and that extra little bit has to be done. Otherwise, the whole purpose of the JSA and discussing it on board with all our colleagues gets defeated.
Thank you, Farhad. Anything you want to counter, Charles, on that?
It's not a counter. What they said was right. It was an RA, but what I tried to put forward was, it is not copying or something. When you have a review of it, like Captain Farhad said, when you have an annual review, they are putting a point. It is a person who's creating a JSA tend to forget certain things. It's somewhat like a checklist. You understand the point? So when you do a review and you have an updated board of the, he gets to the point that he has to check the other things also, which he's forgot. This is what I wanted to put forward. It is not like you have a template, you copy and put. No. That was not my point. My point was, when you review, you have an important point. Maybe that guy, it is not clicking on his mind or something like that. Somebody else in another ship has done it, which will be very useful. This is what I tried to say.
Absolutely, absolutely, Captain Charles, is what you have said is point noted, definitely. Absolutely. And this is what we are planning to do. And most of these risk assessments which are in the database, they have been basis the feedback that we have received from our colleagues on board and the officers. So yes, the whole idea is, as you rightfully said, is to cover as many points, but it may not be, because we are operating a range of vessels. Now, each vessel may not be the same as the other, so that's why we need to do that upper thing. But yeah, the risk assessments are being reviewed yearly, and appropriate information to the best of what can be put in is being put in over there. I hope this helps.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Captain Charles. Indeed, a very, very interesting discussion. A lot of questions coming in, and we would continue taking more questions in the final Q&A. Apologize, we have a bit of time constraints at this moment, and I'm sure a lot of people are hungry. So it's time for a refreshment break. Guys, once again, we will see you guys in 30 minutes. We have some very interesting sessions still to go. We have got fleet operations update. We have got learning from incidents. We have got the most interesting, one of the things I'm sure you all are looking for also is on crewing operations. And at last, on the last would be career progression and competency development by training team. So guys, let's eat some lunch, be more energized, walk a little bit, drink a little bit, and we'll see you guys soon. Be safe, all the best. I didn't hear music this time. Good, thanks. Karen, can we stop the music, please? Thank you, Karen. Welcome back, everyone. I hope short break, you are well refreshed, had something to eat, some water to drink, tea, coffee, some stretch exercise. I think when we are attending a day-long virtual session, sitting in front of the computer, these things are very, very important. That's the reason of having these short breaks, maybe a lunch break or a stretch break. Do get up, walk a bit, stretch yourself, drink a little bit of water, tea, coffee to keep you fit. So welcome back once again. As we promised, very interesting session coming up. Apart from fleet operations, we have learning from incidents, which will be given by Farhad and Nitin, and followed by crewing operations by Kush and career progression by Vitali. So before we do that, I would request Sharad, Fleet Manager, ITM Dubai, to speak on the fleet operations, please.
Thank you, Rishi. And hello and welcome to all the participants. Guys, we have been given the most daunting task after the lunch. We all will be feeling sleepy, so it's a challenge for you and for me to stay awake and go through with the presentation. So all the best for that. We'll move on. Karen, please, the next slide. Okay, so I'll start with this, the fleet cell structure, what Chris has also shown in his previous slides. So this is where we are. This is the ITM team that you see in the red box. We are basically the face of ITM, a link between the client and the vessel. So we have a dual role to play. So one side is the client, one side is the vessel. We have the fleet superintendents, marine superintendents, fleet procurement officers, the purchasers that you all know, and the finance controller in the team. And we all are well supported by the operations director, vetting manager, HSEQ manager, IT manager, and crew management partner. And the extended crewing team, including the planning manager, mobilization team, and the recruitment team. Next one, please. I have purposely kept this slide here so that you all know the team members, the short staff in ITM. When this presentation will be shared with you all, you'll have the names and you'll know how we function. So here we have Fleet 1, Fleet 2, and Fleet 3. Fleet 1, predominantly, we have all the frontline ships. Fleet 2, we have frontline ships. We have Oman vessels. We had Turkish clients. They're not with us anymore. We have Sonangul ships, and Fleet 3, JNNTC, Pyxis, Kaiwan, and Capital. So that's how we have our structure. This will be shared with you all, so you'll know the people with you. We'll move on. Now, this is something we all should feel proud about. These are the innovative ideas that has come from the ship, as Anil Karapya has always been advocating this out of the box thinking, value engineering. So this is something which we see coming out from the ship. So we really feel proud about it. This is the first thing, if you see, is the PV valve testing device. These three pictures. This was done by a pumpman. He was able to use the simple equipments and come out with the solution. Bijinder, you were earlier pointing out about the garbage compactors if we don't have what to do. So one of the chief officer has come up with this idea. It was a homemade garbage compactor. If you see, this is the box fabricated here, and there was a hydraulic jack underneath. So if you are stuck in such situation, you can always consider something like this out of the box. This was proposed by one of the third engineer, where we always see that we have challenge while we are pouring the chemical. So we make a stand like this and we can safely use the chemicals here. So a pat on the back to everyone for coming out with such innovative ideas. Next one, please. And this is the latest one. The chief engineer gave us this idea for calibrating the torque wrenches. Now, to calibrate a torque wrench, you need two things. One is the force, another is the distance. So for the force, we have a dynamometer, which is a well-calibrated equipment on board. This one, we have a torque wrench here, and this is the stud here. So it's a simple process. You use the mass, you use the force to lift it up, and multiply with the length, you get the torque. So it's a good tool to measure or calibrate the torque meters on board itself. You don't have to land it ashore. So it saves a lot of cost for us as well. Thank you for that. Next time onwards, we will be putting up the names and maybe the pictures also of all of you who are coming up with such innovative ideas. Thanks for that once again. Yeah, the next one, please. Okay, so in the fleet, we see some challenges, we see some good things also. So today I would like to point out some 6 challenges that we see on a day-to-day basis. So let's start with the auxiliary engine. These pictures, I think you all would be aware of the failure of con rod bolts, piston, crankshaft. This is a very interesting case. The third one is a very interesting case where the con rod bolts itself was interchanged when we were doing the auxiliary engine overhaul. This is the serrations not carefully checked and there were cracks here. We had a failure. This is the governor drive, which was not inspected properly, and we had a failure. So eventually what happens when the generator fails, it's a heart and soul of the ship. So there's no power and we end up in a big situation whenever there is a generator, because the replacement itself is a time-taking and a very costly affair. These are the pictures from the industry. Fortunately, it's not from our ship because we are following the procedure. Karen, the next one, please. Yeah, and how the procedure goes. It's the planning. We need to consider auxiliary engine overhaul as a project in itself. A good planning is required, maybe 4 to 6 months in advance, about the main tools that will be required during the decarb. Are these all available on board? Because this is something which we are not doing on a daily basis or on a frequent basis. It's maybe once in 2 or 3 years you get a chance to overhaul a generator. So it's very important that we identify all these things, which we are doing, happy to say that. So just reiterating all these things, that all the tools are available on board. They are in a working condition and well calibrated. We have all the spares required for the decarb available. We've had some cases where the spares were packed, received from the supplier, but they were not correct size. Imagine we've opened up a cylinder head, we've opened up a piston, and the rings that we have on board are not matching. So it's a big challenge that time, what to do. So it's important that we identify and physically check the spares. Then the clearances and the measurements, it's vital to take these things before and after, so that you have a comparison between the readings. Then there is a decarbonization procedure. It is very well illustrated in the manuals. You have the videos as well. There may be some service letters pertaining to that. So it's important that we go through everything before we attempt for this job. While the job is going on, it's again important to have a toolbox stock on a daily basis. It takes some time, but prevents a lot of hassles later on. Supervision by the senior staff is mandatory, I would say. Chief engineers should have an overview what is happening, how it is happening, and he should be present. And he should be present when the key at the key points, especially. Report should come to office on a daily basis, and of course when the decarb is complete. Then finally, we've had some incidents. What we've heard of is after the engine decarb is complete, when we are doing the trials. So it's vital. I won't go into the exact details, but you all understand the importance of this. When the decarb is done, how important it is to revive the engine, do it in steps, keep checking the crankcase, the tightness of the rods and other things as well. The next slide, please. The second point I would like to cover today is the critical items. First of all, let's understand the definition of a critical item. So it goes like this. All the equipments on board are important, must to have, but there are some of them which are identified as critical because so that there can be some extra importance given to those items. And how do we select those items? It's the simple definition is something which can jeopardize the safety of the crew, safety of the asset and the environment. So those items we identify as critical. And the most important thing here to understand is if those items have 100% redundancy, then maybe it cannot be classed as critical because you have a backup for that. So something which is not having a redundancy, then definitely it's a critical item. In our VMS, it is very nicely explained in the chapter 4.13. So the process goes like this. We identify all the critical functions and these are marked in Tech 18. Then we have the critical functions basis the definition, what we just said. You identify the equipments. Mostly we have 6 items under the safety and 4 items under the environment. Those are listed in Tech 18A. Then we do analysis, all the critical equipments, all the spares cannot be critical. So we do a risk analysis, we do a flow chart for that. And then we identify some spares which are marked in 18B. Then comes under subcategories, the responsibilities, of course, for the critical equipments, it should be the senior management who should be taking the responsibility for these. The maintenance of critical equipment follow a different path altogether, unlike the normal maintenance. Here we, if it's a short time maintenance or a stoppage, then the shipboard management team can just sit down, do a risk analysis on board and go on with the maintenance. If it requires a longer duration stoppage, then the office has to be involved in this and a permission has to be taken, should be discussed with the superintendent. Risk analysis, formal risk analysis is required in this particular case. If we have to postpone a maintenance for the critical equipment, usually we don't prefer that. Unless you have some genuine reason for this, it will be discussed with the office and then we'll take a necessary step. For the testing of alarms and safety devices, all the jobs of critical equipment becomes a critical job in itself. So should be given priority. There should not be any overdue when we are doing all these alarms and testing. And if God forbid, any critical equipment fails, then we need to start a management of change, a temporary management of change, do a risk analysis, see how we are going to overcome the situation in case of any trouble coming in. Next slide, please. In 2020 beginning, there were 2 viruses which came to existence. One was the coronavirus and second was the VLSFO. Even today for corona, we don't have a permanent cure, and even for VLSFO, same thing. We don't have a ISO recommended testing regime for the VLSFO. Now VLSFO was covered by Chandramohan and corona will be covered by Kush. So I'll go into the alternate, which is the EGCS. ITM has got 17 vessels as of today with open loop exhaust gas scrubbing system. Now the process, how this works, it's the same as the IG scrubbers where the seawater goes into the scrubber unit. washes the exhaust gas, and the wash water goes overboard, and the clean exhaust gas goes to the atmosphere. Now, important thing to understand is why I'm bringing this up is we are facing some challenges with the EGCS. So for those 17 ships, all the crew members will be going back to the ship. Just for the understanding, in the inlet, we have two sensors, the pH, which measures the acidity, and the turbidity, which measures the suspended particle matter. Inlet is an optional. IMO does not require that we should have the inlet measurement, but most of our vessels, we have this option there. When the seawater washes the exhaust gas and goes down, it becomes a wash water. Again, we have three things being measured there. One is the pH, because that becomes pretty acidic. Imagine it is cleaning the sulfur, so it forms the sulfur H2SO4, which is pretty acidic. It comes down to 5 or 6 also pH. Then the turbidity, we will have some suspended particles in the wash water, and the PAH. PAH is a measure for the oil content in the wash water because it's going overboard, so it's important to measure that. And the fourth one is the exhaust gas. After scrubbing, we have to measure the SO2 and CO2 ratio. So now what happens if any one sensor is not working? Can we run the system? Can we not? So if you have a single sensor failure, the IMO allows us to run the system provided we have a permission from the flag and the report has gone to the maker so that they can also provide some troubleshooting. So we can continue, but we need to follow this process. When we are starting or in between, if we see that we have some problem with the EGCS, if it can be resolved easily within an hour time, then we are allowed to continue without reporting anyone. Of course, you all need to report to the office, but yes, we don't have to report to any authorities in this case. If it is more than 1 hour, then we have to inform the flag and take necessary action. In case we don't have a compliant fuel and EGCS is also not working, let's say seawater is not working, or we have a leakage or anything, we're not able to run the EGCS, and we don't have a compliant fuel also on board too, then we have to report to flag, we have to report to port state, get their permission, and then only we will be allowed. So it's a bit tricky. Please report it to the office and we will notify you what is to be done. We have seen some challenges with regards to the overboard stub pieces because the water is so acidic. It is creating corrosion, pitting, and the overboard leakages. Similarly, in the exhaust bellow, spray nozzles, and some sample pipes also getting blocked. Now, this open loop scrubber is banned in some parts of the world. So please remember that whenever you're calling a port, you take guidance from the agent, from the local agent, because he'll be the best person to guide you on that, whether it is allowed or not. The next one, please. Cybersecurity. This is the buzzword these days. We need to understand what exactly is cybersecurity. Is it something new? No, it is not. But with the increased automation on board, it is becoming more and more of a problem now. Any system on board which has a shore interface, it's vulnerable to cyber attack. This is what we need to understand. So any system on board which can be accessed from shore by the hackers, by the intruders, it is prone to cyber attack. So it is divided into information technology, and the threat is to operation technology. Now, what's the difference? The information technology is like the IT networks, email, all the electronic stuff, computers, communication computer, where mainly the finance and reputation is at risk. Whereas in the operational technology, like the navigation, engine, cargo system, where there is danger to life, property, and the environment. Imagine some intruder is able to access your ECDIS or the main engine system, and they change the settings. So we won't even know what's happening there, and we may end up in some incident and accidents. So that's why it is very important that we identify these things and we stop the hackers entering our system. Now, how currently we are protected? We have antivirus on board. We have sonic firewalls. We have the USB blockers. Now, this is another thing. Now, you might say that our ECDIS is not connected to the network, so we are safe. No, we are not safe because we are getting the updates. We are getting various things in the communication computer, which we are downloading in a USB and putting it in the ECDIS. Similarly, we are putting the USB at various places. Now, it's important that we follow this requirement of having the USB blockers. Otherwise, with the USBs, it is possible to spread the virus on the various operation systems on board. And finally, the awareness is something which is the key. So we should be aware what all systems can be hacked so that we don't give access to the outsider on that. Next one, please. This has been well covered by our colleagues here, Damanjeet and Pradeep, so I won't go in detail. But just to let you know that this is the sole platform for all reporting and monitoring modules. It's going to be a one-stop shop for all of our key management functions like the details, hazard occurrences, safety, inspections, plan maintenance, and various other modules. Yeah. The next one, please. With the COVID, yes, we had travel restrictions. So we have come out with this remote inspections, not only us, even the external parties as well. So this is going to be, I think, going to continue in future as well. With the superintendents, if they're not able to travel to the ship, we'll be doing the internal inspections using the cameras and the phone calls with the senior staff on board. Audits we are doing through remote. When it comes to external, some of you would have undertaken a remote SIRE, remote PSC, which China has started doing it. Some class surveys can be done remotely. In our office as well, we are doing that remote TMSA audit. So it's going to be future, I think, till the time the travel restrictions are lifted. And for that, we have given MS Teams and camera dedicated for that to all the ships. The next one, please. Yeah, so finally, what are the expectations from us as the show team, from you as the ship team? Nothing new. We all know, just want to highlight it again, reiterate here. Safety of the personnel, safety of the asset, safe and efficient operations. That means we should not be having any injuries, work-related, avoid the accidents. Safety of the asset is something which clients are really looking at. No incident, no breakdowns of the machinery. Safe and efficient operations. We need to clear the PSC, flag vetting, which our colleagues have already spoken about. Environment protection, energy conservation, and let's face the fact, the cost control is the bottom line for any business. Wherever we can save the cost, we should try for that. And commercial awareness to not to have any off-hire, turnaround time, and cargo claims to be minimized. So with that, I thank you all for your time, and we can have some question and answers.
Thank you very much, Sharad. I'm sure everyone must be looking forward for this information. For thanks on behalf of Seafarers, thanks for sharing. Very, very informative. We would defer the Q&A, Sharad,
no issues,
along with the final, just to have
yes, we are running short of
back
time.
a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So with that, I think any questions you have, we suggest please write it down on the Q&A, and Sharad would be more than happy to respond by writing and replying you on that. If not, definitely we would be taking your questions in the open forum final Q&A. Thank you once again, Sharad. We'll move on with the learning from incidents. And here, eventually, this is going to be again Farhad, along with the Nitin, Fleet Manager, ITM Dubai. Farhad, you there?
Very much there, and already we can go on to the presentations now. It's okay.
Yeah.
Is my voice echoing or something?
Little bit further than seems to be speaking from little distance.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, wait a minute, I think we need the slide, the full slide is not coming here. Okay, it's myself and Mr. Nitin Dongre, but we can go to the next slide.
Yeah, hi. This is me. Not all of you may have met me in the past, although I've been with ITM for a long time. I, of course, sailed initially with SCI, then joined Barbers, which was named for ITM, also was part of Barbers initially. After sailing with ITM, after sailing with Barbers and ITM, I joined in Dubai as a fleet superintendent. Later on with ITM, I moved to Hamburg. And then when V-Ships took over ITM, I was in V-Ships Germany. Of course, in 2016, I shifted back to ITM in Dubai and presently here as a fleet manager and mainly responsible for the frontline fleet. That is me. And I am very pleased that today I would be talking to over 200 participants here. Yeah, Farad.
Thank you. Go to the next slide, please.
Yeah. Next. Next.
Next slide.
Yeah. It's okay now.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's come back. Sorry, apologies for that. The connection went off for a bit. Yeah. So coming down to the slide is what we know, what we define accidents as is injuries to personnel, and incidents as basically physical damage to the ship, cargo, property, or environment, or even includes breaches of security such as piracy. Next slide, please. Yeah, now the whole idea about, when we talk about incidents and reporting and all this stuff, the main idea is that all incidents are obviously investigated with the sole purpose or the main purpose of actually learning from these incidents and to see how we can avoid such incidents from occurring in future. And that is in line with the IMO resolution also, with ISM code requirements, and even with the TMSA, which is by the oil majors. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that's the main objective. Now, there are various ways or means of investigating incidents. And obviously the couple of questions, that is what, when, where, why, how, these basic questions are asked, as you would also do on board, as we would all do actually when investigating any incident, whether, and whatever may be it. The answers to this normally constitute an investigation and turn report preparation, because we have various methods such as the Swiss cheese, DNV, MSCAT model, the 5 whys, and yes, all of our colleagues are provided with onboard CBT training on, or basically CBT training on incident investigations. As we can see in the figure on the right, when the gaps are there, when the barriers, the holes in the barriers are there, that is the various safeguards, measures put in place, obviously it would eventually lead to an incident. We could go to the next slide, please. Care for people, stop, pause. Care for our people. I mean, don't want to put up these photographs here. However, it's a reminder, a very, you can say, blatant reminder of what happens to our colleagues when people get injured, and the severity of injuries, which, as we had discussed many times today, is that our goal is 0 incidents, 0 injuries, and basically for care for our people, that people don't get, our colleagues don't get injured, and go home safely to their families. As you can see here is one injury case in 2020 where the electrical officer was trying to help the fitter fit this heavy light. As we all know, it's pretty heavy. It slipped because no proper securing, no proper ladder. And well, in good intentions, the electrical officer tried to catch the light, and this metal plate, which is circled over here in the middle photograph, cut the electrical officer badly. Next, please. This is another, actually two cases. One is showing this gratings which are open, which has been pretty common actually, where people have slipped and fallen or open gratings. And this was after work in the engine room on the scrubber side. And maybe it was fatigue, maybe it was whatever reasons, but the person lost his situational awareness, slipped and fell over there, cutting his ear pretty badly, almost into half. And it's very unfortunate. In both these cases, we're lucky, very lucky that the vessel was in port. The person could be sent to the hospital and stitches being given. Of course, the other one is about a hammer and a punch used, where the person punched his finger by mistake. So it's basic situational awareness, being alert and being careful. Next, please. This is a recent occurrence of when our colleagues were trying to make fast a tug. Of course, the tug moved in another direction, as we can see in one of the middle photographs here, how the tug was being connected. Nevertheless, proper supervision, monitoring of the tug's movements, and using proper messenger lines, Gantt lines when connecting tugs in this. Especially we know, again, to reiterate, when connecting tugs, as we all know, you all are on board the ships, you'll know it better than probably even we know it here, is that mooring operations are very critical and dangerous. It's important we do toolbox talks. People are careful, people are alert and appropriately rested to make sure things go safely. That's as far as care for the people and injuries, as we have to discuss this as part of the incidents. Next slide, please, and move on. Hand over to Michael.
Hi. Yes, Farhad has spoken about injuries and accidents, and here I have the task of talking about unpleasant topic, which is engine room fires. Well, any fire is, of course, unpleasant, and the engine room fires, they are often very challenging to deal with. The main reason, of course, as you all know, is the construction of the engine room. I mean, for any fire, as you can see from the fire triangle, all you need is oxygen, heat, and fuel. And I think in the engine room, we have plenty of it. So it's better to know something about it, and better to try and avoid having fires in the engine room. Next slide, please. Yes, of course, any minor engine room fire, if controlled and extinguished immediately, will result in either no damage, no cost, or very little damage and cost. But a minor fire, if not controlled in time and not extinguished immediately, is likely to result in catastrophic damages, including loss of lives, loss of vessel. So we can see from the next slide, sometimes, next slide, please. Yes, you can see it can result in loss of the vessel, loss of people, and this is something, of course, we do not want, and rather nobody wants, but then, yes, we have to prevent it. So next slide. Yes, so what causes engine room fire? As we said, it is the heat source, which is available, like in Dubai here, the temperature at present is 35, 36, and everybody is complaining it's very hot. But we all know in the engine room, generally it is above 40, 45, 50, or even 55 if you come to this area during summers. So it is really very hot in the engine room. Plus we have oxygen and we have a lot of combustible material. And that is something that we cannot avoid. So these are the things which cause fire. And of course, when there is a fire, the only way to fight this fire is getting rid of one of the causes of fire, either cooling or starving or smothering. Yeah. But yes, our main aim is to prevent fire. because nobody likes to deal with fire. So the best thing is to prevent fire. I would like to share a few case studies, or rather I would just go through them quickly. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is engine room fire, which was caused by leakage of high pressure fuel oil. It started as a minor leak, and you can see the damage it has caused. I don't know, like, or not all of you will be able to recognize what this is, but of course, this is a main engine fuel pump. And a minor leakage on one of the flanges. Next slide, please. Yes, so this is the damage that it has caused. You can see these are the lubricators and other hydraulic pipes which are under the main engine fuel pump platform. And next slide. Yes, so this is the main engine fuel pump, and there was a minor leakage initially from this joint, and that is the main reason for start of fire. And this is it was here that the leakage, which was minor initially, and then it really the joint started leaking and resulted in a catastrophe, as you saw. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, basically, if you see over here, we have the shock absorber for the main engine fuel pump. And if you see this shock absorber flange, which connects to the main engine fuel pump, has a spigot. And this was the original design, and well, over time it got modified by someone on board or by someone ashore. And can you show the next slide? Yes, they just removed the spigot and they put a flange and a gasket, a gasket over here. And with this modified design, initially there was a minor leak, and later on the gasket gave way and high pressure fuel started spraying in the engine room. And with the main engine running, it just spread all over. It went onto the exhaust gas manifold, and there was a huge fire, and the engine was the vessel was disabled. The vessel had to be towed. So what we need is from all this, from such examples is, of course, we do not want any fires to take place. So the best thing is to avoid fires and to start thinking how we can prevent fires, how we can prevent this spraying or this flying around of fuel and lube oil, which is on hot surfaces. Next slide, please. Yes, here it is now. These are the fuel oil hot filters on auxiliary engines, which I think some of you who have sailed with us for the last 1 year, you will come to know that we are trying to prevent, because this is one of the major source of leakage. And when fuel from this hot filters starts leaking, sometimes it spreads all over and goes on to the exhaust manifold of the generators running, which are running in the vicinity. So next slide, please. Yeah, so we have now on all our vessels, we have covered this hot fuel oil filters so that we at least prevent the oil from spreading, and thereby we are preventing fire. So this is what I would like to say, that wherever you guys are, and if you feel that there is some chance or some possibility, some probability of any leakage of fuel or lube oil, please ensure, please think outside the box, please think and try to find a way in which you can prevent fire, in which you can, first of all, of course, you need to eliminate the leakage. But if you are not able to, then at least do something so that you can prevent a fire, which is disastrous. Next slide.
Yeah, I think keep putting it up, Karen. Thank you. Over here, we talking from fire, which is of course also part of our fire safety campaign. We move on to, as navigation incidents, we know have huge consequences. Now, we won't go through each and every incident here. However, to give a synopsis, that there were collisions in the past, and not in the very past, but in the near future, you could say, sorry, in the recent past, where collisions have taken place and resulted in the whole vessel getting on fire when it was a tanker in the South China Sea, or collisions with fishing vessels wherein people have lost their lives. And just before I go ahead, there is a poll question. I request you to answer it. You can put it up. These have serious consequences, and people have lost their lives, and obviously has resulted in huge consequences, such as even the vessel being, held up, the people being put into jail, as you must have heard, as this information has been passed on many times in the past. The important thing is, can a serious incident happen with us? And for all the bridge team members, that we need to maintain that situational awareness, as we saw previously in the presentation, that Hilo also identified some of the navigation unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, leading events, so to say, and we should all learn from this. This information is passed on so that everybody remembers this and we can prevent it from happening. Do we have the results by any chance of the, okay, so yes, only 57% have agreed. Some still partly agree and not sure, and still many people disagree. But well, we have to, the whole idea of this is that yes, an incident can happen and we need to be alert at all times. But thank you for that poll, and this will also be shared later on. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, in view of this, keeping it short, is that incidents, yes, there's a lot of information that is passed around. Please share this, use it properly. We have safety bulletins, safety stand-downs, safety meetings, this maritime partners, so many things going on, and to encourage our people in the right direction to speak up, stop the job, report all such things, to avoid an accident, avoid an incident from happening. Like we had even various navigation discussions. We talked about leading events, self-audits, self-inspections, as it was mentioned earlier on, and various sailing and VDR audits. So all these tools are used to give us direction, to give us, for us to be proactive and not reactive. Next slide, please. Yeah, incidents and reporting. Again, to reiterate, it's important. Obviously, if there is, God forbid, an incident, we need to immediately use the phone, have the emergency procedures by the emergent communication systems. Do not hesitate, immediately call up without waste of time. It is very, as a team, and being in the same team, to hear any such information from a third party is really not appropriate, whether it is for us or for our clients, the owners who own the vessels. So these days, it's important to have this information so that we know how to deal with it, how to tackle it. And obviously, if it's a serious incident, then it means could have media attention. And incidents should be reported without delays. And of course, reporting in line with voyage orders. Please be careful. Of course, we need to discuss this, but yes, voyage orders need to be followed. Incidents need to be reported. Thank you. Next slide, please. You can drop down.
So here we are then. What have we learned from these incidents, or what are we learning? Of course, just before we go on to this, the poll by Farad was quite an interesting one, with many of us agreeing. It could be interpreted in both ways. That means you are not really safe, or you can say, yes, you are aware that, yes, there could be a chance of any accident or incident happening on board my vessel. Well, we will discuss that more in detail later on. But regarding learning from incidents, of course, we cannot, there are a lot of learning from all the incidents, but the most basic, I would say, is in whether you are I mean, in the engine room, on deck, or anywhere. Even when you are on vacation, it's always important that keep your ears, eyes, nose open, and your minds open also. Look for such kind of possibilities. Look for instances where there are chances of, people making mistakes and things going haywire. Try and think outside the box. Of course, the most important thing is do not ignore any weak signal. And as I said, and as we said earlier, remember PIMS video on chronic unease. That is most important. Yeah. Next, please.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Farhad. Thanks, Nitin. It's always lots to learning from incident presentation. This is what I've realized. And Nitin, Farhad, very well explained. You took your time, explained it quite well. A few initiatives which have been taken is very, very interesting. So once again, thanks. We might be having some questions coming up from these incidents, what both of you shared. And definitely we will take it up in the final Q&A after the training presentation. So once again, thank you, Nitin. Thank you, Farhad. We will move on. And I'm sure crewing operation update by Kush. A lot of people are looking for a lot of answers, especially in this COVID situation. So Kush, the stage is all yours. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Rishi. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for attending the first virtual seminar. It's a pity that we can't be face-to-face. Normally, we used to have these seminars face-to-face in Dubai, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we are not able to do that. So, but we are pleased, at least, I mean, we have a good number of attendees today, and we are very pleased about it. So thank you all for this. And I'm hopeful, and I'm pretty sure also as well, on this, on one hand, that you must be taking a lot of notes and good points, as Rishi mentioned in the morning about Jim, the quote from Jim Roth, that if you hear a good idea, please capture it, write it down, so that you can use it in future, so that also you can explain it to people on board when you are on your next contract. So yeah, I will just have a brief introduction for myself. My name is Kush Kataria. I've been in ITM since 2007 in various roles in crewing department, and have been with ITM was bought over by B Group in 2009, and of course after the Advent takeover, we had a lot of restructuring in the crewing department, and that's when and everybody knows the ITM crewing structure was basically transferred to the crewing manning offices were in India as well in Russia. So since then, I've been working as a crew management partner, and I'm reporting to the crew management MD, which is Marcin, and trying to ensuring that we give flawless service delivery to our clients. Thank you. Okay, just a brief agenda, my agenda basically for my topics on what I will speak. I will give you a small update on COVID, what has happened in the last 1.5 to 2 years, 1.5 years basically from now, what we have done as a company, and how COVID has impacted seafaring community at large. This, of course, in continuation with that, we also have something which has come up of late is mental well-being, because this has impacted a lot of seafarers who are not able to go home. So I will briefly tell you something about mental well-being and what initiatives the group has taken, and how best all of us as a team can help each other in these difficult times during the pandemic, and then carry forward this as a culture. We've also initiated a new performance appraisal system this year, early this year. I am not sure if all of you would have seen that. Probably some people would be during the leaves when this was rolled out. So I will give you a brief outlook on what this system is all about. And of course, then there'll be some other topics. I will talk about your Crew app, Crew Connect app. So that I will talk. And we will have also additional material, which we will pass it on to you because we just have a 20-minute presentation, so we can't discuss in detail. So we will be sending out some handouts for you guys to, have a look at your leisure time and also understand in details. And next slide, please. Okay, as I said, COVID update. This thing started in March, and unfortunately, it really took a very ugly turn right in the beginning, and all the countries were shutting down. And although the world was shutting down, but the marine industry wasn't. So immediately, what as a company, we group did for onshore initiatives we took was to immediately set up a COVID crew command center. It was a hub. It was a center where all the information being collected and guidelines being given as to how we should proceed, with all crew changes or any health issues. So that was a center which was created immediately, and we really utilized the assistance of that committee. This committee also gave us local instructions. I mean, because it was a very dynamic situation. I'm sure you all have faced that situation for the last 1.5 years. We had a lot of challenges, so many challenges we had, and it was on a day-to-day basis, the challenges were changing and we were being faced with new challenges. So we had to come out with a lot of guidelines for each and every location, and it was location specific. So we had to come out with each location guidelines, as in India, what we'll do, in Russia, what we are going to do, as in to proceed with crew changes. We were trying our level best to continue with the crew changes, but unfortunately from March till June, the entire world was shut down with, due to this, and there was nothing. But after June, we started, and that's how our crew changes as well increased, and I will show you the data a little later. Once these crew changes started, then of course there were regulations, and also we needed to be sure that our colleagues who are at home, who are joining the ship, as well as people on board, were safe, as in there would not be any COVID positive COVID case going on board and infecting the others as well. So we had to be very careful with the health of all the seafarers at home as well as on board. So we took out a mandatory PCR testing regulation, although some of the airlines, some of the ports also came out with these regulations. But as a company, we had already decided that we will do a mandatory PCR test before the seafarer departs from their home country. And of course, some of the clients, there were some client specifics which we were also following. With regards to that, also to ensure that we have safe crew changes, we had to do a risk assessment. So we started doing thorough risk assessments for each and every crew change. For every location the seafarer would be moving out, we would see what are the risks associated with during the travel or at the port of joining or just after joining. So there were risks that were analyzed, and we mitigated those risks as best as possible. Yeah. On board, there were some other initiatives. Because of the health issues, we immediately contacted a company called Future Care. This was a industry medical service to our seafarers. If at all there was a positive case, the vessel could contact them, and they would assist, not only guiding to take as far as the medication of the seafarer was concerned, but also assist in disembarkation and any hospitalization or travel to home country. So this was a good service from Future Care, which our company had immediately initiated. With this, as we all know, there were delays in crew changes because of restrictions, travel restrictions all over the globe, and unfortunately, our colleagues on board had to stay much longer than what they are used to staying on board. This also, was another concern, as in people on board, our colleagues on board, are isolated from the entire world, and it was very difficult times all over the world, at home, in ashore or on board as well. So I mean, there were to help people maintain their mental well-being. We again took assistance for a company by the name of ComSite, which is and we started a program called Employee Assistance Program through them, whereby they would give telephonic or by email or on any way they could get in touch with them they would give assistance and give basically try and give moral support to seafarers, and seafarers could just talk anything about their family, about their well-being on board, or any matter they were concerned with, they could share with them, and they would try and support them. With this, as and when, because being impacted quite a lot with the pandemic, so we had to give updates, regular updates to seafarers, what was going on, how are the crew change plans being prepared and executed. So there was a weekly COVID crew change update being sent to all the vessels. I'm sure this you would have received. Everyone of today's attendees must have received this weekly information on board, which we are still continuing. We are continuing this so that people on board are aware as to what is happening and how as a company, ITM Group is dealing with the challenges. There were, of course, as I said, people were really worried. There was senior leadership which also initiated a lot of calls on board. They were talking to masters and the crew, and I'm sure you would have got calls from either Anil or even for the group senior leadership. Next slide, please. Okay, as I said, I will just give you a brief idea. Of course, there's not much information here, but I just wanted to show you from the week 19 to week 23. If you see, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. I mean, only barring emergency cases, medical cases, there was no crew change there. But suddenly, if you see that from 24, 25, week 25, it started going up. And in week 28, that was in July, we had to think out of the box solutions, and we took charter flights, and there were, we did 3 vessels together at Djibouti. So, somehow we got all the vessels there. And so that is why there's a very, very big, spike there. If you see more than, about 200 people in that week. So that is how we could manage that. But generally, we are trying to, do our best and still continue with the crew changes. Unfortunately, with the recent events with the pandemic in India getting serious, and unfortunately, there are very, very few ports where now Indians can travel to and join the vessels. So our rate definitely will come down now because we are unable to, relieve Indians on board wherever possible. But yeah, restrictions have again increased all over the world. You all are aware, Singapore was one of the strictest ports. They had come out with a 14-day stay-at-home notice, but they have increased it to 21-day stay-at-home. So that means a seafarer who wants to join a vessel, if you're planning a seafarer, he has to be at home, isolation, or in a hotel quarantine if other conditions are not met for 21 days prior to traveling to Singapore. Next slide, please. Okay, I also wanted to give you an idea where we had this, maximum crew changes for our fleet. This is ITM specific slide. Singapore was still always, because our vessels transited to, towards China. So Singapore was very, very ideal and a preferred port of crew change. Although we had challenges with the restrictions there, but we've been managing, till now. And if you see, Singapore is the maximum. It's about 650, crew moves here. And next was, of course, UAE. UAE was open, but unfortunately now it has also banned Indians, entry of Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Sri Lankans, Nepalese. So yes, so that again is a challenge, but we will see how best we can meet and have crew changes, safe crew changes for Indians as well. Next slide, Karen, please. Okay, as I was talking about mental well-being, I would would like to dwell on this, that please utilize the service of ComPsych, which is Employee Assistance Program. It is free of cost, available 24/7. All support resources, information is available. I'm sure you have the addresses and the contact numbers for ComPsych. If not, please let me know. I will, personally send it to your email addresses if you do not have that. And it is to be rest assured, to assure you that this is a confidential emotional support, and they have highly trained, clinicians and staff to help as far as anxiety, depression, stress, even your grief, if you have lost some near and dear ones and you would like to talk, some life adjustments, if there are any more financial issues or personal issues, relationships, partner conflicts, please utilize this and take full support and assistance from ComSci. Next slide, please. Also, last year we had also initiated on some of the vessels under the banner of We Care. We had come up with, Well at Sea. That is a holistic program while the seafarer is on board and also when he's on at home during the leave. It's to help basically maintain overall well-being through a sustainable lifestyle. Obviously, I mean, if you have seen, I mean, these days the importance of physical well-being and of course mental well-being is also being highlighted. So we have partnered with Well at Sea for this program, and we hope to roll out this program on all our vessels soon, probably by the end of this year, or because we need to also discuss this with certain owners, clients, and then roll out this program. This is all about healthy eating, healthy meal planning on board. So they will also be helping as far as your menu planning, whereby you can have nutritious and healthy meals served to you. They will also initiate social activities on board. It is not just about physical activities, it is also engaging everybody together to come together and carry out the activities which are fun-based activities, and also individual activities, group activities. So there is good to look forward to. And again, they also have a 24/7 counseling hotline, which is also they are giving. It is similar to ComSci, but they, as Well at Sea also, Future Care, they are also giving. I just want to tell you why we are increasing focus as well. We are very, very concerned about the health of our seafarers. We do not want them to not complete their contracts, and there are medical cases on board and they have to be repatriated on medical ground. So we would like to reduce those cases as low as possible. As I said, there is an increased seafarer engagement and motivation, of course, because if you take care of your health, physical health, then definitely your motivation levels go up. Your performance is good. Your injuries are less. It's because your mind is alert. If you're physically fit, your mind is also alert, of course, which will also help you, to stay, and we will be able to retain you in the company. So that is also good for us. But our prime focus is on the well-being of all our seafarers. Next slide, please. Continuing, as a master on your vessel, what is your role? Of course, as a company, there are certain things we can do, but to help each other on the ground when you're together as a master or as an officer on board, your role is also a pivotal, and a positive role will really help that we have good fit and seafarers without any issues on board. If I will just give you an example, and I'm pleased to inform. I'm sure that you people know that the CEO's award this year has gone to a seafarer by the name of Mr. Roman Lazarev. He's a chief engineer, and his role on board was living the values of the company. He took care of the crew and officers on board, whereby giving mental support to some people when they had problems at home, and when there was there was a scare of COVID on board, he took extra to help those people on board, and gave them mental support that time, and that is why the company is recognized. So there is also some information regarding the seafarers' welfare. If you want to see, go ahead and have a look at this www.seafarerswelfare.org. There's a mental well-being guide with all about these topics, and you can go through it and take care of yourself and also people on board, your colleagues, our colleagues on board. Next slide, please. Okay, as I mentioned, we will also have rolled out this year a new performance appraisal system, a PAS short form, which is similar. Of course, the objective of the appraisal system is still the same, to ensure that people know what they're required to do on board and how they perform. If they have any challenges, they can bring it up. And by the end, it is not only about appraising a person, but also a development of a seafarer, so that he increases his skill sets, he is confident, and there is a career progression in future for him. So it's a 3-step process now. There are little changes here. We have a sign-on meeting, initial meeting, whereby when the person joins, the HOD or the person who's responsible for the appraising the seafarer, will have an initial meeting with the seafarer, and set an expectation or expectations for that matter, what is required of the rank, and explain the plans that those are going on board. If there is an upgradation on the deck, all those things to be discussed, so that the person who comes on board, he understands that this is what is my immediate short-term goal or a long-term goal, depending on the work, so that he is also mentally set up, and he will work towards that. Then towards in the middle of the contract, of course, you want to see how things are going. You would like to meet him again and see if there is him or her, if there are any challenges faced by the seafarer. If not, or how he's doing, you can give a feedback to him. If it is good, that is very nice. If there are some things which are not going as per the plan, definitely, you could understand why it is not going and explain it better to the seafarer, so that corrective actions can be taken. And of course, the third evaluation meeting will be towards the end of the contract, so that the entire process is completed. So if he meets the expectations, or he's over the expectations, that can be given as a feedback to the seafarer. Of course, we would all, as I said, it is not only merely appraisal system, it is also a development system. So we need to also identify training needs, so that the seafarer improves in future and is ready for the the next rank whenever there's a possibility or an opportunity for him to go up the ladder. So that is the process there. Why this has been done now, the key advantages for this is, initially when the seafarer boards a vessel, I'm sure you've gone through some interviews here and there. First 5 minutes of the interview is basically an introduction, and also to make the candidate or the interviewee comfortable. So when he goes on board, he's in a different frame of mind. He's just left his family. So it's a good way to know your seafarer and also comfort him. That look, now we are a team. You are here. We are all together. So that is how you break the ice and things can be taken forward. You will also, as I said, you will set up your expectations, and also provide a wider view on crew performance. So once we have this, we can really know that it is, what are the challenges the crew or the seafarer officer faces during tenure. And also, if it's a three-step process, if you can see, it can be a very fair and consistent and transparent performance review, whereby you have an initial expectation. You also know that in between things are going well. You can also, you can change some expectations. Objectives in the middle also, if some things are, completed. And towards the end, so how he is gradually improved. So it's a very fair and transparent way of, reviewing a person's performance, because it's based on the entire contract. And as I said, we would be very, very happy. And of course, it should be, put in more efforts to give training needs to, if there are training needs, we would encourage you to, give training needs. Even if a person is very good for his rank, definitely he would probably require some training for his next rank. So to try and give some training needs to those people. And of course, if there is a performance was not up to the expectation, there will be some training needs. Next slide, please. Okay, Crew Connect, I'll just go very short. You've been using this vCrew Connect app, and I do not want to dwell the advantages. I mean, you all know that it helps not only the company but helps you also to give you an overview of what is happening, what is your planning going on, and so that you can be planned on board and placed on board in time as per your readiness. It is since the pandemic is on, I mean, there is no physical interaction between the office and the seafarer. I mean, you can be rest assured it is COVID friendly. There is no physical interaction, so you don't need to travel to the office so that you are again safe. It is a direct communication with the office so that you can, you will get an answer. I mean, you get to know what is exactly happening with your planning. So, I mean, it is, you do not have to wait for somebody to call you up. You can directly get in touch with the company from your phone. This is also helpful for onboard compliance. If you see, I mean, if you keep on giving information, what all courses you've done and what are pending, so at least the company can, again, remind you of what to do so that when you go on board, you're compliant in all ways. So your mobilization is compliant. So that is what we would also like. So there is no training left so that you are, ready to go on board and work. Right. And so by using this, not only you, but we also, when we execute it, and then we have a complete plan that can be finalized, and then we send you on board. Thank you very much. This is the end, and we can always now have some questions if you have.
Thank you, Kush. Yes, there are some questions coming up. There have been some questions earlier also, which we have compiled. Few of them we can definitely see even in the Q&A. Let's start taking that. We have got 10 minutes dedicated time for this Q&A before we hit a short 5 minutes break. I'll start reading. Naseem Ahmed has mentioned in a Q&A that in this pandemic era, IMO has recognized and appreciated seafarer as a frontline key worker. But in the name of COVID-19 pandemic, there is a pay cut in Sonangal vessels in form of removal of rejoining bonus. Being a frontline key worker, it demoralizes seafarer and affect mental being. What would you like to comment on that, Kush?
No, yes, we are aware, and it is quite sad that the client had decided. This was the client's decision. Of course, we did try and convince them, but as a client, I mean, there are some commercial pressures as well. I mean, I'm sure everybody is aware that the crew changes that are happening now are not regular crew changes, what the cost we used to have. So the costs have really escalated. So it is also hitting some owners. Frontline officers also would know that it's quite high. I mean, the requirements they've put. So, I mean, clients, the business is not has really picked up as what it should have. So the pandemic is on, the costs are increasing, but the business is not picked up. So this was purely a client decision.
Appreciate that. Fully agree. It's dependent on client, and we apologize for such. We will move on. Rahul Dayal is asking a question for Indian seafarers. Will preference be given to vaccinated seafarers? The government of India is changing vaccination guidelines every day, and there is an expected shortage of vaccine for next 5 to 6 months in India. The gap between two doses is 3 months now. Agree with you, Rahul. Also, vaccination is only a safeguard and not a fail-safe. Can the company arrange one-shot vaccine like Johnson & Johnson for joiners in Dubai, Singapore?
There was a good discussion in this, and the group, as of now, what they've decided is that we will encourage seafarers to take their vaccinations as soon as possible, because it's not going to be easy. It's not only India, it is Russia, it is Philippines, it is Georgia, it's all over the world. So to as a company, what we are looking at is we are not providing any vaccines as of now. because it's not only that, because there are other issues as well. It's not only just getting vaccines and just providing. So there are some other issues. So we would only, and of course, these will be, the government based, as they rightly said, they're coming out with new regulations, sometimes 6 weeks, but between 2 jabs. So we will have to follow that, whatever the country regulations are, each country. But yes, we totally encourage our seafarers to please go in for the jab as fast as possible, so that they are protected, their families are protected, and of course on board guys, seafarers, our colleagues are also protected.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. There is another question. Eventually, the name has not been there. It's anonymous. He says it's been a regular issue even before pandemic that no proper arrangement or of accommodation is made for the on-signers in foreign countries, and most of the time we need to struggle at the airport for long hours just to avoid hotel stay. Sir, any solution for this, considering the fact that we need to immediately carry on with the duties as soon as we board the vessel?
I would again assure you that we generally give a night off, a day or resting period at least for seafarers if they've had a long haul flight. Of course, if you are coming to UAE from India, there's hardly 3 hours. Then of course we still, depending on the vessel schedule. But yes, for long haul flights, definitely we give at least 6 to 8 hours rest to our seafarers before they go on board.
Absolutely.
So, I assure you, of course, there can be some isolated cases here and there, but please, we would, want our seafarers to be rested before going on board.
Great. Thank you very much, and appreciate that. Fully agree. We as company do try to provide some rest if the flights are long haul, and we ensure people are properly rested before they reach vessel. We will move on. Partha says, I had 1 dose of COVID shield, but new longer waiting period. I may not be able to complete my doses. How can company help? Very frankly, Kush, we had a lot of queries coming before that also. People inquiring if they can join without having the vaccination, especially in Indian seafarers, because there is a delay of getting people vaccinated. And as rightly said earlier, it's around 3 months of gap between the 2 vaccines. So what is the company policy? Does company policy need everyone to be vaccinated before they go on vessel? What is it like? If please you would like to share that, Kush?
As a company, as I said, we are encouraging our seafarers. So we are not putting any mandatory requirement for a seafarer if he doesn't have that, but he's got his PCR test done and is fit and COVID free to join a vessel. We do not restrict those seafarers. They will be allowed. But yes, we do not know what the international communities and the countries would require you to travel for. I mean, if they have some restrictions, yes, then it will be a challenge for you people without vaccinations to travel. But as far as we group as of now is concerned, we do not wish to put this as a mandatory requirement. But again, as I said, we would encourage all the seafarers to have the vaccination as soon as possible.
Thank you. I think that's quite clear, Coach. That preferred, yes. If not, that will not hinder the joining process. Parag has a query that few private IT sector companies are arranging vaccination drive for the employees. Does our companies looking in the same direction, Kush?
I think we've already talked. The company as of now is not. We have not decided to provide vaccinations to this. So everybody has to, because it's going to be different countries, different rules. So that is why we have. So this is as per, because we are not. Also, we are not, making it compulsory for seafarers to, have those vaccines. So don't want to provide that for now.
All right. Great. Thank you. Even Rahul has come back that he has got 1 shot of vaccine and not the second one. Can company assist in getting the second shot before he joins the vessel from the Port Trust of India?
Yes, we will definitely assist in trying. Letter can be given to the vaccination center, and they can be, it all depends where he is based. Some locations in India, they've started giving seafarers because they've been recognized as frontline workers. So they've started giving, but definitely we can give an introductory letter to the seafarers. That is no problem. You can please liaise with V-Ships Mumbai, and they will give you a letter. And if that letter can help, of course, if they can, they will try and talk to the person in the vaccination center, that as well.
Fantastic. Kush, we have Brajender Singh who is raised in hand and would like to speak to you. May I request, Karen, if you can unmute Brajender, please?
Hello, good afternoon. It's Captain Prajendra Singh. Yeah, I have a question regarding the performance appraisal system in the ship show. The new version, which was uploaded, I have used that. There were a couple of issues I had raised them. They were not resolved during my time, at least. I signed off a month ago, 1.5 months ago. The issues were when you do the appraisal of any seafarer, name of appraiser is always master, no matter who does the appraisal. Even if the appraiser is done by chief engineer or the chief officer, the name always appears as master. That was the issue. Second issue was when you do an appraisal of a seafarer, and if you want to do it again, like sometimes chief engineer is signing off, he will do the appraisal of the staff, and then somebody signing off, the next chief engineer might like to do it again. He has to do it again. There is only one appraisal which gets saved. If the second chief engineer does the appraisal, it gets overwritten. It doesn't get saved in the system as second appraisal. So these were two issues. I had raised them. I did not receive any satisfactory response from the IT department. I just wanted to bring this to your attention that these are the problems, and I hope something action is taken.
Thank you, Captain Brajendra. Well noted. I will, have it again escalated to the team responsible for this and see what can be done. If it's not been done, of course, there was a shipshore, update which has come down. So there are revisions. I'm not sure now this has been done or not. But I will still escalate and see if it was done. If it was not, then we will see what can be done for this.
Okay.
Captain Brajendra, we take this as an action point, and we would surely come back to you with your query with a proper drafted answer. Karen, please take a note to that.
Thank you.
We will move on. There is a question again, Kush, from name not known. Can Indian senior officers be rotated within the different owners in ITM rather than being with the same owner, as sometimes there is a delay in joining due to operational constraints, leading to missing out on NRI status?
Yes, efforts are always put in. If you are not being able to, be accommodated at that given point when you are ready to join, we do look at options in different fleets in ITM. Yes, definitely, and we have a policy for that. And even not in ITM, then of course in the end probably we'll go to the group. But yes, we do try and accommodate everybody. There can be, and I'm not saying that we will be successful for each and every seafarer, but there will be some cases where we are unable to accommodate people there. So, but yes, as I said, we are always trying to accommodate people from one fleet to another.
That's indeed positive, Kush. Thank you very much. There have been some questions from Boop and Jishu. Boop is asking, can one dose will do for the joining vessel? I think, Boop, it has already been clarified by Kush. We as company don't have any such constraints or restrictions or requirements that you have to be vaccinated full for as a joining criteria. So indeed, Jishu is asking which vaccine is widely recognized, Covishield or Covaxin. Jishu, it's absolutely on your discretion or on availability or as recommended by local government. We as company, probably I'm speaking on behalf of Kush, do not recommend any particular vaccine. We will move on. I see somebody has raised hand. Am I right, Karen? Rustam Khan, may I request if you can please unmute Mr. Khan?
Yes, I was actually going to write down this vaccination thing. Yesterday, I have received information, this is on our group, that for vaccination, Russia has started vaccination tourism. 1.3 lakhs, 24 days. Only requirement is from boarding, before boarding, you should have negative report. You go there, they take care of everything, give you 2 shots and send you back. So you are vaccinated within 24 days. So this is an option.
Where is that, Captain Rustam?
It's a new package which is circulating, which Russia has done that.
Okay.
I fully agree, Mr. Khan, that they have come up 24 days package for XYZ amount of money, door to door, and eventually they'll take
Can you see this? Can you see this?
I apologize, we'll not be able to see that because the video is not available in this mode. So apologize. Yeah, I've seen that. I will definitely share with Kush on that.
So that way our seafarers can do, whoever can afford, he can do fast and come back, or he can go straight from Russia to whichever ship he can go after taking those 2 shots.
So thank you very much for sharing. Yes, it's a 24 days package. It's coming in the newspaper. I also did read that. So thanks for sharing. This option is open indeed. We will move on. There is another question. We will just take a couple of more questions before we hit for a short break. And okay, Karen is saying we have 2 more people who have raised hands. Karen, who's that? Karen, can you unmute? And who's this gentleman?
Yes, Rishi. We have Mr. Atif Kazi.
Yes, Mr. Kazi.
Online.
Okay. Mr. Kazi, you please go ahead. You unmute. No, we don't hear anything.
Okay.
Who was the other person, Karen?
So we have another one, Mr. Amit Sangwan.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, sir. Amit Sangwan this side, sir. Regarding this vaccination tourism in Russia, for going to frontline ships, basically our crew is, whoever is going on the frontline ships, they are quarantined in a hotel for about 2 weeks, 14 days. I mean, why don't we take this opportunity to carry out crew change on these frontline vessels? We can route them through Russia, no? Instead of keeping them in a hotel in India for 14 days, we can put them in a hotel in Russia. I mean, 1.3 lakhs. I don't know about the cost and all. I don't know how much money is being spent on keeping a crew member in a 5-star hotel in Delhi or Mumbai or Chennai. But if it is convenient and if it is viable, then why don't we take that option of routing the crew through Russia? They can be in quarantine also, they'll get vaccination also, plus they'll be joining a ship via Russia where the situation is not so bad. I mean, it can be thought over.
Hi, Amit. Thanks for the suggestion. Yes, we need to see the viability of the plan because there are some restrictions. There will be some restrictions. You need to take visas, go there, get visas in time, go there, do the thing, come back, and then come back again. Then you have to do for Singapore. There'll be another 21 days. So it's, yes, can be looked at. Good suggestion. Yes, we can talk with the frontline and see how it is going, because if it has just started, we also need to see how well it is progressing. And then we can, because we don't want to take a chance and send people, and because you will be traveling for sure in between. And then there's still chances, very little chance also. I mean, small percentage of chance that you can contact COVID on the way to Russia. So all those things are there, because if somebody gets it, what does he do in Russia then? So that's another problem. But yes, as you rightly said, can be explored, and we can see later if it is really, really.
One more thing, sir. One more thing about when the basically staff members, crew members are quarantined in the hotel. Basically, what they're doing is they are staying in the hotel, but there's no restriction on them. They can move around. I mean, they can go out of the hotel also, although they are not supposed to. But don't we think that instead of quarantining them in the hotel, it is better that we ask them to be quarantined at home instead of going to the hotel, because the hotel is basically, I think there have been cases where I have known people from our frontline fleet only that they have contacted this COVID infection in the hotel itself. I mean, I feel somehow that home is better option than being quarantined in the hotel. I mean, staying 14 days in the hotel is, a company is basically using a lot of money for paying to the hotel. Plus, don't we think that we should get quarantined at home itself instead of the hotel, and we can save that much amount of money. One thing is that. The second thing is, even the crew, if they are staying at home in the hotel for 14-15 days, basically we cannot pay them. Of course, we do understand that, but then it is not good for the crew also. I mean, they're not getting paid, they're away from the home, they're in isolation also. So can't we explore that option of quarantine, having them quarantine in the home itself instead of quarantine in the hotel? I mean, I don't know whether it is frontline or ITM, we have whose guidelines, but if we can explore that option also.
This was done right in the beginning. If you see, Singapore requires that. Now they have also come that if you do not have an attached washroom or whatever, you have to be put in a hotel quarantine. So the policy has to be general, that okay, half people staying home or half people staying out. No. And also we had started this initially, but we were getting a lot of positive cases, because it's not only you are staying with your family and there is no guarantee. And that family members are not going out. Of course, they will be going out for some work to run errands or whatever. So there are more chances at home. But I'm surprised what you're saying, that hotel, they are moving out, because actually hotel is the best place when you go, because you're not interacting with anybody. You are in your room for 14 days because the food is provided in the room. So
it's
they are moving out.
with
I mean, of course, that is the individual's mistake actually. I mean, they should not be doing.
I do understand, sir. It's not about our V-Ship's crew or our frontline crew. What I'm saying is there are other companies also who are having this requirement, and there have been cases where people have been going out of the hotel. So if we can trust them with staying in isolation in the hotel, we can trust them with getting isolated in the home also. I mean, if somebody can afford a separate room and a separate washroom and can separate himself from his family members also, then why not we explore that option of isolating that people in home itself instead of staying
I do not disagree with you. I tend to agree with you here, Amit. But the only thing is that the family members will still be interacting with people outside. I'm sure the entire family will not get quarantined for 14 days, correct?
So if that particular one person can get,
because we've had cases like this. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
But we can discuss this again because this again coming from frontline for their pool. But for others, if you see, we are quarantined at home, right? Owner specific. We can discuss with them, but because we've had cases before, so they were pretty careful about this.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amit, for voicing it out. Appreciate. We have a few more questions, Kosh, but seeing the essence of time, I think we will take a quick, short break, a stretch break before we move on to next session, which will be followed by the final open forum question and answer session 2. So thank you very much, Kush. Very, very interactive. We would be needing your presence in the final Q&A because there are some pending questions. We are moving on because of limited time. So, but yeah, sorry for that.
Sorry to interrupt, but if we can keep this break a very short one to maybe say just 5 minutes to stretch and then make tea and come back to just complete the rest as it's already
absolutely. This is what the intention is, Farhad. Just 5 minutes stretch break rather than 10 minutes. We will see you guys soon. So stretch yourself, as I said, pick up a glass of water, some tea, keep yourself hydrated, and I'll see you guys soon. Thank you very much. Oops, I was on mute. Sorry. Thank you, Karen. I've noticed as the day progresses, your choice of music is more, keeping everybody alive and on the toes. Good choice, Karen. Thank you very much. Time to move on. This is now we're going to speak a little bit from the training perspective on career progression and competency development. For that, I'll welcome my colleague Vitali. Vitali is quality manager and training superintendent with the V-Ships Ukraine. Vitali, all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. Thank you for inviting me to this very important, very interesting, informative seminar. Good afternoon to all. Briefly about myself, I joined the ship in 1998 as a cadet and sailed with the company till 2011, growing to the rank of the master. Joined the training team of the Odessa Training Center in 2011, delivering different types of the training, impairing various value-added skills-based courses. Also from 2013, I am sharing responsibilities as the quality manager for the V-Ships Odessa Crew Management Center and Training Center. Now also assist Rishi with delivering various global projects as per the group requirement. Generally, I'm going to talk about you. We'll talk about your career progression and the competency development. Probably you already heard or read somewhere about the Peter's principle. He's a Canadian educator, Peter J. Lawrence, and also famous hierarchologist. He's best known to the general public for the formulation of so-called Peter principle. Peter made significant amount of different social researches and observed that the people in a hierarchy tend to rise to their so-called level of incompetence. What means? Employees are promoted based on their success in a previous job until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, as skills in one job may not necessarily translate to another. A person who is competent at their job will earn a promotion to a position that requires different skills. And if the promoted person lacks the skills required for the new role, they will be incompetent at this new level and will not be promoted again. If the person is competent in the new role, they will be promoted again and will continue to be promoted until reaching a level at which they are incompetent. Being incompetent, the individual will not qualify for the promotion again, and so may remain stuck at so-called final placement or Peter's plateau. This outcome is inevitable, given enough time and enough position in a hierarchy to which competent employees may be promoted. This is especially true in hierarchy-based organizations like shipping or maritime organizations. Just some examples. You are the third mate who was promoted to the second mate, then the chief mate, and then to master. If a right tool was not provided to you for your career progression, then there is a high chance that somewhere in that chain you may stuck in a position where you are not competent. Another example, the second mate who is agreed in that particular role second mate, or the second officer. And this may give you a false sense that he or she is good enough to be promoted to chief officer without fully knowing or assessing his or her chief officer capabilities. There is a risk that based on a positive impression, he or she becomes promoted and lands on a new position, but is not enough competent to the work in a new role. This is a proven scientific research model. It's not like a V-group development. The other life example is when chief officer who strives his or her promotion to master hears from the more senior officer that that officer has a feeling that he or she is not good enough for the next rank level, without getting any detailed information that may also pose a risk to lose the motivation further. All this might happen unless you put a balanced competence development program in place. We are going to discuss it in next slides. Next slide, please. I'd like now to hand over some control over to the Thifaros, over to you. I'd like to conduct short poll. You have been with the V Group for many years as a senior officer, junior officers. So now I would like to ask you, are you satisfied with how promotions are currently managed within the V Group? It's a simple question with a very simple answers, yes or no. We don't need polite answers, just express your opinion, express your experience. What means satisfied with promotion? Means, do you know what is the process structure in place, how you can be promoted, when you will be promoted, how clear are the procedure? And I see the result that majority say yes, 61%. It's a good sign. The good sign that we have a good procedures in place, but another indicator, 39% who are not satisfied, says that we need to do a significant improvement in the process. And next slide, please. Next question is to you, being a senior officer, master or chief engineer, do you feel comfortable when you get a newly promoted junior or senior officer joining your vessel? Also, please be open to express your opinion, experience. This is just to check how good promoters made his or her job. There was a poll conducted among our senior officers asking if they are happy to have newly promoted cadet working on board their vessel. And majority of answers were no, unless I have trained that person to the level of my standard. So please don't send new promoted staff to my vessel. I don't trust to their training. Again, we have that there is also another chance for improvements. 25% says no, we are not satisfied. We are not comfortable when a newly promoted junior or senior officer joins the vessel. So, but our objective to make you 100% satisfied with all the processes, competency management processes, and professional development processes we have in the company. And a next question I would like to ask you. Next slide, please. Next question I would like to ask you. How do you think, who is accountable for your career progression and the competence development? Is it the superintendent? Is it your crew manager? Is it you or training department? Also, please be open to express your opinion. Who's that person who is accountable for your career progression and the competence development? Definitely, you're absolutely right. Majority of you are absolutely right. It's you, yourself. You are key accountable party. The all others present on the seminar, superintendents, crew managers, training department, we all are here to support you. As organization, we need to provide you with a platform, tool, to make your career development successful. So we are going to discuss this tool in the next slides. Majority of you already use this system ashore and on board the vessel. We have contracted OTG Ocean Technology Group, which is a parent company to the Seagull Marlins Videotel Maritime Training Services. So far as you know, majority of you already know that Marlins become the part of the OTG since the last year. And during current year, during 2021, all vessels will be replaced with the OTG Ocean Learning Platform. What are the benefits of this platform, of this transition? More variable type of content, vessel type specific content. Over the 130 e-learning titles, most of them common but specific to rank to the vessel. It's adaptive content. When you do a pre-assessment while during training, and if there are any knowledge gap discovered during the pre-assessment, then you don't need to pass through the complete training, but only will need to do those parts where you have knowledge gaps. It's not available right now, this technology, but it's a step-by-step process, and this coming soon. Also, the micro-learning. That means the 2-3 minutes video, snippet video film content, but not a long 1.5 hour training. Simulation games like the Navigator Simulator, we are testing navigational skills and knowledges. Also, we are looking for the rescue games and color games for the mobile phones, and all this is coming. Another improvement is a risk matrix related reflection of the learning material. So you are going to see not all the titles available in a library, but you will see only those that related to you. Also, with a new platform, company has ability to conduct surveys and send notices. Next slide, please. Online access and onboard access both are synchronized now. Doesn't matter where e-learning is completed, it's replicated to ShipSure on a regular basis, and all concerned will be able to see when seafarer completes the training and either seafarer is compliant or not. Next slide, please. Another tool is a voyage competency management system, which company is introducing now to achieve the operational excellence by developing of our officers' competence. This tool is self-initiated, so you need to start this path. You need to initiate your assessment. You need to initiate your preparation. It's based on the industry standards, and it's a traceable. Assessment will be based on the observation, and if any improvements or areas for improvements are identified during the assessment, then this will be reflected in the system. And the main objective of the system is to support overall promotion process. Next slide, please. Now you use the current system forms. Everyone knows those forms, IDM 30, which are applicable for every officer rank on board the vessel. And another objective of the introduction of new system is to move from the paper-based to the paperless. Again, it's a vessel contains the vessel-specific competencies. It's based on the industry standards, like an intertanker, right ship, plus company customized. You can simulate competencies required for the next rank. You can close the gaps, knowledge gaps or skills gaps via training assignments. It contains also operational competencies, and it also contains the guidelines and specific performance criteria required for a next rank, required for each competency. Next slide, please. Now all these OTG boxes with the onboard learning program and the competency management system are sent to all fully managed vessels, and the vessels are expected to have that system online starting June, July 2021. Some of them, or some of you already use this on board the vessel. Until the end of the current year, the voyage competency system is recommended for use, and this needs to be used in parallel along with the current existing procedures. But starting January 2022, it becomes mandatory for all officers seeking promotion. Please keep in mind that if you are not completed competencies after the January 2022, or they are not approved by senior officer, then you are not ready for your promotion. Next slide, please. And now again, success doesn't come from the what you do occasionally. It comes from what you do consistently. One time down may not give the result. Learning, training, development requires consistency. You need to take everyday steps, even if it's small steps, to make your career goals closer to you. And I have the last very important question for today also. Can you please give me an answer on your opinion, from your experience? How do you think? How long does it take the average person to become a sailor? Can you please type in the chat box your answers? I mean, how many years, how many months, or probably how many days it required for the average person to become a sailor? Just type in the chat box your opinion. Please feel free. How many years or days? 4 years, 3 years, 10 years. And definitely, I see the right answers among your opinions. Definitely. An average person will never become a sailor. So you need to be proud about that, because you are special. You are beyond the average. We wish you need to be proud about that. So we wish you success in your career goal achievements using all those tools, a new learning management system and a voyage competency management systems we discussed and mentioned it before. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your opinions. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you very much, Vitaly, for very interesting highlights on the training on competency management system, personal development, and then rightly said, an average person never becomes a sailor. So everyone in this meeting or a webinar are very, very special, and they're much, much above average. So thank you very much for highlighting. We are opening the floor for the final Q&A. This could be pertaining to what has been just shared by Vitaly, or may it be any other topic what we have done today. or maybe anything you would like to share. Just to inform everybody that we also have Captain Sartaj Gill, Managing Director, Training Services with us. So any question on training, me along with Sartaj and Vitali would be happy to answer you to that also. So let's go full swing. We have quite a few pending questions also. Tarun Kumar Sharma, let's start from top, says, please let us know regarding joining for Indian seafarer, as most of us got vaccinated with first dose, but second dose will take 80-90 days before we get vaccinated with second dose. Tarun, as discussed earlier, there is no such criteria from the company side that you have to have a vaccination done, maybe 1 or 2. So it's preferred, yes, both the vaccines, but if not, I'm sure your joining will not be hampered. Kush, correct me if anything else you'd like to add to that.
No, absolutely, Rishi. Thanks for taking that. Yes, we, as I said earlier, that we have no conditions as of now that vaccinated seafarer can only be placed on board. But we, for the sake of safety of the seafarers who are joining and also on board, we would prefer that people take their vaccine as fast as possible.
Perfect. Thank you very much for endorsing that, Kush. We will move on. Rustam Khan, when the junior officers conduct the PIMS, the crew open up with really good ideas. On my ship, the junior officers are given chance to do whatever they are confident in under my supervision. Really appreciate that, Rustam. That's a real good and a positive thing mentioned by you. Yuri saying, will be necessary to make a vaccine from COVID-19 in the future for working on V group vessel. I think, Yuri, this is already being taken. No, it is not mandatory. Definitely highly recommended you get yourself vaccine. This is just a preferred thing we would want you to have. Partha is saying we face big difficulties to follow proper COVID protocol in Nigerian port. We had couple of times had big difficulties to control the show people. Partha, Kush, would you like to take comments to Partha's views that sometimes the situation abroad becomes out of control on your hands, a place like Nigeria, what Partha has quoted?
Yes, there will be challenges at some ports, and Nigeria, as he rightly pointed out, that people do not, adhere to COVID precautions. But yes, we as we group ITM seafarers, we should take all our precautions and probably try our best. Politely tell them they should follow all, be firm but polite that they follow all the regulations and precautions, and ensure that they don't enter the accommodation for sure. I mean, if they're not required to enter, they should not be. So we should be, probably have a meeting outside or somewhere, in a shaded area, so that they don't enter, so that we are safe.
Absolutely, Kush. I think few things are beyond us. This is the best precaution we can take. I see somebody's mic is open, so may I request to mute it, please, unless you want to speak to us. So, Rustam again has come back with a suggestion. I suggest that a Q&A group email ID be initiated where all the questions can be asked and company can nominate a person to answer the queries on the email. Addresses can be the present attendees. The window for asking question can be 3 hours for this session. And Rustam, we are always open to any such kind of queries. Why do we limit ourselves to 3 hours? You have the email IDs with you. You have the email ID from where you have got the invite. Anything pertaining to what has been discussed today, or any views or any suggestions, we encourage everyone to, in case that comes in your mind later to this webinar, you please write to us. We will ensure it is being shared with the right person in the company and is being answered aptly. So let's not restrict ourselves for 3 hours. We are open. any moment of time, you have any queries, we will more than be happy to answer those. Take it with the panelists and get it answered and come back to you. To join Frontline Vessel, we need to do 14 days hotel quarantine. For this 14 days, please arrange some allowance in order to boost the morale of seafarers. Kush, any comments on that?
Yes, we've been talking to Frontline for this earlier as well, and we will again talk to them that look, if there is something we can offer our seafarers who are under quarantine before joining the vessel. So definitely the efforts are on. It's not that we have not been discussing. This has been discussed, but it's not only our company. I mean, Frontline is dealing with a lot of managers, and they have a task force, and we put it up in front of the task force who discuss with the Frontline for these queries. I mean, the requests. Sorry.
Thank you. That's quite encouraging, Kush, to hear. We will move on. Is there a next sheet to that, Karen, Pauline? Thank you. Yeah. Sanesh is asking, even after sending all the details and picture with some particular spares, we are getting wrong supply. Why this happens? May I request Nitin, would you like to take this question? Would you be apt to answer that? What Sanesh has got a concern? Or anybody else?
Yeah, Rishi, that could be some isolated case. Sure. Usually we try to gather the maximum information we can. We try to cross-check also when we receive the specification from the suppliers. So I'm surprised that it has happened like this, but yes, it can happen. And if it is happening, please bring it up that time whenever it is the case. But usually we don't hear such kind of complaints.
Fully agree, Sharad. This may be one of the cases, and this might be during past 1 year when during the pandemic things are hit, and the store supplies have been hit also because of certain logistics. Could be because of that. Sanesh, we assure you the intention is to supply the stores spares as soon as we receive them, and apt we think which is required for onboard, and especially if they are critical, we ensure there is no delay in that. So thank you very much, Sharad, for taking a lead. There is a suggestion from Ravi Kumar. Ship-fitted drinking water RO plants are not really RO plants, and they are just a series of filter. There should be a mineralizer unit fitted in series with this. Maintenance of this unit may look simple, but spares for this unit are to be readily available at all times on board. Otherwise, staff on board will be afraid to change the filter units. Most of the ships are fitted with smaller capacity units, and ship staff are in the queue to fetch the daily consumption. Daily consumption of particular ships to be calculated according to the staff capacity and operations. The suitable water filter can be fitted then. Any comments on the fantastic feedback what we have got from
we will look into this. We will look into this comment, and then maybe we will see what can be done.
Thank you, Chandramohan. Ravi, definitely our operations director will be looking into it. We'll move on. Since rest hours will be affected during SIA inspection, can the owner and office help in dealing with rest hours?
We already replied to this.
Yes, this has already been taken care. Karthikeyan is saying ship show support needs to improve because we face a lot of difficulty to troubleshooting. There is no prompt reply from the support team.
It seems the support team is too much overwhelmed, but they are working on it. And we have been pushing from our side as well. So it takes time. Sometimes it takes time to hit the nail on the head,
Absolutely, Chandramohan, there might be some operational issues, but Karthikeyan, in case you think the support, you're not getting the required support from the team, you please take it forward with the ship management, with the operations director, with fleet manager, and they will ensure that your problems are resolved. We'll move on. Rabindra Jha is saying in environmental control booking being maintained on board, master and chief engineer signature columns and the master and chief engineer signature column and the same name of the person responsible for the operations are provided. There should be a column provided for the signatures of person responsible for operations as well. Otherwise, at a subsequent stage, the person responsible for carrying out the operations can deny to have carried out the operations. Rabindra, absolutely good point. We will definitely discuss internally and try to see what best can be done to amend. Can we move on, please? Great. We have quite a few pending questions. Madhu is saying, as in pandemic situation, is it possible to collect? Yes, I think this is quite interesting. I was reading. Is it possible to collect oxygen from some of the tanker ships?
Rishi, before we go into it, I read this question. Actually, we don't have any ships now with any nitrogen generators within our fleet. He must be talking of Oman ship. They have 1 or 2 ships, but we don't have any ships.
Thank you, Madhu. Indeed, a very good thought process, but there are certain limitations as our operations director has pointed. So apologize, but thank you very much for coming with the feedback. We will move on. When will the crew change resume? We are waiting for situation to improvise and nobody knows when the situation will be changed. We are trying our level best to make sure that the crew change happen as soon as people are completing their contract and there is a suitable port to that. Crew change, I will start my self-isolation soon for the crew change after passing PCR test, but I have to be in embassy for biometric formalities within period of my self-isolation. What are the procedures from my side? Well, I really don't know your name, how to address you, but we have pre-mobilization orientation seminar, which is a mandatory COVID briefing supposed to be attended by all our seafarers, maybe existing or new joiners. We are emphasizing the precautions to be taken when at home, when traveling, during travel time, and when going on board and at board. I suppose please refer to those instructions. In case you want us to send it across to you, please write to us and we will definitely come back. Another question is why basic payment or travel days are not payable during the isolation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, yes. Again, it's about the wages. Yes, it is not just that we decide. So we have discussions here. We do put our requests to the clients, and unfortunately, sometimes they do agree. Like last year, they had agreed for some allowance on board who had extended their contracts, but it is all not just purely our decision. I mean, we have to take the client's consent in this. So unfortunately, as of now, it has not been agreed.
Thank you very much. Eventually, another question coming is, can we do something about the waiting period of junior officers? Kush, that again goes to you. That the delay before the pandemic was also around 5 to 6 months.
For now, yes. I mean, as of now, we are looking for junior officers to join. But yes, the answer to this in simple words will be, I think you should give a lot of notice. I would suggest when you're getting off, please use that crew connect app. As I said, crew app, and give your readiness. And if normally we do have people joining, but sometimes, yes, again, as I said, some people, especially, I mean, if you are not a chemical guy, then you will, and if there is a vacancy on a chemical vessel, then we will not be able to place you there. But yes, we do try and place all our officers and our ratings on time as per their readiness. But yes, there will be some isolation cases. But please, you're most welcome to highlight to me. Please give me a call. You have my contact number. Email me. You can call me if there is something you would like to be attended urgently. I would definitely personally look into.
Great. That's a very good positive reply, Kush. Appreciate that. And we would move on. There are a lot more questions coming up. Okay. With present situation with Indian seafarers ban entry in most ports of the world, what is the plan to employ us on board? As we see news arising at different sectors that owners are not keen anymore in employing Indian seafarers. We cannot opportunity used in countries where Indian seafarers are not banned than waiting for the ban to be lifted.
It's a temporary. I'm sure this will get over. It's not that the owners do not want Indians. I mean, it's just the prevailing conditions in India that people are not, I mean, most of the countries have travel restrictions for Indians. So that is obviously the business has to go on. The industry has to move on, and that is very. And I'm proud to say that marine industry has been functioning well. For the last 1.5 years, we've been working. All of you people who are the frontline workers on board have been working. So it's not a permanent decision or anything. It is just a very temporary phase. And as of now, we are not looking at just changing our Indian seafarers. We are waiting. We have requested of all our onboard colleagues, Indian colleagues, to hold on for a month. We will not relieve them. So we will again replace them by Indians. So we are not replacing them by Russians, unless it's a medical case where somebody has to get off or some real compassionate reason. Yes. But otherwise, we are not looking at changing crew. So please be rest assured that we are not looking in that direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We will move on. Next, Dimitri, Prabhat, Imdad, Tarun, Atef, and eventually, I think we seems to have covered that. Yes, the COVID vaccine is not mandatory, highly recommended. Which one? It's absolutely up to you or the local regulations which vaccine needs to be taken. We would not tell that you have to take this particular vaccine. Even if you have got one vaccine, you can join. Even if you don't have, your joining will not be hampered. We will move on next. Vaccination program for seafarers, still not included in the portal. Awaiting to get vaccinated to join back sea. Request to elaborate medical insurance to all seafarers, especially this pandemic situation. Kush, would you like to say anything on the medical insurance, what our seafarer colleague is asking?
This we need to discuss because it is a third-party medical insurance for senior officers. If this question relates to senior officer medical insurance, because it's not clear whether it's a junior officer or a senior officer. So if it's if they're talking about MBA medical benefits, then they are not insured because it's still a forced measure which they have not included in the cover as of now. That seafarers will be covered with. Yes, but while you are traveling on board, if you're on board, yes, if you contract this disease, yes, definitely you are covered by medical insurance. I mean, it's not that. And even when you go home and within, say, about a day or two, or 4 days, 3-4 days, you get the symptoms, definitely it'll be covered because you've been traveling from the ship. So going to the ship and coming back till the time, you are still covered. But yes, for the senior officers, as I said, they are not included in the cover as of now.
Thank you very much. Again, Kush, for clarification. Eventually, next two questions are also seems to have covered when crew is isolated or quarantined in hospital. This is regarding basic wages. Kush has already covered that. And again, from an anonymous attendee, COVID shield he has taken in Mumbai. Rules are changing. Yes, this is at your convenience. As said, we recommend. It's not a mandatory thing. Let's move on to next page. I suppose this is the last page of the queries. Great. We will address all as we promised. For the training, once the pandemic is over, can senior engineer officers be given training in specific courses like maneuvering, hydraulic, pneumatic, electric, and automation? Yes, Rahul, the training which is on the cloud or which is happening virtually, may it be a crew seminar where we all are attending. It's just a temporary phase. Once the situation is back to normal, definitely all the training centers would be open. We would be inviting you to do the required training. So as said, this is just a temporary phase, and we look forward to welcome you back to our training centers. Move on, current rank experience, 26 months, and with seven good appraisals. still not promoted. Still onward promotion is what I'm hearing from office. Have completed promotion interviews also. Short couple of lines, Kush, would you like to say?
Yes, I mean, I still don't know who this person is, so I think
exactly
drop me a mail on my email, and I'll be happy to assist with what can be done. I mean, of course, we have to see a lot of things, but if he says he's 26 months with good appraisal, so probably I understand this is a junior officer, but please write to me. You're most welcome. If you want to call me anytime, please, we can discuss over it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on, Jishu saying throw some light on DG shipping recruitment of sign-on certificate by vaccination e-governance applicable is required to take vaccine from Port Trust Hospital. May I suggest, Jishu, please get in touch with the recruitment manager or anybody local from Mumbai office. Definitely, they will be more than happy to assist you with the local DG norms. We'll move on. Next again is from an anonymous attendee. Why is it that a deck cadet is present on almost all the ships, but company doesn't provide engine room, trainee marine engineer on most of the ships, irrespective of the workload in engine room and in spite of several requests from chief engineer on board? Would somebody like to address why we have deck cadets and not engine cadets on board our vessels?
Yes, Rishi, I'll take it.
Sure.
Positive side, I'm happy that somebody said there's a deck cadet on all the most of our vessels. I mean, it's a consolidated effort from the company side that we can get as many cadet berths as possible. So we do, of course, everybody knows. I mean, it is not that we decide and we place people on board. We need to discuss this with the client. So we are happy. I mean, it's our effort that at least we have a deck cadet on board. But wherever possible, yes, we will definitely try. I mean, sometimes it so happens that we are not able to place a trainee engineer if this is what the chief engineer is saying. But please, we will still try from our side and talk to the owners and get this rank as well on most of them. I mean, wherever it is required, it's not there. Normally, we do have a deck cadet and an engine cadet. But if he says that I can, again, ship is not mentioned. So, I mean, I do not know which fleet is he talking about. But yes, we are very much concerned and we always would prefer to have one on in each department, engine and deck.
Great. Thank you, Kush. Yes, the intention is, but definitely it's dependent on the owner, the client, what combination he's looking at, and there are a little bit of other factors also which is involved. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Is there any specific requirement regarding the drill timings? Farhad, would you like to take this from the HSEQ perspective? He says the master generally calls the drill after 5:30 when the crew is tired. So would you like to comment here?
This is a bit odd because yes, there's no particular timings for the drill, but yes, we have to complete certain drills within the week, within the month, within 3 monthly periods, 6 monthly. However, this timing, 1700 to 1730, nobody informs the master to do this. In fact, it is encouraged that the drills are done during working hours. And yes, if people are doing any overtime for the drills, this is supposed to be recorded in line with our requirements in the work and rest hours. So ideally, this is not appropriate. And if this is the case, I think it should be brought up to the notice of even maybe our superintendents who are supporting the vessel, and this can be taken up.
Thank you, Farhad. Loud and clear, well understood. We'll move on. I think the next question it's a repetition regarding deck and engine cadets. So can we move on next, please, Karen, Pauline? Thank you. I have seen that is not the case most of the time, and Manning always aimed for direct joining, whether short or long travel. This leads to improper handing over, putting the vessel and crew at risk. Probably our seafarer colleague is discussing that the hotel stay after the long flight haul I think we have already taken that, and most of the time, yes, we prefer from the company perspective, if there's a long flight, we give proper rest. In case of a shorter flight and on the vessel schedule, there might be some time that crew is rushed directly to the vessel, but I'm sure it is purely on to the operational reasons, and you should go and take proper rest before taking over. That is also very, very important. Work rest hours has to be complied. No way out to that. We'll move on. Ranjit has got to get vaccinated from the Port Trust. Ranjit, we have already taken this question. We'll move on to, again, Ravi Kumar. Set of questionnaires can be made from key points at recruitment office for checking the competency and interviewed for all ranks in the related rank job and next promotional level rank jobs, as technology keeps on developing every day. Past experience show only onboard evaluation alone does not work well for the rank and promotion. Indeed, it's not only the onboard evaluation. Definitely the feedback from the visiting superintendents, and now as Vitaly has covered, the competency management system is going to be one of the key points to set the promotional criteria for officers. So we encourage you to please do the competency management system once you go on, if you're looking for next promotion. Any other pending questions, Kerry? Okay.
Rishi, I have just one point to raise.
Sure.
Is that often, we see that the evaluation reports, the appraisal reports are made, and since this point was brought up, and nothing has been mentioned about any further training needs or any training needs, when we would encourage all the senior management on board and masters, chief engineers, chief officers, second engineers, that please take that little initiative and travel to include any additional training that you feel may be required for the person, not that to put him down, but it is to train our colleagues so that they can also perform better, they can have better insight to things. So that's important that this is recorded in the appraisal or evaluation reports, and then that would be taken forward, I think, with crewing and training to complete that training or the required training before pre-joining.
Absolutely apt. Thank you very much, Farhad, for addressing that to the larger audience. We have few more questions pending. We will take it. Again, can there be a slightest chance by which chief engineer, second engineer can promote a junior engineer to a high level based on the practical knowledge, experience, and performance on board, including the performance appraisal system, rather than waiting for office personnel to do the same? No offense to anyone. Anyone would like to take this with respect to?
I will take.
Yeah, please, Kush. Yeah.
It is not that we promote, the company as can decide alone. Definitely, if you are aware that the feedback is definitely taken from the onboard guys and onboard senior officers in the engine or deck department for cadet or whatever. But yes, definitely, you would agree that there is a process, and we should respect that process and work according to that. We can't just leave it for everyone to, sorry for being blunt, but we just can't leave it on board, and they can just promote as and when they want. Definitely, if they want to promote somebody, please recommend, and yes, that recommendation will be considered immediately. And if whatever the requirement is there, if the person is really good, why not? We are totally in for promotions. We are very happy to promote our seafarers who are doing well. But definitely, we would not just like to give it and leave it totally on management personnel on board.
I fully agree with you. There are certain process which needs to be followed, and we have to adhere to that. We will move on. A few more questions. Oleg is saying, do you consider to supply a vessel with 20-liter bottles instead of ordinary one? one-time use plastic bottles, as these bottles might be refilled again after passing to show facilities and no plastic waste will be generated. I think anybody would like to speak on, again, we are talking of the plastic.
Rishi, this
yeah.
again depends on the which port where we can get these bottles.
Yeah.
It is not available everywhere, and it again depends how we pass it through. Sure. Because some ships, yes, it is being provided. Some ships, they are taking big about 18-liter bottles that they're taking. But basically, we want to stop this thing about water bottles, yes. And we're also thinking like what we were in the morning when we discussed, people wanted some bottles we kept. We don't want any plastic bottle. Maybe we will look at giving glass bottles, you know, but not for everybody to drink. It's only for the port people or whoever, port authorities.
Thank you very much. Fully agree with you, Chandra Mohan. We will move on. Okay. Are there any new takeovers coming in upcoming months? Yes. Our managing director from the ITM Dubai has already confirmed that it is in pipeline, and the good news will be shared shortly with you all.
Just Rishi, just a little bit more on that.
Sure, Chris.
As of right now, there are definitely 3 MR tankers coming in within June-July period. And there's also the possibility of 2 Aframax tankers, maybe a little bit later than that. And there are other things we're working on, so everybody can expect more vessels to come in.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a good news, Chris, for sharing with everyone. We will move on. Why don't we group provide medical insurance for junior officers? So the question is back to you, Kush.
Yeah, I mean, we initially had this, but again, I would say this is not purely our decision. I mean, there is cost implication for this. So we need to discuss with the client. We were very happy, but since the insurance coverage cost went up, so we were, we had to curtail it to only senior officers. Unfortunately, we would be very happy to, extend this coverage to junior officers, but there are certain limitations.
Indeed. There is a question again, it's an anonymous attendee saying BTM BRM does not have any expiry, but the company officials are asking to do the refresher training. Same is with LCHS course. Can somebody let us know why those requirements is this? And why is it important that DG has capped no expiry on the certificate? If it's an owner requirement, can't the training department let us know well in advance and not 1 or 2 days before joining? Well, it is not a DG requirement indeed, but I would like to highlight that the DG is giving the basic minimum requirement which needs to be carried when a person goes on board. Why BTM BRM has been made mandatory, the revalidation is for the reason being we would like to emphasize our policies in that BTRM revalidation course. We would like, from a past experience, the HACQ has seen there have been few incidents, few accidents. We like to reiterate those accidents in the BTRM course. And same thing with liquid cargo handling. We would like our officers to be well educated and keep themselves refreshed. You're concerned that why training department is intimating 1 or 2 days before joining. We apologize. If that is the case, we will try to ensure a sufficient notice is given for you when you have to do that course. So apologize for the inconvenience caused, and this will be taken care of. We move on. Can crew contract duration be reduced to 6-7 months, as 9 months is too long nowadays?
Again, I mean, there is no limit to it. I mean, yes, very fair question. I would say that people do not like to stay on board, but this is decided by the market. What is going on in the market. There will be companies who are with low, there will be a company with higher. So we generally go what is expected in the market these days. So unfortunately, yes, with the prevailing conditions, I mean the clients do prefer 9 months. So yeah, we will go with that for now.
Great. I think a couple of more questions before we end. Appraisal system is not foolproof. Quite a alarming statement. Many times, master have edited appraisals upon completed by chief engineer. So this is indeed a concerning point where they say it is not a foolproof system.
It is quite alarming if this is the case. Yes, should not be, but I'm sure the seafarer is given a copy when he signs off. I mean, before he signs off, so a signed copy is given to him. So if there is any discrepancy or any deviation, if they feel that there is something to it later on, so they should please bring it up as if there is. I would not say that we have noticed too many cases, but yes, the view also would prefer that there are no changes once the appraiser does complete the form. There should not be any changes after that. But if there are any, please bring it up to our notice and we'll take it up.
Thank you very much. Gurjinder is asking, is SID mandatory to join the vessel? Again, all crewing related. So question.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is SID mandatory to join the vessel?
Yes, I mean, it's coming from DG and all that. The SID has to be, obtained before joining. So yes, that has to be done because they follow the international regulations, and all other countries, wherever it is not being issued, they've been told to, issue. So all whitelist countries are doing that.
I think the last suggestion for the day is going to be from Naseem Ahmed. Naseem is saying to avoid single use of plastic, gas bottle or thermoflask. 1.5 liter or 2 liter capacity with V Group logo can be provided to seafarer at the time of joining, along with PPE. Naseem, point taken. We would definitely put this suggestion in front of the management and see what best is possible. So thank you very much for participating in a very, very active Q&A session. A lot of questions indeed are there, and I hope we were able to reply to most of them. Couple of pending questions. We have taken onus to come back to you with a reply. Time to move on. Chris, may I request we go ahead with the closing note?
Yeah, okay. Am I off? Yes, I am off.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, it'll be short. Very interesting for me to see there's a lot of the reactions and the questions, and I think this has been very worthwhile. We're nearly an hour and a half over time, driven largely by the fact that there's been so much interest in the questions. Interesting, obviously, a lot of the comments are relating to COVID. We're all doing what we can to ensure that staff can get on and off ships as best as possible. We're restricted by what we can do by local regulations, and it's an absolute nightmare for Cush and his team to keep up with all of the regulations that change virtually on a daily basis, and some cases change more than once a day. So it's a situation that is very, very high up on our priority every day when we're looking at what we can do. We're very conscious that it's not just people who are stuck on board ships, but there's an awful lot of guys at home who are waiting to join ships as well. So it's a very unprecedented time. I really don't know when it's going to be back to normal. I don't know what normal is going to be moving forward, but all I know is that you can rely on us to make sure that we do the best thing and to ensure that you guys manage to get on and off ships safely. And what we ask in return is that you make sure that you act in a safe manner. You look after yourselves at home, you look after your family, you don't take any undue risks that would jeopardize you joining a ship. This pandemic has put a great deal of strain on everybody and everything. And as Farhad mentioned, if anybody, and also as Kush mentioned, if anybody needs to talk to anybody, we're here for that. I think this was a very balanced seminar in ways, in terms of what the subjects that were covered. It's very important to all of us that we continue to provide the flawless service delivery that we're aiming to provide, and that we make sure that the vessels have good port state control inspections. We don't have any detained vessels. We have good SIRE inspections, because without those, the ships aren't employable. And if the ships aren't employable, then the owners won't give them to us to manage. And if we don't have ships to manage, then nobody has a job, including me. So I think it's important we all realize we're in this together as one team. Noted, again, as I say, noted a lot of the suggestions and the questions, and we will be having a discussion after this, because I'm quite interested in maybe not having a seminar shortly, but maybe having a town hall session where people can maybe table questions, and we basically have a large questions and answer session, because I think that might be useful for everybody. So we look at that going forward. So just really to say thank you everybody for attending. I see we've actually lost a couple of participants. We're down to 198 now, but thank you to those 198 for hanging on till the end. Very much appreciate the feedback. We are always available to talk to everybody. And I think it's, I just want to thank everybody for your interaction. I think you've all been asked some very good questions. You've given us some things to think about, and we'll respond to some of the things that we'll take offline. So all I want to say now is take care. Take care of yourself, take care of your family, take care of each other, and let's all get through this terrible pandemic together. So thank you very much to everybody. Thanks to Rishi and his team, to Karen for putting this together. Thanks to all of my colleagues here at ITM for speaking. And thanks to all my colleagues at sea who I'm talking to now. Thank you for attending this, and I hope you found it useful. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for the closing note, and for your very valuable time you took to attend and interact with our seafarers. I would also like to thank our panelists who took the time and update our seafarers with the knowledge and the experience. And a very special thanks to all our seafarers, our participants, for attending this WeShips virtual seminar. And I hope you all enjoyed this event. To make improvements to our future seminars, we would like to hear from you. As Chris rightly said, we would definitely appreciate your feedback. We would take all your feedback in a very positive stride and try to improvise things on. So for that, may I request, upon leaving the seminar, a survey page will automatically open on your screen. Please fill and let us know your feedback. Other options is you can go to www.menti.com, use the code on the screen 97590309, and you can submit your feedbacks. Once again, thank you guys. We see there are a few more pending questions. We ensure to reply you guys back on return. Chris, you have your hands up. Would you like to speak something?
Just one final comment. Sure. In relation to the question that was asked about cadets. I started as a cadet. We all started as cadets. So for me, any vessel that has cadet berths on should have cadets in them. I'm a very strong believer in getting as many cadets as possible on board the ships, because they're the future of the industry. If we don't train cadets, where are the next generation going to come from? So absolutely, very pertinent question, and I'd be looking into that to see what we can do to ensure we have cadets on every ship that has a berth available. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you so very much, Chris. Very, very encouraging to hear. And I'm sure our seafarer friends also must be very happy to hear that. So thank you once again, guys. Be safe always. Regards to your family and people who are joining on board soon. Travel safe. Please take all the precautions. Be in touch closely with us. Any assistance required, we will be more than happy to be part of, to join you and assist you. All the best and bye-bye.